Good morning, surf fans, and welcome to beautiful Oceanside, California. This is day 5 of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. As you can see, we've got a stunner of a day for you, and our surfers are already taking to the lineup. So today we've got some semifinals, we've got some finals, we've got a bunch of different divisions, and the great news is the waves are still with us. A couple nice sets have rolled through. We're going to start our day with our men's Prone 1 division, which we'll be giving you all the information on momentarily. These athletes are just taken to the lineup. This is going to be a really fun day of surfing because, as you can see, the cream is rising to the top. Here's the day where we will see finals go down. We will see finals decided in our semifinal rounds. I'm Chris Cote, Liv Stone, Liv all week long. We've seen huge performances, big numbers flying across that screen. For you, do you think this is the best year ever of the Parasurfing Championships, or am I just putting words
honestly,
out there?
it feels like it. I mean, there's so many nines being thrown out. Freddie, Jose, and Alali dropping massive numbers. I feel like the progression of parasurfing is unlike anything I've ever seen before. This year, I mean, the level is just so high. There's so much stoke in the water, out of the water, on the sand, with the nations supporting and cheering everyone on. So honestly, I feel like I'm having one of the best years because I don't have the stress of
No
competing.
pressure.
I'm just back here having fun with you guys.
Well,
But so exciting to watch.
we've had a great time with you in the booth. Your insight is priceless. So today we're looking at starting off of the morning with some prone divisions: men's, women's, prone 1 and prone 2. Then we go into our VI rounds, that's visually impaired for men and women. Back to prone, sit, stand 2, sit, and we're going to finish off the day with our men's kneel. Of course, subject is, the schedule is subject to change every once in a while, but so far it's been so good. Swell has been right there, 2 to 3 feet. Today has a different type of crispness in the air, a little cooler
fall.
weather, but that has a way of generally smoothing things out throughout the morning. So you see a little bit of texture on the water right now, but plenty of waves out there, and this men's Prone 1 division, again, just providing some incredible highlights. Yesterday, we saw so many scores in that excellent range, and I just have a really good feeling today, being our kind of first of 2 finals days, we're going to see these surfers put in that extra effort, 6th, 7th, even 8th gear at times. Things are going to go really, they're going to go excellent today. Just have a great feeling about it.
I mean, world titles are on the line. We're getting into the really nitty-gritty part of the competition now. This is when it matters. We have Bruno Hansen there in blue. He is one of the most winningest competitors we have in the water this week with us. He is from Denmark.
And yeah, 6 gold medals.
6, yeah. Victoria Faggy is fighting for that to overtake him on the leaderboard there for how many medals, but Bruno just has so much experience out there. It's really the veteran against the newbie, because Kai from Australia, there's some dolphins out in the lineup. Oh, I love that. Such a good start to the morning here. Honestly, one of my favorite parts of surfing is being out there with all the wildlife, whether it's like the birds or the seals or just anything in the fish, and you just feel totally at one with nature. So the dolphins giving us a bit of a welcome to the day.
That's exactly how you want to start it off. We got Kai Colas, Bruno Hansen, Casey Proud, and Antonio Zucchini. Italy, Hawaii, Denmark, and Australia represented in this heat. There's a lot of titles with these 4 surfers as well. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Kai Colas, he is the most progressive Prone 1 surfer that I've ever seen, maybe that the world's ever seen. We saw him do some big floaters, airdrops, going vertical,
doing
left and right.
In the water there with us this morning.
He's getting pumped. He is, I would say, the next generation, right? Just what we saw him do yesterday and a couple of days before. We're going to see this kid doing airs. I mean, he is that good.
He's so progressive. I love his style. It's so aggressive. He attacks every lip that he finds out there in the water, and he just goes on the steepest, biggest waves. He's absolutely progressing this Prone 1 division, no doubt.
So we're seeing kind of the this is going to be a good battle between Kai and Bruno for sure. Bruno, of course, the ultimate vet, 6 medals, and you got Kai with some medals of his own. as, I guess you would say, the future, if not the current.
And then we have Casey Proud, and he is so strong in the water and out of the water. I was talking on the broadcast yesterday about him. Yep, we got an official start here, so 20 minutes on the clock. All surfers now can catch any wave in the lineup, and then priority will be established.
So we're going to go with 20-minute heats for our semifinal heats. And once we start getting into a series of finals, those are going to be 25 minutes. A little added bonus for the achievement of making the finals here, which is it's been a long road for a lot of these surfers. And some of them coming through AASP events, and some of them just training all year long to come to the ISA and potentially get a gold medal draped around their neck, which Liv knows the feeling. We've been watching the commercial spot all week long about your work with CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, and the glory of ISA Gold. So maybe you could give us a little bit of insight, for the CAF, which seems like a feeder system that a lot of young parasurfers go through. The path here, obviously this is not easy. A lot of these people have dealt with serious adversity, but overcome it. So as we see this first wave coming through.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into parasurfing and competing. It's expensive to travel, and CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, I've represented them for quite a long time. Let's see if we have a paddle here. I don't think anyone's able to quite scratch into it. A bit of that higher tide, so it's going to be hard to paddle into waves this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, positioning will be key.
Absolutely, yeah. You almost need to position yourself right in the pocket of the wave. Like Bruno's moving to the inside here, using his veteran knowledge, trying to paddle into one, but just can't quite make it. But yeah, Chris, so Challenge Athletes Foundation, big shout out to them. They've been so helpful to so many of these athletes, giving grants to them to be able to travel. And CAF, they sponsor so many athletes and from countries from all around the world, and they actually support over, I think, like 130 different sports. Like, I had no idea that there were that many parasports out there. So not only do they help surfers, but athletes from all around the world of all different abilities. So I am super grateful to be representing them. They have kind of been in my corner since the beginning. I first came out here to California. I was from the East Coast, came out here, and they really helped my my dreams with surfing come true, that's for sure. And I know they've really, really inspired so many of our athletes out here. Here goes Kai.
All right, first wave of day 5 competition here, the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. It is Kai Colas. Nice carving turns down the line, just keeping things smooth, but going pretty fast towards this inside section. And here's where we know Kai will get involved in the lip. He does. So a good closeout snap there for Kai Colas. What a way to start your day. That right there is going to be an indicator of things to come, as we see out the back now Bruno Hansen. He's not going to let the upstart get away with it. He now fading down the line, up and into the white water. So all the subtleties in the action that we're seeing will be closely monitored by our judges and international panel, men and women. They've been right on top of the action all week long. So that's going to be a good exchange for them to kind of cut their teeth on this morning. Obviously, you could tell with the open face, with the multiple maneuvers, it felt like Kai Colas most likely got the better of those two waves.
Yeah, let's break down.
Tell me, Liv.
Yeah, let's break down Kai's wave. I love the way he drags his backhand in the water to pivot off the back of his board, and he's throwing so much spray. Kind of just some down carves there, top turns, waiting for this wave to bull up, and it does, and he hits the lips and rides out, and he's just so consistent. Like, I knew once Kai was taking off on this wave, he was going to get a really solid score and able to put together maneuvers, even when it counts, like in semifinals. He just has such a cool and calm way of surfing. Here's Bruno, really not as big of a wave, but really smooth with all of his turns. He's still able to maneuver in that whitewash a bit. They have such a different style. Kai being a little bit more aggressive. Here goes Casey.
Casey Proud, Team Hawaii, deep bottom turn there, utilizing his arms to help with directional changes and then keep him into the wave. And here we go, speed burn on the inside, big snap there. Manages to maintain control, gets back into the wave, pulls out for the finish. So now the judges have something to think about, but guess what? Good morning, Kai Colas, an 8.33 to start. And we talk about the subtleties that the judges are looking for. You could see Kai kind of switching his arms, right?
Exactly.
And it was just seamless. It was so smooth.
So smooth. I mean, he has just such a really rad style. It's aggressive, but he's also able to flow in between all of his maneuvers, and he had almost like no downtime in that wave. He made the most out of everything there. Here's the drone shot.
So watch how he uses his arms through these turns, and the ease in which he switches arms back and forth to kind of maintain control and actually add some power into these maneuvers is, you know, that's a huge reason why he got that 8.33 near excellent score.
No, exactly. I mean, like I said, there was no downtime, no pumping, no stalling, no loss of control. He had control that entire wave, feeling so confident. And then Casey's wave, he kind of uses the same style. He drags that arm just like Kai does, but he comes a little bit unstuck at the top. So the judges are not going to reward that as heavily. You see there's just not as much flow in between all of his turns. He tries to snap it there, but Casey's first wave just didn't feel like, to me, had as much control as Kai's.
Well, I'm glad you brought that word up, the F word, flow. You know, you could clearly see score comes through for Casey. It's a good one. It's a 6.33, but if you compare that to the 8.33, I believe the flow element was really where Casey maybe just could have cleaned things up a little bit. You saw he had to, you know, kind of use both arms to pump back into the wave, whereas, you know, what we saw from Kai, it was just one nice smooth line all the way from the outside. But here's the answer back. Bruno Hansen trying to get into that wave. Just sneaks out underneath him. The offshore breeze is, you know, sometimes can hold these surfers up in the lip a little bit. And now our first look at Antonio Zucchini, same thing. So this high tide sometimes has a way for these waves to kind of perk up on the outside, flatten out a little bit through the mid portion where these surfers are trying to take off, and then dump again on the inside. So it's positioning, again, is going to be a critical element in success this morning. 13:11 to go. Kai Cullis in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Casey Proud, this is his home break, so he has home break advantage, and he has a lot of knowledge of north side here, so that's definitely going to come into play. I mean, he's so comfortable here. I see him all the time out in the water training. Even though he is representing Hawaii, he does spend a lot of time here in Oceanside, so that 6.33 is going to be a great start to his campaign to vie for a spot in the finals. You can tell he chose a great looking wave. He just seemed a little bit disconnected, so I'm thinking Casey's first wave, that 6.33, is gonna make him start to think out there in the lineup, okay, I need to make some of these little adjustments. I need to flow a little bit better in between my turns. There's the Dolphins. They are so close to our surfers this morning.
Everybody wants in on the action. They got the best seat in the house. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left. So Bruno Hansen sitting on a 3.33. Antonio Zucchini with a 0.70. Just trying to get things rolling. Still have plenty of time left, 12 minutes to go. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We are in our Prone 1 division. These surfers ride prone, but they do it all under their own power. So we see now Zucchini on one of the bigger sets of the day, a little bit behind on the takeoff, but gets around it. Meanwhile, Kai Cullis is just shredding that right-hander to bits. So this will be an interesting one for the judges. I feel like they were far enough away to where neither surfer was really hindered by the other.
Yeah,
I mean, what you don't want is a interference at this stage because you're looking for your two overall high scorers to be tallied up to potentially get yourself in the top 4 and make the final. So you need both scores with everybody surfing this good. I mean, Bruno Hansen, he's one of these guys that it is rare to see him make a mistake. So he picked off a nice left-hander there. He's going to make it all the way to the beach. A lot of action just now.
Yeah, back to back to back for sure. Zucchini there, I don't think he impeded the wave of Kai's, but we'll just have to see there. Because Kai definitely had priority. We'll see where the judges go here. I mean, Kai's cutting back. Kai definitely sees him, so he's wondering, do I cut out? Like, what do I do? But Kai got a lot of work done out the back, and then I think he realized it, and he hit it off the top there, and did he ride out? Yeah, I mean, he did, so that's going to be another really solid score, whereas White there, I mean, he wouldn't have been in the way, really, even if he tried. So Bruno's wave here, nice looking left off the top. It gets really steep for him, and he's able to go right up into the lip and use that other arm to drag him back to the face. up and kind of hits a little bit of this whitewash here, not quite as vertical as I'm sure he would have liked, but a really, really solid wave. I'm thinking that's going to come in similar to Casey's wave.
Well, big news. Kai Kolis just dropped to 7.60, so he's locked in a 15.93 total.
In 10
that's
minutes.
That's the type of number that will get you into the finals. I mean, it's not nothing's for sure at this point, but got a good feeling if you're up into the teens with inside of 10 minutes to go, you've done something pretty spectacular, and you still have plenty of time to go. So no interferences, nice and clean, and I feel like that was really great sportsmanship from Antonio. Depending on who had priority in that situation, you know, Antonio could have pressed the issue, you know, carved over. Sometimes you see surfers kind of waving their arms, trying to sell something to the judges. So really appreciate that sportsmanship. You know, I think he kind of knew that he was already kind of stuck behind the whitewater there, and Kai was just in the perfect spot. And yeah, Kai made it count. 7.60 and an 8.33. This is his third heat in the teens, his third heat with one of the highest overall heat totals of this entire event.
He's just unstoppable. It's phenomenal to see. He's so consistent. Like, I don't really ever see him make mistakes there. I wasn't sure if he was going to ride out on that end section. It wasn't as clean as that 8-point ride, but he was able to get the job done and have a 15.93 in 10 minutes. That is next level surfing. Talk about just the evolution of parasurfing. Just 5 years ago when I first started, probably my first championships was 6 years ago, I wasn't seeing surfing like as progressive as Kai. Just phenomenal to be a part of this next generation.
For those of you out there watching, if you want to get involved, parasurfing in the ISAsurf.org has so many different ways that you can get involved in these big time championship surf events.
Yeah, I mean, we can always use extra support on the beach with the water safety team. Volunteer if you're in the area. We would love to see you come out and help these parasurfers. You can help push wheelchairs down the beach or stand by the pier to help catch the surfers, especially in that Prone 2 division. So there's so many opportunities for you to be able to get involved and help make this event possible. We are always looking for more volunteers.
Absolutely, and if you want to surf your way into the competition, you know, we are following the parasurfing classification system and rule book. Actually, ISA is helping to further develop. We have Dr. Mo down here, who is a big part of the classification system. We're trying to give every surfer a category that will fit, you know, the way they'd like to surf or the way they have to surf. And we've got some serious highlights already, and we are just getting started. So Kai Kolis, I mean, he has been going off in this heat. Liv, this is really high-tech, high-performance surfing.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me a lot of the 8-point ride. He did almost everything the same. It just wasn't as big of a wave, not as critical. And then he was able to bank it off the top here. I mean, that was almost the exact same wave. So super impressive there. Kai just absolutely shredding it. A little bit behind the section there, but still able to ride out of that end section. White riding it all the way to the inside, doing some check turns there in the whitewash.
Yeah, White did get some credit for that one, a 2.27. Casey Proud currently in third. He's looking for a 3.68. Bruno Hansen sitting on a 6.67 and a 3.33. He's just doing Bruno Hansen things. Super consistent. He's always dropping big numbers. He's got 6 minutes, 20 seconds left to try to fight and claw his way to where Kai currently stands at a 15.93 total. Here we go again. Kai Kolis now fading to the left, straight up into the lip, rides through it. So the speed was there, the power was there, the flow was a little impeded because the wave kind of just closed out around it. But here we go, Casey Proud looking for a 3.68. Nice cover up there on the inside section.
Yeah, well done by Casey there. He has 5 minutes. He still wanted to get a backup score, so he wanted to stay busy. You don't want to get caught out there waiting for that perfect second ride. You just almost want to get one. Yeah, Kai's, I'm not sure if it's really going to go into his score line there. It was just a quick up and down. It was impressive that he rode out. Casey got a few good turns here on the outside. I think he was barrel hunting. He wanted to, like, scratch into that. I'm almost wondering if it would have made his score a little bit better if he was able to just kind of tag that section rather than barrel hunting.
Sometimes, you know, surfers are stubborn.
Yeah.
Regardless of what board you're riding, you see a barrel, you're gonna try to tuck in. So we'll see what the judges say for Casey's last wave as well as Kai's last wave. So that was a priority play for Kai. You know, he knew that he probably wanted to go right, but he saw that green jersey, so he faded left. Nice closeout snap, but I don't think that's a wave that's going to better a 7.60. Here's our participating former champions. These stats are ridiculous. 32 world title holders competing here this week, 21 men, 11 women. And of course, the list of multi-time champions is going to be growing. And if you want to see all the highlights, all the results, the incredible photos that have been coming through, check us out at ISAsurfing on the gram. We have seriously brought out the SWAT team of photographers. I mean, every angle has been covered.
Oh, absolutely, especially on those excellent rides. I can't wait to, at the end of the day, go check and see it on the ISA Instagram to see, oh, Bruno trying to get barreled there.
Late drop into this beautiful left-hand wall. Nice carve, straight back into the whitewater. So that is what we're used to seeing from Bruno Hansen. You know, pure power as he drives down the line. Now he fades back to the right. And I feel like the awareness that Bruno Hansen has, I mean, that is a huge reason why he has so many world titles. So he could have kept going, right? Fading on that left-hander, but he knew that wave was pretty much done. So he went ahead and cut back to the left or to the right to give himself a better shot at getting to the conveyor belt by the pier, saving himself time. Liv, this was a solid ride here.
Very late drop there.
That was a barrel.
Yeah, I would.
Right into the barrel.
I would say that was some shampoo there for Bruno and his long blonde hair, but great carve off the top. Streaming down the line, and then he's like, you know what, this wave doesn't really have anything else on offer. He wasn't going to make the section, so he went all the way back to the pier like you were saying, Chris, and starting and wanting to get back out ultimately because he has 3 minutes left on the clock. He can go and catch another.
I love watching these F1 style pit crew changes. You know, these guys. So we have volunteers in orange that have been with us all week long. Thank you so much to these volunteers. They have been working so hard from dawn to dusk. You know, not only in some of the divisions they can't really go over and really get involved, but in other divisions, I mean, they're so hands-on in getting these surfers back out into the lineup to give them the best chance at success. 2.5 minutes left. Here we go. Kai Cullis now fading from deep. Here we go. Flying down the line. Big oncoming section. Has to cut back. Nice foam climb there. Beautiful surfing from Kai Cullis and a great decision from Casey Proud. Looking back to just make sure that he was going to catch the wave. He did. So I feel like Casey got out in time. Again, just good clean surfing there with only 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, interesting exchange there. Great heat knowledge of Casey Proud there. He does not want to get an interference. That is game changer at this time in the competition. Here goes White taking off. Not quite able to get into it, but Casey does.
Whoa.
Huge foam climb.
Big floater there with the claim. Why wouldn't you? Airdropping like that and maintaining your composure. Judges have been scoring those type of maneuvers really well all week long. So at the moment, Casey Proud is looking to better a 5.10. But remember, it's not necessarily where you finish in these semifinal heats. It's how many points you bring with you. So for all intents and purposes, you got to think that Kai Cullis has a really great shot of making the final. Bruno Hansen and Casey Proud, they're really close. So we're going to be watching those two heat totals throughout the next semi as well.
This is Kai's replay.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Up into the section. Nice carving cutback, throwing a lot of spray, and then he foam climbs here. Nice little floater. I don't think it's going to play in, to be honest, Chris. It's a great wave, but I don't think it's better than his 8 and 7. It had a little slope to it. There's Casey, so vertical, and I really think that that's going to better one of his, I think it's going to go 6s. I mean, it was so critical up into the section, so let's see where that comes through.
It's going to be a great photo.
Oh, it comes through at a 4.23, so it does not factor in.
You know, the one thing, if you're looking at it, I think our first reaction is, wow, that was radical. Luckily, we're not judges because I would be throwing out 9s and 10s for every wave.
I know, me too.
But I think what the judges were seeing there was the flow was pretty, you know, was impeded as he kind of got stuck up in the lip. It made the floater a little bit more dramatic, but they want to see really nice and clean surfing. You know, in the case of Kai Cullis, kind of a weird little rib came up the face of the wave.
Yeah.
And as you said, he couldn't really get over the hump, but he did keep it clean. And, you know, in my estimation, I feel like a good, clean foam climb like that is an underrated, timeless surfing maneuver. It doesn't get those huge points,
definitely,
but it just looks really nice.
It looks so great, Chris, and it feels so good. Like, that's one of my favorite maneuvers. It's not super critical, but there's something about putting the board up on the whitewash like that and floating down into the flats there. It's one of my favorites, no doubt.
See Kai coming in with time up. A dominant performance by Australia's Kai Cullis. Give it up to Bruno Hansen and Casey Proud, both surfers getting up into the double digits. And now we're going to flip it over to men's Prone 1 semifinal Heat 2. So these surfers are going to have to put up some big scores to keep up with the pace set in semifinal 1. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with men's Prone semifinal Heat 2. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Stay tuned.
I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back, surf fans. We're here live in Oceanside, California. The waves look so fun, and it's beautiful as well. Nice offshore breeze, silky smooth water, and you're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and we are well into it. Here's a look at the heat results from the previous semifinal. You got Kai Cullis with a 15.93, so remember these numbers. This is how we're going to get to our finalists. The 4 surfers with the highest heat totals are going to be included in the upcoming final. Unless these 4 surfers have anything to say about it. We got Joel Taylor, Classon Suarez, Ikakazu Mashiro, and Jacob Pacheco. Team USA, Japan, Brazil, and Australia in the mix. So we've got an international super semi-final taken to the water. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Liv Stone. Liv, what a way to start our day. We got surfers reaching the teens already, and we're just getting started. Do you think these 4 surfers are going to be battling for the finals, or do you think that semifinal one has it on lockdown?
No, I mean, Joel Taylor from Team Australia, he's so strong, and so he's going to drop some big numbers, as well as Jacob Pacheco. I mean, this Prone 1 division is just stacked, so I'm thinking there's going to be some big numbers to be thrown out.
I agree. I'm Chris.
Oh my gosh,
this is
my
Liv.
hair.
Your hair looks perfect. What are you talking about? We've been really enjoying bringing all the visuals and audio cues to you all week long, along with Anthony and Shannon and the entire crew down here in Oceanside. This has been such an incredible edition of the Parasurfing World Championships, and Oceanside has really shined throughout this week. I mean, we've had super consistent waves all week long, great weather conditions, and this right here is what it's all about. Parasurfing community is, I'm blown away. every single day, day one, everyone's kind of, it's almost like in a boxing match. You're just kind of testing
yeah.
the length of your reach. But day
Mine
two,
not very long.
yeah, day 2, day 3, it's like we are one big family, a
Yeah.
competitive family,
Oh, for
of
sure.
course. But the group down here has just made this week so special, and we will be crowning champions tomorrow in our closing ceremony. And here's a couple of our past champions and their top wave scores this week. Kai Collis obviously on the list with some huge scores. Betancourt always dropping hammers. Freddie Merriman, it's my first time watching him compete, and he is now one of my new favorite surfers.
Oh, yeah.
The list goes on and on of standouts. But now it is really time to lock in our finalists. So I'll go ahead and say it. I feel like Kai Collis, potentially a lock. The way he
I
surfed in
think
that
so.
last heat was
Yeah.
incredible. So it's up to Joel Taylor, Classon Suarez, Ashiro, and Pacheco. The good news for these 4 surfers in the lineup, they know exactly what scores they need to get. If you can get yourself in 13, 14 range, then you're going to take out the surfers who were in the previous semi. So kind of a leaderboard format as we go towards the finals. Sometimes knowing exactly what you need can help you. Sometimes it can apply a lot of pressure, which is not easy to deal with, especially when you don't have control over the waves and the cadence of the ocean. Luckily for these surfers, looking plenty consistent this morning.
Yeah, that's what makes competitive surfing so different than any other sport, is you really have to play off the conditions of the water. You have no idea what the ocean's going to throw at you.
We got 14, 13 to go as we wait for the next set to roll through. We got a big winner already this morning. Kai Collis is with Shannon Hughes.
That's right, Chris. Kai, incredible performance out there. Now, it's the first time you've actually had a morning heat, and it happens to be the coldest morning that we've had, I think, of competition. How did it feel out there to get some nicer conditions, though?
Yeah, it was good. The afternoon heats, when the tide goes out, the wind kind of comes on a bit. It's more of like just a scrap for anything you can find. But today it was more like there was a good spot to sit and good waves. I could have actually done turns and good end sections on, so it was fun.
Awesome. And I saw just before you wheeled over here that you were really paying attention to this next semifinal that's running. How much weight do you put in watching the performances of those that you're going up against in the final?
I think it's very important to watch your competitors surf and kind of know what they like to do, but also just to support the other guys in your division, I feel like is important as well.
Absolutely incredible. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone tuning in around the world that might have some interest in getting involved? Your journey to getting here, is something that you would have not been expecting earlier in your life. Anything that you'd like to say to them?
It's very early in the morning back home. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. So anybody that's up watching, thank you. But just shout out to the fam and everyone back at home.
Well done. We'll see you in the finals tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Not only is he a great surfer, he's also extremely cool. I mean, you can just tell.
Oh, yeah.
He's got that aura.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the hair with the stars. Apparently he did a cheetah print at the US Open, so he wanted to do stars to represent Australia there, with the Australian flag having several stars in it. So Kai always bringing a very cool and calm presence.
So Kai sitting on a 15.93. That's the proverbial line in the sand that he drew early on. So we'll see now as Classon Suarez has a nice looking
Oh.
left-hander, goes up into the closeout section, cannot come down with it. The judges catching up on the opening rides, and they know that each and every score at this point in competition, super impactful.
Yeah, those scores coming through are going to be more important as ever, considering we're in the semifinals right now. Joel Taylor streaming down the line, check turning right in front of Blue,
Sick
hitting
combo.
that section. Wow, riding out perfectly. So interesting to see the dynamic between two Aussies that we have from both heats. Kai representing Australia, that young and up-and-coming Grom shredder. Joel Taylor has so much knowledge. He was a previous bodyboarder champion, professional bodyboarder, so has a ton of water knowledge and wave knowledge. Joel Taylor there having so many waves under his belt, where Kai's just has that young kind of Grom energy. So it's really cool to see two dynamics coming from Team Australia.
And I don't know what happened. I literally looked down at my notes, and then I looked back up. We're over halfway done.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
semi-2. This is
today's
wild.
gonna fly by, that's for sure. Jacob Pacheco just trying to scratch into that wave, but can't quite make it. We have a priority interference on Blue, our surfer representing Team Brazil.
Oh,
Not
no.
quite sure what happened. I believe it was when Joel Taylor took off on that wave, and Blue was there kind of paddling in and then kind of kicked out, but it seemed like to the priority judge that it did impede on Red's wave, so not good for our surfer in Blue. Priority interferences.
Yeah, it happens. Joel Taylor now sitting on a 5.83. A great start for Taylor. And here we go with Clisson Suarez representing Team Brazil. Clisson's story. He was 8 years old. He lost strength in his legs and he couldn't walk. He went to physical therapy, but nothing happened. We see now dropping in. My Shiro just a little late. Did make the drop, but can't really get back into the open face until the inside section. All right, yeah, one more opportunity here. Pulls into the shore break. Love to see that type of charging from these surfers in the water. But back to Clisson. You know, he's 15 years old. He started surfing, and then he stopped for 20 years.
Oh my word, I
So
can't
he's 36
imagine.
now, but 2 years ago he said, you know what? I'm getting back in the water. And we're thankful that he did, because he's been ripping his way through this event. Unfortunate turn, though. That priority mistake from Clisson will now only give him one wave score, which is a brutal bit of news this early in the morning. With 9 minutes, 20 seconds left, Joel Taylor sitting on the highest single wave score so far with that 5.83. We'll see what Maishiro will be rewarded with. Comes through 2.57. So remember, the lowest, or the third score, that 10.6 that Casey Proud laid down in the previous semi, has to be on these surfers' minds. And you see right there, sometimes, you know, when you get bad news, you react with great surfing. And that's what we just saw there from Suarez. He still has a chance. So if Suarez can better, if let's say he can get a 9.5 on one wave, which, I mean, not easy to do. He's that good. He can. He's just going to have to hope for sort of an earned miracle, if you will, as we see now Joel Taylor. All the right moves, straight up vertical in the shore break. This young man is hyped. Almost gets the air on the inside. Cool looking board too.
Yeah,
you can see
it looks
he can
so
kind of
loose.
control that thing however he wants.
Absolutely, it looks so loose under him, and it seems like he's a little bit further back on the board than I was seeing Kai and Casey. Here's Blue's last wave, streaming down the line, trying to make it into that end section, comes up, super vertical drop, and I believe he hits it again, up and down, hanging on, because this wave for Blue really matters, because he cannot get a second wave right now because of that priority interference. So he's gonna need one really, really solid wave. This is a replay of Joel's last wave. I want you guys to notice back at home, he's so far back on his board, which allows him to really throw everything that he can to make that board turn. Much looser approach than I would say Casey and Kai from the last heat. Up and down, super vertical on that end section. Hits the backwash there.
So for Joel Taylor, you know, he had to have been fired up from what he saw from his teammate Kai Cullis. And kind of cool story developing there. Joel is your 2023 ISA World Champion. Kai, your 2024 ISA World Champion. So we could see a battle of the Australian champions going into the finals. So top two surfers advancing through into our finals round. Previously, it was more of a leaderboard type of situation with these surfers going through. As we move into the semifinals here for Prone 1, top two surfers are going to be advancing into the finals. So our first two finalists, Kai Cullis and Bruno Hansen.
Okay, so they've secured their position. Kai
locked
with that
and loaded.
15.93 heat total in just 10 minutes. His first wave was an 8, his second wave was a 7, so he's going to be feeling really, really good going into finals day.
We got 6 minutes, 20 seconds left. Clisson Suarez in the lead, the 5.73. You know, that 1 point ride is going to be docked because of that interference, but there's still a chance. I mean, we've seen it so many times in competition where a surfer gets the news that their second wave will be halved or completely deleted, but the tenacious energy comes through, and the surfer just finds a way to make it through against all odds. The problem with that is there's still 5 minutes 40 seconds left, and we know how good Pacheco and Mashiro are. In fact, here's Pacheco now, and a little right-hand runner coming through to the inside section. Couple good turns there for Jacob Pacheco. And something more here through the inside.
Oh.
Going for the closeout snap. But some great work done through the mid portion of that wave. So he's sitting on a 1-4-3 now. Look at that. Teammate knows the urgency involved right now with just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a whitewash takeoff here to catapult him into the section. And he was able to do some nice work here on the inside. A bit of a smaller wave, but it stands up a lot better than I had originally thought. Hit that end section. And then he tries to go up into the lip, but just can't quite ride out. Comes a bit unstuck there, which is so unfortunate. Judges love seeing that stomp to the finish. Joel's wave comes in at an 8.0, so that last wave that we saw that he went right on and really went vertical in that end section was rewarded with that 8-point ride, and I think that really differs from what we saw from Blue. He got that 5.73, even though he did go up into the lip a few times. It didn't look like he had as much control. We were talking about before, it looked like he was just kind of gliding up into the top and just barely hanging on coming down. So whereas with Joel's wave, he was really able to get up and down and complete the maneuver like exactly what he would have thought, where Blue almost looked like he was just trying to hang on to the wave. So Joel, using his knowledge of the water to really seem confident out there.
Gotta have that flow. I mean, the judges, they're looking at a lot of different factors, of course, the subtleties of the action they're seeing, but the three main tenets of what will get you a big score is going fast, surfing with power, and surfing with flow. As we see right now, Suarez, plenty of speed down the line on this left, throwing tons of spray out the back, gets the closeout floater on the inside and rides out clean. That's why the beach is going wild right now, as Suarez just put together a lethal combination of maneuvers on a perfect little left runner.
So unfortunate with that priority. However, he is still in second, so we'll see if that betters his 5.73, because that second wave isn't really gonna help his campaign too much.
Uh-oh.
Jacob looking like he's getting caught in the pier there, but water safety, there's like 2 water safety guys right there with him and his teammates, so he will be all right. The water safety crew down here working OT, that's for sure, making sure no one collides with the pier.
Look at that, that was quick.
That was so fast. Shannon and I were chatting last night with the water safety crew. Their reaction rate is like 10 seconds. Here's Kai's replay. I'm sorry, Joel's replay up into the white water. This was a wave we didn't see live. So interesting wave there from Joel. I'm not sure if it's going to come into play with his 8 and his 5, but we'll see where the judges go on that one.
So we got 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Joel Taylor in control of this heat with an 8 and a 5.83. Clement, he just dropped a 6.77.
Woo, spicy.
Yeah, here's a look back at what happened with Jacob Pacheco. Finds himself in a sketchy situation, but look at the crew right on it.
What's scary about the pier sometimes is that, you know, you think that the current is going away from the pier. Here, let's break down Blue's wave. Such a critical wave with this 6-point ride. Up into the lip, throwing so much spray. Very interesting style there. He's like almost in a push-up position, goes up and hits the lip and rides out clean. A lot more control than that last 5-point ride. Judges rewarding him on that one. Feeling a lot more confident.
That was radical surfing. And if you can dodge a bullet and get through a tough semifinal, holding an interference,
yeah,
that's got to give you kind of a big, strange confidence boost, knowing that you made nearly a critical mistake, but passed through adversity. We'll see. We got 1:18 left. So we're looking for our top 2 surfers in this semifinal. Unlike earlier rounds, we're going straight back to a more traditional contest format. So your top 2 surfers from semifinal 1, Kai Cullis and Bruno Hansen, locked into the finals. Will it be Joel Taylor and Clusan Suarez? Jacob Pacheco would need a 5.48. Maishiro, who surfed valiantly through this entire event, is now looking for a big number, a 7.07. The clock is not on their side. 45 seconds left.
Yeah, gosh, crunch time for sure. You see our surfer in blue, they took the 6.77, and for those of you not understanding how priority works, then they halved that 5-point ride. So still a penalty there, but gosh, if he could ride out with second place, getting a spot into the finals with a priority interference, that would be pretty amazing, and no doubt not make that mistake in the finals.
Yeah, the difference between a paddling interference and a priority interference. Also, you know, just another one of those subtle rules that can wreak havoc on our field. Out the back with 10 seconds left. Joel Taylor completely disappearing on the drop. Gets back onto the clean open face. This could be a victory lap for Team Australia. So Taylor doing everything right in that heat. Dropped an 8, backed it up with a 7.23 for a huge heat total. And Clusan Suarez, with that interference that halved his second score, still manages to drop big enough numbers to become a finalist here at the 2025 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. So with that semifinal round, our men's Prone 1 finalists are set. It's going to be Kai Cullis, Bruno Hansen, Joel Taylor representing Brazil, Clusan Suarez. What a foursome in that final. That's going to be yet another stellar heat to watch.
Yeah, stacked final, that's for sure. Joel and Kai putting up very similar heat totals there with 15 total, both dropping an 8 and a 7. So what an exciting final it will be to watch. Here goes Quinn.
Yeah, and we're going to be straight into it. Your women's Prone 2 semifinals, Heat 1. So a little bit different in our Prone 2 division. We have pushers out the back, catchers on the inside. Surfers will be positioned by their pushers on the outside and then repositioned by our catchers on the inside. And there you can see, I mean, the fearlessness on display with our Prone 2 division is just incredible. Sarah Almagro has been a standout this entire event, as well as Georgina, Celine Riard, and Quinn Waitley. How is this not a final? I mean,
yeah.
These 4 women have
so
been going
stacked,
off all week
sure.
long. So same rules here, more of that traditional competition format. Top 2 surfers will advance through into the finals. Right, this is getting very exciting. We're at the pointy end of this contest. We're going to see not only a good look at your upcoming finals, but also overall team standings going to come into more of a clear picture. It all comes down to this, and I love that we get 2 days with finals involved.
I know, we're crowning world champions today. Sarah up and riding.
Sarah Almagro has been just so fun to watch throughout this entire contest. You know, super competitive, but also, you know, just such a student of the sport. You see her improving with each and every heat that she's been surfing. She's one of those athletes that has already dropped huge, you know, excellent scores throughout the week. And here's another standout from our women's Prone 2 division. This is Celine Riard representing Team France. Look at this runner, right-hander, looking straight into the pit. That was a great ride for Riard.
Gosh, we have so many waves to break down. I think every single surfer caught waves in a matter of 2 minutes.
That was a huge exchange, back-to-back-to-back waves.
And honestly, what I've learned from competing is it's generally who wins that first exchange tends to win the heat, right? So if someone surfer comes out really, really strong, not always. Sarah's ride here, streaming down the inside, throwing a ton of spray out the back, kind of a bit of a bouncy section, but she goes up into the lip here, and I don't think she is able to ride out. No, she comes unstuck on her board there, but still a great wave from our surfer representing Team Spain. And then Green's wave here gets pushed into a really nice looking right-hand wave deep off the bottom. This wave really, really stands up. She's looking down the barrel, and then it just kind of closes out on her. But really great riding from Green, able to ride all the way to the inside.
I think she has a need. a need for speed. I mean, she was mocking down that wave, and I just love that cheeky little kind of look into the pocket.
And I love how, like, every time she comes out of a wave, she's smiling. And even on the wave, she's smiling. And I saw her on the beach. She has just such a big smile on her face. So stoked to be here, our surfer representing Team France.
And I know these competitors who've been doing this for a while have definitely surfed in all types of conditions for contests.
Right.
But I think a big reason why a lot of them are smiling right now is because the waves look so good. Offshore breeze, tapered rights and lefts. So there's options out here.
Yeah,
You know,
and
sometimes it's you know, there's a tiny peak and maybe only rights,
Right.
or it's just straight closeouts.
Yeah.
But today, I mean, there are plenty of opportunities out here for all of these surfers. And we could be seeing one now. This is Quinn Waitley on the pier bowl right. There's the
Whoa.
rib that came up the face. Here's where things could get dramatic as she's now speeding towards the sand. And you can tell just eyeing down the line, little carve there, fading to the right. There's the dismount. Catcher will now get straight over to Quinn.
Quinn's done so well at, when she falls off her board, just turning her body over so that her head's not face down in the water. Quinn has cerebral palsy from Coronado. Here's her streaming down the line.
What a shot. That is so cool looking.
Such a beautiful morning we have on offer with incredible waves. She was able to ride out of that super cleanly. She's going to be rewarded for that. No doubt. Quinn Waitley, she's from Coronado, and a lot of people like to call Quinn Quincess, like princess. I love it. She's been a part of Team USA for, gosh, probably since the first World Championships, I think 10 years. And they like to call her the mayor of Coronado there. Quinn always bringing positive energy, positive vibes down there for Team USA. Such a staple for our community. She was born with cerebral palsy. She's actually a quadruplet. So she has 3 sisters. So I remember asking her dad about it. When they were born, they were all born premature. And I believe one of her sisters also has cerebral palsy, but not quite as much as Quinn does. Quinn is a quadriplegic in a chair, and her sister, I believe, just has a mild form of cerebral palsy. And yeah, 3 sisters there, quad. She's a quad.
You know, another thing about Quinn is she's a ripper, and the judges agree. She comes through with a 3.67 and a 3.33. Right now, we got Sarah Almagro. High speed line, straight into that inside pier bowl section, and what a series of maneuvers. You saw that carve out the back, you know, coming through into the potent, powerful section. And here you see Sarah making her way all the way to the sand. So our volunteer right here, just words of encouragement.
Yeah, really
Can't quite get involved unless there's an element of danger there. So Sarah's gonna have to wait for her teammate to come through.
Yeah, obviously, like if she was by the pier, she would have help right away. But here's her catcher there. This Prone 2 division, these women surfing in the Prone 2 need help getting out into the lineup by their catchers there. That catcher's gonna send her all the way back out to her pusher. So it's really a team of 3 here. However, I always like to point out that the surfers are always the ones in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah.
They choose the waves, which waves to go on, lefts, rights, which set wave to go on. So they're ultimately the ones making all the decisions. I think that's super important to note.
They're directing the operation.
Absolutely.
And I think the teamwork element in this division is one of the million reasons why this is really becoming one of my favorite divisions in the ISA Parasurfing World Championships. The performances we've seen, you know, to get to watch live Sarah Almagro do what she does, it's an awesome spectacle to behold. So a 7.83 for Sarah Almagro puts her in the lead. We're waiting for her second score to come through. While we wait, Shannon Hughes is standing by as the winner of semifinal heat number 2.
Thanks so much. Just cheering Joel on as he went through the tunnel of love with Team Australia. How does it feel to come in victorious and have that crew waiting for you there?
Yeah, it's amazing to have such good support. Probably our biggest team we've ever had for the ISA, so yeah, it's sick.
Amazing. Now, I'd love to go back to, prior to your accident, you were a professional bodyboarder. You used to surf some of the heaviest waves in the world. How does that influence the equipment that you're riding out here today? Because the board, in comparison to some of the other equipment that's being ridden, like your teammate in Kai, your board has more flares of a bodyboard than what anyone else would be riding.
Yeah, so I want a board that I'm familiar with. Like I had 20 years out of the water, but yeah, I wanted to jump on a board that had a similar feel to a bodyboard. If you compare a bodyboard to what I'm riding now, it's a completely different board. It's almost twice as long. So it's just got a wider tail. I like to feel that width around my hips and stuff. Just pretty much just for a familiar feel. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you obviously absolutely shredding out there. How does it feel knowing that between you and Kai, your teammate, you've been posting the two biggest boards? It's likely going to be one of you walking away as a world champion once again.
Yeah. It's cool to have a rival on my team, but yeah, it's unfortunate that most likely it'll be 1-2, but hopefully I can come away with the win this year.
All right, well, we'll see how you go. Would you like to say hi to your boys back home?
Yeah. Hi to Jay and Sonny. I love you guys, and I can't wait to see you.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
I think one of the coolest elements of this competition is that we have surfers from all different ages and all different walks of life, different nations, and a lot of them have families back at home. So one of my favorite parts about a post-heat interview is asking them to talk about their family and friends back at home, because they get so excited to either talk about their kids. A lot of these competitors are parents, and so just a really cool dynamic there. Let's see if Georgina can get pushed into this wave. Not quite yet. She's still waiting for a score, but Georgina just won her heat in the opening rounds, so she's going to have a lot of stoke for sure. I did her post-heat interview, and she just had so much stoke. She lit up when I spoke a little bit of Spanish with her, and then she kind of started talking a lot of Spanish, and I was like, oh, un poquito, un poquito.
Georgina is definitely on the list of one of my new favorite surfers. When you see her take off on waves, you can just feel that energy.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You can feel the joy as she rides these waves, and it's so cool to come down to an event like this, see a lot of new faces, a lot of new names, and the more they win, the more we get to learn about them in their post-heat interviews. But if you want to know more about the athletes that we have seen this week and our upcoming finalists, ISAsurf.org has an incredible bio section for most of our athletes. You can go to the teams tab and then just click on the names of the teams, and I've been saying it from day one, but every single surfer in this contest could and probably should have a documentary made about their lives. And
I know.
Even the 14-year-olds that we saw earlier on that have put up big numbers. I mean, these athletes have really broken a lot of barriers, and I think it's also pretty cool that we have surfers in the 40, 50, 60 age range that are still thriving in the competition.
Absolutely,
arena.
Chris. Yeah, each surfer has their unique story. Sarah there winning gold, and Georgina starting off her campaign, but just can't quite get into it. So Green takes the advantage here. Georgina couldn't paddle in, so our
Celine in
surfer
the
from
pocket,
France.
coming around this section.
Ah,
I like that aggressive line she was taking. She's trying to put herself up into the most critical part of the wave. She's going to be rewarded for that one. She started off the 4.33, so the great start there for Riyard from Team France. Team France, the returning team champions. So that side of the competition, has to add a little bit of pressure as well when you're not just surfing for yourself, but you're also surfing for your nation.
yeah, and France fueling such a great team. Here she's streaming down the line, but then she just kind of hits a bump in the face from that high tide and digs rail there. It's so easy for surfers in that prone position to come unstuck, and I see it during each one of these competitions, and that's why boards for this prone division are so important to get dialed. I was just talking to head of water safety Adam Land last night, and he was telling me about the fin setup for this prone division, and a lot of times they'll have the fins further up the board. A traditional surfboard, the fins will be at the tail. But Chris, if you look down at the beach, a lot of the prone surfers will have fins up by their waist because that's where they have the most maneuverability.
Oh, we got a couple of riders involved now. Georgina Melatini, right in the pocket of this right-hander. You've got Quinn Waitley out on a clean, open face. Look at that speed run. Straight to the inside section.
Nicely done from Quincess there, rolling over onto her back.
Quincess is one of the better nicknames I've heard of
Right?
the week so far.
I love it. That's her actual Instagram handle, and I love it. And it is so her. She's such a diva. She loves line dancing and swing dancing, and just bringing so much energy to Team USA here. Really interested to see if that's some type of interference. I'm not sure who had priority on that wave, but we'll see what the judges think about it and how that will affect the score line. Here comes Sarah, hoping for this left-hand wave.
Sarah's building momentum. 783 is 750. Now driving down line on this left. Huge section coming at her. Somehow maintains composure. Rides through the most critical closeout section we've seen of this heat. So while flow was impeded, nothing wrong with being aggressive and just smashing yourself up into that lip. So 2 good turns out the back, gets that closeout completion. Sitting on a 783 and a 750 into the teens. I mean, Sarah Almagro is looking like a lock for the finals.
That was critical here. Replay from this exchange from white and blue. Our surfer in blue had a lot of flow going into this wave, but she sees Quinn on the wave, so she ducks out of the wave, and then Quinn continues going down the line here. Nice end section there. Not quite able to hold on to the finish there, but she's going to paddle back out. Here's Sarah's wave. Nice check turns up on the face of the wave. It becomes a little bit slopey, but then she sees it stand up, and then she actually grabs her board with her elbows there so that she doesn't lose her board and ultimately not able to ride out. So really smart surfing from our surfer in blue, Sarah. Representing Team Spain, I chatted with her a little bit yesterday on the beach. She won gold in 2023 and then wasn't able to in 2024, so she is really hoping for another gold finish for 2025. She told me that she just finished her law degree, so just 4 days ago, her scores came in for her final exams, and she now has a degree in law.
Come on.
While juggling, also competing at Euros, where she won the competition last week, as well as she feels just more motivated than ever, finishing school, finishing Euros, now wanting to have a gold medal draped around her neck.
Sometimes it doesn't seem fair when somebody's that good at surfing and also that smart.
Yeah, I know, right? So she has it all, no doubt. At 18 years old, she had meningitis and lost her hands and her feet. So that is why she is in the Prone 2 division. And now she's a world champion, and she absolutely rips. I mean, I just love her style. So loose, so critical, so progressive. Talk about that next generation like Kai. Sarah's that next generation, just like Kai is in Prone 2. Sarah is for Prone. Kai is for Prone 1. Sarah is for Prone 2. Here's Quinn.
Ooh, look at this beautiful little right-hand runner. Quinn Waitley sitting on a 367 and a 333. She needs a 397. She's on her way to it. There's that speed burst through the inside section.
Kicks out there to the finish.
Well, the score just dropped in for Sarah Almagro's last wave, a 5.5. So that's not going to go into her score line. She's already sitting pretty with a 15.33 with only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. At the moment, it's looking like Sarah could be your first finalists here in the Prone 2 division, but nothing's official until the buzzer blows. Celine Riard in second. Did Quinn Waitley do enough? Did she get that 397? And can Georgina Melatini back up that 4.5, only needing a 3.13? So by the numbers, you almost give the advantage to Georgina Melatini because now she's going to be in a higher priority spot than Quinn Waitley. So it's up to Georgina. We saw her giving commands to her team, get me back out there.
Yeah.
So we'll see if she can get herself in the position to find one of these rights or lefts. But this is a nice looking wave here for Quinn Waitley.
Slotted right into the great part of the wave. She's streaming down the line, using the most of her handlebars there, and she's actually turning, ladies and gentlemen, with her neck and her shoulders. Doesn't have much hip mobility there, so able to ride out of that one and then kicks out. I think it's going to be close. Like this second position is really up for grabs right now, and Georgina, like you said, with that 4.5, she really only needs a 3.13.
Time is winding down here, 1.5 minutes left. So the score did come through for Quinn Waitley, just underneath the required 3.97. She caught the wave kind of about halfway out, so it didn't really get that big, impactful outside section. Valiant effort nonetheless, and she could have one more opportunity. The 1:20 to go. Looks like a set pulsing through, and surprise, surprise, who's right there? It's Sarah Almagro again. 7.83, 7.50, and she looks like she is heading into a bomb of a wave. Gets onto the open face, right in the pocket. This is as fast as I've seen Sarah go yet. Big carve, powerful surfing, all the way down the line. She could have another inside section to work with. Throwing that board up into the lip. That's how you want to finish a heat. Sarah Almagro proving why she is a gold medal threat with every single wave she surfs.
It's so incredible to me, Chris. She doesn't have handles on her board, it looks like. So she's actually gripping with her nubs there. Here goes Georgina.
All right, so Georgina Militini looking for the 3.13, but just, I mean, slightly out of position, and that wave just sneaks out underneath her. 15 seconds left.
Comes in at a 2.17. Oh.
So at the moment, we know Sarah Almagro is safe in the lead, and we could be locking in our first two finalists here for the Women's Prone 2 division. So that's going to be it. We are waiting for one score to come through for red and one score for white. Quinn Waitley would have needed a 3.97. Well, tense moments here for Team USA. Was it enough? Will Celine Riard be knocked into third place?
So intense down here at the beach. I mean, gosh, look at that 7.63, a 7, and a 6.67. So that second place position was so close.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, we will have word on who our first two finalists are for the Women's Prone 2 division. And we've got the second impactful semifinal coming right up. We're going to bring in Shannon and Anthony on the call. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here in Oceanside, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're in day 5 of competition. It is Thursday morning. The wind is offshore. The surf looks really fun out there. Everyone's frothing, as are every surfer representing the nations of France, England, Australia, and USA down on the beach today, because they have surfers in the lineup right now to be paying close attention to and potentially even providing that support to in the water or right on the shoreline. We have Beatrice Durand from France, Hannah Dines from England, Annie Goldsmith from Australia, and Ashley Bunting from Team USA. Everyone's looking to get their opening ride. We're just less than a minute into this heat, and we got to see an incredible performance from Sarah Almagro from Spain in that last heat. She is a former world champion. She's looking to go for her second world title this week. So we'll see in our women's Prone 2 division who is able to take it away. Prone 2 is a category which includes surfers who ride a wave in a prone position and require assistance to paddle into the waves while in the water, and also to safely get back onto their equipment because they're unable to get from the water back up to their board if they fall out maybe midway through a wave. So they've got someone on the outside with them, a pusher. They've also got a teammate on the inside as a catcher. And we're going to see some volunteers in orange jerseys just kind of swimming throughout the lineup to make sure that everyone has safety covered in all aspects. As we're waiting for this first wave to come through, my name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by local California surfer Anthony Vela. Anthony, we've got a great looking wave here for Beatrice to start things off with. She just couldn't quite get the momentum. Was there anything she could have done differently there?
Well, it's hard when you first paddle out on these high tide conditions, and it takes some readjusting. And right there, her pusher and her are going to talk about, okay, maybe we need to be a little bit further inside, but they'll know that there are plenty of waves on offer because the last heat we saw so many amazing waves. Sarah Almagro flying down the line. And we're in for another incredible semifinal.
Yeah, that's right. Shannon Hughes here alongside Anthony Vela, and we've got a big day of competition. We're actually going to be crowning 4 champions today as well. So not just a round of semifinals and some other rounds to finish up to get to our finals, but we're actually going to have 4 finals running around midday, which is going to be really exciting to try and capitalize on those great conditions for them for those final heats.
Yes, the contest director, Eric Kramer, has done a great job picking and choosing when we run the heats, ending the days early, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that we don't have those low tide glary conditions. And now we've picked some perfect conditions for the gold medal matches today and also the semifinals as well. We also have a couple of, I believe, 2 round 2 heats or divisions also, so a little bit of everything today.
That's right, and then the rest of tomorrow we'll be crowning some of the other world champions that we don't get through today. Well, 16 minutes on the clock. We got a 1.5 on the board for Beatrice, and it looks like we might have a push here from our surfer in the white jersey, Ashley Bunting for Team USA. Just can't quite get into it. We'll see if Hannah Dines is able to. So those high tide conditions, every surfer out there, they're going to have to make adjustments with their team at the moment. One surfer who needed absolutely no adjustments in the lineup was Sarah Almagro. She took out a huge victory. She's on the glass with Chris Cote.
Yeah, we're getting very used to seeing Sarah on the glass. Another incredible heat win there, and now congratulations. You are a finalist here at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. How does that sound?
I'm so stoked. I'm so happy. And yes, we did it. We planned the strategy. We waited until the bomb came. We did a 7.8 in the first ride, and then we took other ride. It was a 7.5, and then we waited until we have the priority, and then we took the left and we rip it.
You know, we've been talking about positioning and timing being a crucial element to success out here throughout the entire week, including today. So what are you telling your team? Because it seemed like you were in the perfect spot every time a set came through.
Well, I really enjoy these conditions. I feel so comfortable, the height of the wave, the energy. And we've been working so hard in these conditions. We came in September to the ASP competition. It was so difficult, the conditions, but I learned a lot, and we made this in these conditions.
You got an amazing shot at a gold medal not too long from now, but I know that you are heavily invested in what's happening in the water right now. We're going to let you watch the rest of this heat, but before we let you go, you got a ton of friends and fans and family out there watching. What do you want to tell them?
Muchísimas gracias a todos los que nos estáis viendo. Nos vamos a la final y vamos a por el oro y hacer que España quede bien alto. Muchísimas gracias.
Yeah, team, let's go.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Sarah. I love her sitting there with the rose. It just has such a Spanish flair to, you know, the entire victory as well, Anthony.
Yes, and fantastic effort by Sarah, and she's going to be sending a message to the entire division, letting her know that she's going to be back for gold again. You know, it's as we see some action just behind that one. It's crazy to think just 3 years ago, or 4 years ago now, she lost her hands and feet. And now, since then, podium, gold medal in the finals again. She's been one of the most consistent surfers in this division, and she set herself up nicely with some momentum and confidence going into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, she's going to be in a really, really decent position. And for her to get that heat out of the way nice and early this morning, now she gets to just relax, support the rest of Team Spain, you know, potentially get in the water, have a free surf this afternoon, not knowing what time her heat will land tomorrow. However, because we got through so much surfing in our first few days of competition, it seems like we're going to be able to kind of surf more in these morning hours, you know, without having to push too late into the afternoon for some great conditions for finals. Beatrice Duran now driving through the section on this wave. She's got a couple of really good turns so far, and this is going to be an excellent way for her to kick off her campaign in this heat. Now remember, because we're into the semifinals, it's going to be those top 2 surfers that advance directly through per heat into the finals. So she's going to make it into the top 2, and this is a really highly contestable heat. We've seen big scores drop from each of the 4 surfers in the lineup, like Hannah Dines, who's now riding, has a lot of speed. She's just going to trim off now after that opening section with a beautiful high line, similar to the wave that we saw from her in competition just a couple days ago, where she was able to score an excellent ride for a really, really fast left-hander that was kind of draining, and she was in just such a beautiful position in the pocket and drew a really nice line throughout that entire wave. So she's going to be probably looking for those lefts because she knows she can get those excellent scores on them.
It's amazing how well they're able to position themselves off the takeoff, which is important in any discipline in surfing. But then just, you know, with limited movement, but to really be in tune with your equipment to execute some of those turns that they're doing and positioning to drive down the line and get so much speed.
Taking a look now at Annie Goldsmith. She dropped a 2.17 for that last wave, and now she's got the opportunity to build on it. Great bit of angling here. You can really see that she's using the weight of her head to completely change direction, and that's for a lot of the competitors in this division. Some of the competitors like Sarah that are amputees, they have the mobility of their hips, of their shoulders, of their whole core to be able to throw some weight around and make some direction changes that way. But for someone like Annie, it's really the use of that head and maybe her right arm that's going to give her some sort of opportunity to throw in some direction changes in this prone 2 division, as she's really limited in mobility through the rest of her body. And you can see that she's just doing such a great job of utilizing what she has available to bring those big scores into her surfing.
That is such a great point, and to share with our audience the little subtleties of how each surfer is a little bit different in what they're able to use. And the judges aren't taking those sorts of things into consideration. They just want to see the results of those body weight adjustments. And, you know, thinking about the head, it weighs a lot.
It's
so
heavy.
moving your head around,
Yeah.
you know, really can make the board do what you'd like it to do. And it takes a lot of practice. And I can imagine just, you know, you're relying on so many people to help push you out into waves. And for a lot of these athletes, they're not used to relying on other people. But then I think there's a sense of community in having that shared experience together with their pushers and catchers and all of the people that help them. I know locally here at San Onofre, Steve Bainey from Infinity has built a lot of things down there to help some of the athletes that ride wave skis get into the water and things. And it's a community effort, and I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really, really special. It's what we see every year when we return for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it's the same environment that's being now multiplied across the world with so many different events. There's the AASP, the Adaptive Association of Surfing Professionals. There's a lot of different events and a tour now that these surfers are able to travel to and compete and get more time in the water, more time wearing a jersey, more time understanding competitive surfing if this is their introduction to it. Because surfing just one event a year is an awesome experience, but to really become a well-rounded competitor, you need time in heats, you need time in a jersey, and the multiple events, the community that's developing around the world with this is really going to set these surfers up to be excellent competitors as well as excellent countrymen and surfers in their free time.
As we look back at a replay here from Annie Goldsmith, from Australia, and just look at her lean her head, like you were saying, on the rail there, and maybe a little bit behind that wave. She would have liked to have been out in front a little bit more. Cuts back and then really leaning her body into that, changing direction here again, and then pulling out of that wave. What a great pull out there.
Yeah, great looking wave for Annie. So it's a 2.67. It improves on her 2.17, so that's what she's looking for. She does now need a 2.34 to give her the heat total to jump over Hannah Dines. However, Hannah's in a great position. She's got a 5-point ride that she had for that last left, was her first wave so far. So she doesn't even have a backup score to her name yet. Still with lots of time on the clock, we know she's going to get at least one more wave out here. And she's a surfer that's been consistent with dropping big scores, as well as Beatrice Duran from Team France. The two of them with those 5s right now are in a very good position to be taking the advancing to USA. She's got the 4.67, so she's actually in a great position as well. It's really tight for maybe first, second, and third at the moment. As we see, can she find that projection down the line? She's pumping as much as she possibly can. That was incredible, the adjustments that she made. It looks really subtle, like there's not much going on, but what she was just able to do in making it through that section where it was a Hannah now on this ride, she's got a beautiful whitewater, full commitment as she drove through that opening section, and she's going to have a little
and Hannah Dines was so exciting as we see more live action. It's not
through that section there.
Yes, and what a great job. Not only the physical part of being able to get in through the little subtleties, and Team USA just missing out on the final. Quinn Waitley in third place. France advancing their surfer from final number 1. Ashley Bunting saying, no, not in this heat.
Yeah, she is going to do everything she can to keep those point medal. It's a teams event as well. So each heat that you advance through, you're earning points. Those points, as opposed to a third place loss, that third place loss earns more points for the team.
I think they were praying, I would guess, and just, I mean, not only two great surfers, obviously you see there two great.
Yeah, two men of faith saying a prayer before they paddle out into the lineup. Great camaraderie before they head out into the lineup, where it's going to get a little bit more fierce than what we just saw on the shoreline.
Yes, it is. Heat victory, her first ever post-heat interview, and I think she's carrying that excitement and doing well in this heat.
Get to surf that often when she's at home because she's landlocked, but she spends so much time in Costa Rica every year training and getting ready for an event like this. You can really tell that, you know, that post-heat interview meant a lot to her. It was really awesome to listen to, and it really surprised me that was the first time, because her that much more push back at home to get to Costa Rica to spend as much time in the water as she could, so that she could really be upping.
High tide, we're getting close to the 7.0 high tide, 8:30, and there's waves coming in all different directions.
Famous clip in, I can't remember where they're surfing at, but in the original Endless Summer.
Yes.
You know, they like surf into. All right, so we're down to 3 minutes on the clock. Hannah Dines now drops a 6.17. She's in a great position to be advancing through Anthony for Ashley Bunting from the USA to get herself above Beatrice Duran in second. 3 seconds remaining on the clock, so it's crunch time now, and really probably the next set is going to decide who is advancing through into the finals.
You make the final. Ashley Bunting, she's been around for a while, 7th last year, 2024, and Team USA needs those valuable teams. Of course, Hannah Dines, we've been talking about, 2 5th place the last 2 years, and she wants it so bad, and she's going out and executing and has to feel really.
To then have that whole mental, you know, the visionary side that comes to play as a competitive surfer maybe the day before your big. Oh my goodness, that was a huge collision. That was really just unfortunate timing for surfer in green, Annie Goldsmith, to be going up the difficult to do. So when we see any surfer turn on a wave, it's very impressive. So for Beatrice to make any kind of swift direction changes, as well as the team that has our surfer in green on her board and Annie Gold.
Duran, you can see her shift her weight off of her board to kind of jump to lighten the, but that could have been, and luckily it wasn't the nose of the board colliding, so she did a great job. That was a scary moment for us.
Yeah, that was wild. You're right, though. Thankfully, Beatrice had enough weight back to avoid her nose diving into Annie. Wow, that was a pretty wild finish.
After the buzzer?
After the buzzer, I would say this wave, unfortunately for Ashley, I mean, a great effort here. She was chasing down a 5.27, and based off of the scores we've seen so far, Anthony, I would say she needed to be on the open face of that wave to have the potential of that 5-point ride.
And right here we see our heat winner, Hannah Dines. She's going into the final again. She is going to be stoked. And a little El Rolo right there on the inside section. And here was that wave from Beatrice Duran. Beautiful shot there. And you can see her. She saw what was happening. You can see her lift her body while still holding those rails. She immediately turns around to see if her fellow competitor is okay.
Yeah, it was great sportsmanship from her in the moment. I mean, you know, again, she just couldn't have turned any quicker to get out of the way. And the team, the volunteers actually that had Annie just kind of halfway in between were doing what they could to get her out of the situation as well. So that was just a really unfortunate collision. And it's going to be Hannah Dines who's taken out that leading spot as scores are in for the rest of the field. Beatrice walks through with second. So officially England and France joining the final. And they're going to be feeling really good. Ashley Bunting with a great, great effort. She was really tight. I mean, less than a point divided her from second and third place as far as heat totals go. But it was a really solid effort from her to try and make it through. But it's going to be Hannah Dines and Beatrice who advance her into the finals. We're going to stay with the action. We're going to go straight into our men's semifinal, heat number 1, with a bit of live action to kick off with here. Oh, this is an interesting situation. I would say Cliff Gralton had the inside position, and Davi Teixeira really trying to assert his position on this wave. I mean, we'll call it live now. He's doing some great surfing. He's got some great turns put together so far, and that aggression coming through in a, going up for a big finish on the inside as well. So he's now kind of, going to be curious to see what happens with that situation. However, it was the beginning of a heat. No priority is established, Anthony, from the start of a heat. It takes those first waves right into established priorities. We take another look here.
Yeah, that's a definite mistake by the veteran. And he even kind of got right under his board to essentially push him off his board. So Cliffo will be spewing at that one because Davi ripped that wave. It's going to be all for naught, but Cliff could have had a great wave and got a score early on, which is, it's such a tough thing with the interference. It's great to have this rule, but still the surfer that gets infringed upon, he doesn't get to ride the wave, and he'll have to regroup from that.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because there was a left and a right opportunity, a little A-frame peak that came through. Cliff decided to take off on the right instead. Davi was also going on the right. He was probably hoping that Cliff was going to go for the left, and they were going to share that wave together. So we're going to leave this all in the hands of the judges from an interference perspective as far as what will happen. We'll see those come up on our scoreboard in a moment if they decide on something like that. But for Davi, some great surfing, and you can really see that he is in this to just leave everything in the water, essentially.
Maybe, and that's such a great point. I think he was trying to say, hey, I was going left. And so this is maybe not as black and white as I first thought. I didn't think about that because
as we got that kind of pan back and we could really see that it had a left and a right available.
So well done, Davi, for surfing the wave anyway and not letting the whole thing. There you see Freddie Monimone's family. There's the mom. I hope she found her phone. She was looking for her phone yesterday. And the judges are going to be looking at the replay. And so they take a vote, basically. The head judge will queue up the replay, and the judges will, they'll vote without looking at each other. They won't talk about it. They'll just individually take a vote, a blind vote, so to speak, and see what happens. So, that's a tough way to start the heat.
That is so tough. I mean, that is giving me anxiety, let alone imagining being one of the two of them out there, neither of them wanting to have an interference next to their name. Again, it's top two. Go straight to the finals. That means that you're getting valuable points for yourself, for your team. You got the opportunity to walk away a medalist here at the World Championships, and that's huge for clout going back home. It's big, for conversations with sponsors. There's a lot of things going behind the scenes, and an interference in a situation like this would be really, really unfortunate for the start of a heat. We'll see where or if anything is decided on that. As we take a look now at Tomoki from Team Japan, great looking right in front of him. He has steered clear of any kind of controversy within this heat, and he's got a beautiful opportunity. He hits the lip on the finish, and he lands it with a subtle claim. That is a man with a goal set in front of him to take out the win in this heat, and that was some great surfing to kick off his campaign. Here we go.
And Tomoki missed the final last year. He's trying to get back into the final as he was the previous 4 years, and look at that. Beautiful S turning from our surfer from Japan, Tomoki Fujiwara, driving down the line, scooching his body forward, jumping over that little bump. And right here, that end section, that was great timing right there.
Sick.
It felt good, and he showed it. Great wave from Tomoki Fujiwara, the 51-year-old from Japan. Three-time finalist in 5th place last year, so he's wants to get back into that final.
Solid. We heard Sarah Malgro say in her post-heat interview to wait for the bombs and rip it, and that is exactly what Tomoki just did. A 5.93 is a great way for him to start things off, and that in-section finish would have just felt so, so nice as he's on his way back out now. Pusher handing off to the catcher. The catcher handing off to the pusher, who will now take him all the way out the back and make sure he gets into another good wave. So great wave for him to start things off. We got a 6.33 on the board for Davi. So far, there's no interferences that have shown up. We'll see a little red triangle next to a score, next to a surfer's name, if any judges decide to put an interference on, and we haven't seen anything show up yet. So there's still the potential that that could come through. You know, when there are waves, they'll maybe take a moment to focus on live action to get back to a situation like that. But at this stage, we're looking pretty good as we take a look at that contest format.
And they also scored Cliff Gralton's 0.83 as well. So
yeah.
there you see the judging criteria: commitment, degree of difficulty, combination of major maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, commitment, degree of difficulty, and of course we want to see progression as well, as we saw from Tomoki Fujiwara on that last turn.
We've got one little set coming through. We'll see if anyone's in position for this wave. Freddie with a look and decides not to go. With that, we'll go down to the glass to check in with Chris Cote, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks, team. Hannah, you came in with the heat win, but what I love is that your first thing to do was ask me how your fellow competitors did. So tell me about the community that you've been surfing with all week long, and how special it is to have all these friends, family, and now rivals coming in from all over the world.
Well, I wanted to first mention Nolo Sandu from South Africa, because she was like, we're friends on land and enemies in the water. So I think that's a really good perspective on how we treat each other. But in our pro and women's assist category, we've got a lot of girls with cerebral palsy, and we can look very stiff in the water and not do much. But you know, we are fighting ourselves and our muscles. And I've got Quinn there, I've got Annie on my mind. You know, we wanted a cerebral palsy girl in the final. You know, that hasn't happened, I think, about 4 years in a row. There's my pusher there, gonna go push his Costa Rican athlete. So, you know, I'm a multinational team. Thanks first to Surfing England for entering me, but I'm being pushed by Costa Rica, I'm being caught by America, and you know, and it's just beautiful. So thanks for people believing in cerebral palsy and not dismissing us. I wanted to show that we're really strong, and that, you know, those little check turns I do, they take everything out of me. Like, I'm just focused so much on fighting my own muscle. Like, it's like I'm super muscly, but it's not always useful. And I was trying to do those rights. I'm a goofy. And to try and get my left arm to engage so I can like tip back and just do some spray is so hard. I think that's why they gave me the 6. They understood how hard that was. Because, you know, we're facing really amazing girls, talented Sarah Almagro and Beatrice from France with amputations. But they don't have that muscle block. They're head to their muscles. They've got that core. Yeah, they don't have the limbs. We have the limbs getting in our way, you know? So it's kind of like core, no core. But I love the community. Shout out to Sarah Almagro. She's really pushing me. I'm going to push her in the final. And she's been asking me to go to the final for years. I'm so proud. So thanks to everyone, every nation. Woo! I don't know.
Yes, the beach is going wild.
I don't know I want to know who's winning that. I mean, like, all the boys, the pro boys are so talented. Like, shout out to the guys going in. Matthews Van Hoek from Costa Rica, Pura Vida. I can't wait till he goes. So, I think that's Cliff probably did a thing. But yeah, really special. Thank you for interviewing me.
Oh my gosh, an atmosphere like no other. You are a competitor to be feared. We've seen what you've done in your previous heats. Now it's official. You're a 2025 finalist. What's the goal from here on out?
I want to win. Absolutely. No, hands down. You give me a shot at the final, I'm going to win. I came here with Surfing England to win. And I really want to do it. I really want to do it. Shout out to Jocelyn, who's not here. We miss you, Jocelyn. I'm going to be the Jocelyn of 2025.
All right, that's all we need to hear. Good luck moving into the finals, Anna. We love you, and we love how you surf, and we can't wait to see what happens next.
Thank you so much, ISAsurfing.
That was such an awesome interview. I feel so inspired, so excited to see what's going to happen in that women's final. I love that as she kind of finished her sharing of the girls from the cerebral palsy crew that are here, of them really wanting to get one of them into the final, that as she finished that entire explanation with her energy and her excitement, the crowd started going wild for the wave that we were seeing actually, that was happening out the back in live action. But it just timed out so perfectly with what she was saying as well, Anthony.
I mean, that was amazing, and heartfelt, energetic, but also informational. And
yes,
we've been talking about, as we look at a replay from our Cliff Gralton from Australia, and he's carved himself right into the pocket, navigating the tricky double up section, setting up for a beautifully timed off the top turn, and his catcher cheering him on. Cliffo, 43-year-old Australian from Tuncurry in the Foster area, and here is Davi Teixeira, and Davi screaming down the line, putting it on rail. Beautifully timed turn as well, and Davi continuing on. And because we've been talking, Shannon, about the differences in the different impairments or ailments or amputations, and we don't know what happens in the athletes area, and to see the cerebral palsy crew coming together, it's awesome. And Tomoki Fujiwara is absolutely crushing this heat right now, and he had that opening 5.93, and this is his backup, and just screaming down the line is Tomoki. Beautiful, dropping all the way down to the top, under the lip, pulls out perfectly, and using his hands to turn himself around and get right back out there. He is in form right now and showing why he's been in the finals so many times. He is looking for that coveted, elusive gold medal. And worth noting, Freddie Marimon still playing the patient game, and we have some news on that interference, Shannon.
Yeah, that's right. So there is an interference that has been called on Davi Teixeira, which means that he will not be counting the score for that. But we'll get back to that in a minute, because Freddie is just shredding this wave apart. He's looking really solid so far. It's going to be his first score on the board as he kicks off on the inside section. So he's going to be getting his campaign underway. Currently chasing an 8.33 to get the advancing position because of the heat total of Cliff Gralton, who's got that 7.5 on the board. So this, so far as big scores coming through, there's been a lot of them. Davi's got that 8.17, but he's not going to be counting that opening ride that he had taken off on. There is an interference call on him against Cliff Gralton as we take a look at Davi now in the inside section. So he's got some work to do. Big hit off the lip. He's got all the passion, all the excitement coming through as we take a look now at Cliff with a huge re-entry. This heat is absolutely on fire, Anthony.
And the crowd is going wild. We can't see them, but we can hear them behind us. And this action is just wave after wave after wave, turn after turn. And the Irukandjis are rolling deep right there, as they do every single day. And a little bit of a bummer for Cliff, not able to ride on that first wave, but he's making up for lost time on that wave there.
Tomoki now on this wave. He's got a couple of fives so far, so he's sitting that leading position based off of the strength of those two scores. Nice S-turns as he comes through to the inside section, and he's not going to let that lead go away lightly as he drives through that finish, really putting that board on rail. He's got a great end section, and he's going to hit it. He goes head first into the shoreline. He comes up, gets a quick breath. Volunteers there to just grab him the water safety. Did an excellent job in a really tricky position because they're basically up against that pylon. Also, though, speaks to the dedication of Tomoko wanting to hit that end section and get himself another significant score.
And they've got the right guy in there in that section because
he's got some girth.
He's got some girth. Tomoki is not the smallest fellow either. So great job, great positioning of everybody. And the water, look at how many people it takes right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Tomoki, his board's a little bit bigger, so he's not going to be as dynamic. So he has to rely upon his wave positioning and linking the combination of turns together, as we're still waiting for scores from Freddie to drop. Davi Teixeira has that triangle, so he's going to be working with one score. Cliff has that 7-5, but he has one more score to drop in as well. Judges have their work cut out for him right now. This is awesome, Shannon.
This is a really, really crazy heat to be watching unfolding. Like you said, they've got their work cut out because there's so much action and everyone is surfing to such a high quality right now. So there's not, you know, anything that's going to be really small, insignificant scores. Also, because of that early interference, so I've just kind of gotten an update from the team up in the tower. I'll get back to that in a second, though, because I think Freddie's about to take off on another wave. There is so much action. I love that there's a pulse in the swell, and there's plenty of waves to be ridden. As Freddie connects with that top line, he'll fall out of that wave. You can sense that he's probably a little bit frustrated because he only got a 6.33 on that last wave, which would be great, except that there are 7s and 8s already being handed out to other surfers. So that opening situation right at the start of the heat before any priority was decided, it's been called a non-priority interference, which means the top score will be counted for the surfer plus half of the score in their second. So they still get at least a half score in their second wave. The wave of the interference itself is zeroed out. It was blue interfering on green, and blue has just dropped himself a 9.5, so then he holds on to half of the 8.7 that he was holding before. Right now, he's in a great position to still potentially take out the victory, and for Cliff Gralton, he had a solid score for that wave as well.
And wow, that was a great turn, super committed there, and we're waiting for a few more scores to drop. A lot of action, and here's that replay, I believe, of the 9.5. Let's see. So here's Davi just dropping all the way down, opening carve right there, and he's setting up for this turn coming up here. Another little check turn as he's driving down the line, banks it off the top as a section, and he's stoked. He loves it. Beautiful connection of linking turns together, and one more on the end. So that was the 9.5 for Davi. He had that 8.17, I believe, that's cut in half, and so that's what we'll see on the scoreboard. The triangle and the 8.17 cut in half, 4.09 to go with the 9.5. Cliffo.
Whoa, man, Cliff an 8.67 for that single huge maneuver. Judges making that statement that it's that outside section, that commitment to risk there that matters. It's not about the length of ride, but it's about what you do on that ride. So currently it's Cliff Gralton who's in the leading position with a 16.17 heat total. Davi Teixeira is currently sitting in second with a 9.5, and due to a non-priority interference at the start of this heat, he then holds half of his second scoring wave, which was in the 8s. He now holds on to a 4.09 as his second ride. Tomoki from Team Japan, he's sitting on 2 5s, is down into third, chasing a 7.67 to take second away from Davi. And Freddie from Colombia is down in fourth. He's chasing a 7.27 to take away second from Davi. So at the moment, Davi's doing incredibly well considering his situation with the interference, and we've got a 7-point requirements on the board for third and fourth.
As Tomoki, and you know, he's getting some great waves, but in order to compete with these guys in the turns that they're going, and this is that wave he took all the way in, the head dive at the end, and look at that water safety just right there to grab him, getting him locked underneath the arms there and just waiting, right? He's not trying to do anything. He's just holding him in place as everyone else comes in to help. But back to the action in the water, Freddie Marimon, this is where the championship DNA comes in. A 7.27 for him. He's dropping 7s in some of his other heats. So the score is not a huge ask per se. He's got second priority, so he can get mostly any wave that he wants, just about. It's just a matter of playing that waiting game and calming his nerves while he's waiting, so he'll have to rely on his calming techniques that he uses and practices, And there you see the Ocean with 1 minute, 25 seconds to go, currently sitting in fourth, the reigning champion.
Wow, this is wild, the way that this heat has unfolded. Action has been all time. There's been plenty of waves as well. There hasn't really been any lulls. Everyone's had the opportunity to get something really good. We're down to the final 60 seconds, and requirements are high, but they're absolutely reachable in every way. I mean, we see excellent scores dropped all the time, you know, based off of wave selection essentially, and then the performance that comes on top of that. The thing that's probably working against them the most right now, Anthony, is that from this angle, from the drone, doesn't look like there's going to be another wave to be ridden.
It takes about 40 seconds for a wave to come from the end of the pier there. And, you know, Sarah Almagro
That's
talking
a decent
about...
bit of knowledge you got there.
Thank you, thank you.
You've been timing it.
Yes. And, you know, Sarah was talking about waiting for the bombs, which maybe was Freddie Matamon's strategy. Working for one may not work for the other. And at some point, your strategy, you have to kind of adapt to what's going on during the heat as well. You can see they're moving inside 17 seconds, not looking good for the returning champion. Cliff Gralton making his first final if things play out the way it is, and sending a message with those high scores as well.
That's right, and even with the, you know, the kind of opening ride being pretty complicated with Davi dropping in on him, he's just able to reset so quickly and get himself to incredible scores. You can hear so many hoots and hollers from Team Australia. They're frothing. This heat has timed out, so he's going to take a victory lap on the way in and just ride in with the biggest smile on his wave. These two now sharing a wave. No interferences to be called. Oh boy, except that there's some colliding. No one's really paying attention properly to what's happening, but it's all good vibes out in the lineup now.
And they're
heat
all
is over.
Yeah, and they're all smiling, and Cliff was third last year, so not his first final. He was third last year.
Yeah.
And the best part about that wave was we saw that wonderful moment with Freddie and Davi in the beginning. And then we see, even though Freddie had I would say a shocker of a heat for him, he's still smiling and laughing and enjoying the camaraderie of a party wave.
Yeah, that was crazy. And you're right. Great attitude and great sportsmanship coming out of Freddie on that one. Unable to make it through to the final this year to defend his title. But well surfed and just an excellent representative for the sport. So it's going to be Cliff Gralton with the win and Davi Teixeira in second. That was crazy. They're going to be into the finals with a chance to go for gold. And we're going to take a quick breath with a quick break, reset, and then we're going to be into semi-final number 2 with Jose Martinez, Jesse Belauer, Matthias Luna, and Scott Davis when we return.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
We're back straight into it with Matthias Luna from Team Costa Rica. A couple great turns to start things off for his opening ride. Really just throwing his weight around as much as he possibly can. You can see that look of determination on his face as he's coming into the shore break. He's looking for a big finishing section. He'll connect with it and finish out literally on the sand, dry docking, as the team is right there next to him to help him get the run around as quickly as possible. This event would not be even close to possible to run without the incredible volunteers, without the teammates. So that's volunteers for the event, but also volunteers that are flying from around the country with the teams represented, friends, family that are there just passionate to see each of these surfers with the opportunity to surf some incredible waves and win a gold medal. Out in the lineup right now, we're in the second semifinal for our men's Prone 2 division. USA, Costa Rica, and Hawaii, with surfers represented. Jose Martinez, Jesse Belauer for Team USA, up against Scott Davis of Hawaii, and then Matthias Luna for Costa Rica, who's currently in the leading position with a 7.5 that he dropped off the takeoff.
And you took us through that wave. That was, as soon as the shot came right in, he was flying down the line and had a great wave. And this, to remind everyone, is an easing swell. We're having all these waves, as this is not even the new swell that's coming in yet. But through the course of the day, as we get closer to the end of the day, we'll start seeing some pulses for a new swell that's coming in. And tomorrow we should have some bigger waves. But already with this quote-unquote dying swell, we're seeing we're seeing some amazing action, and we are literally on the edges of our seat. And the great part about this is you can go back, watch it again. If you missed something, rewind it on YouTube. From the ISA site, you can do all of this. I love seeing some of the athletes. They, do a screen recording of their heats or their interviews and sharing it on their social media. And there you see Team Australia stoked.
Feeling so good. Now, I asked the Aussies what the tunnel was called, thinking, their team name is the Irukandjis. They've got to have something cool for it. And they kind of all look at each other and went, we don't know. It's just a tunnel. And then someone went, it's the Tunnel of Love. So we're calling it the Tunnel of Love from now on. And it's been great to see them just with that opportunity as the surfers win. Before getting to their post-heat interview, they're being chaired through or, running through that tunnel with, that encouragement from behind the scenes from the Aussie crew.
Yes, you're going to have to see if the announcers can go through the Tunnel of Love at some point.
Anthony will be running out of the booth right now when we finish this heat, and he's going straight for it.
Look at this, these waves coming in.
Wow,
Jose Martinez in position.
So fun out there. Jose Martinez, former world champion. He's got the opportunity to put another gold medal next to his name. Nice couple turns to set up on the inside, and he's going to try and make that connection. Can't quite get there. Gives it that one paddle, but just isn't going to be able to find the momentum moving through. So wave started out looking really nice. You can see that he probably wanted a little bit more out of it to get something decent on the scoreboard. As we take a look now at Scott Davis from Hawaii. He's had some great events on the Adaptive World Tour. Some great results, but he's looking for his first gold medal out here, and so far he's putting together a great campaign to try and make it into the final heat of this division. Nice little check off the top to finish off with, and he's going to come into the shallows. Volunteers down on the shoreline to meet him. You can also see and sense that Jesse Belauer is going to be on a ride, because we could see his teammate on the inside running down the beach, looking for positioning and wanting to make sure he's in the right position to catch Jesse, as Jesse's now flying down the line on a smaller size wave, but it's got some good shape for him. Nice turn there. He's going to be really utilizing his head and that small amount of movement that he has in his arms to throw his weight around as he takes a big wipe out there. But he's in a good position. He's going to flick that board over, and we'll see Matthias as well up and riding now on his second ride. Already has the 7.5 for the Costa Rican. He's had some silver medals in the past, but he's going for gold, and he's going to put it all on the line at the moment. 13 minutes on the clock. Let's take a quick breather and appreciate how incredibly well Clifton Gralton did in that last heat to take away the win. He's on the glass with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Team Cliff. That was by far the loudest this beach has been. Tell me about the energy that you felt in the lineup. Every single wave you guys were surfing, this whole crew, not just the Irukandjis, the whole crew was going absolutely berserk. What did it sound like out there?
Oh, unreal. It was, just spine chilling. Amazing. It definitely felt it. Yeah.
And I'm sure the energy that you four surfers had in the water, a little bit different. That was, again, one of the most competitive heats that we've seen of the entire week. I think if you added up all the heat totals, probably the biggest number that we've seen. What were you guys feeding off of each other out there?
I think we all just knew that we had to go for it. And, there was just no holding back. So it was always going to be a pretty intense heat, I think. So, because we were in the final with Freddie and Davey last year, and I think we all knew what we had to do and just to get it done.
So now you've felt what the energy is like in the ocean. Oceanside's providing today. The waves are going off. So foreshadowing into the finals, you know who at least one of the surfers you're going against is going to be. You got 2 more to come out of this heat. What are you thinking about looking forward to that final?
Oh God, just trying to repeat what we did today. You know, just hope the waves are at least this big, if not maybe a little bit bigger. I need the push, you know, like I'm not a small dude, so yeah, just need that energy in the water.
Well, from what I've read on Surfline, you could be looking at some serious waves tomorrow. So fingers crossed for that. Good luck going in the finals. Can't wait to watch you surf more.
Cheers, thank you. You!
Well, incredible performance from Cliff. Now we're watching Jose in real time. He's got a huge section to finish off with. Nice check as he sets it up for another big finish. And he's going to be feeling so good right now. You can feel all that passion coming through. Wish I could hear what he was saying as the team meets him on the shoreline.
I'm getting emotional. This is just, it's incredible. And Jose Martinez, you know, his whole story with losing his limbs in an IED accident. Thank you for your service, but just the way he carries himself, you know, he was told he'd never, you know, walk again or do anything. He'd be confined to a wheelchair. That is not being confined to a wheelchair. And it's just, you know, you can see his energy and live action.
Matias with an incredibly good-looking left, so we know that wave selection wins heats, and this is a great wave to be taking off on. Big carb to start off with, looking now for that second turn, and some of these waves have been reforming with a lot of shape. He's perfectly positioned in the pocket. He's got a lot of speed. He's going to not be able to connect with that lip line to finish off with, although, okay, as he comes through to the inside, now it's going to bottom out and be really shallow. Great outside section with those first 2 turns.
Holy moly, we need to send a message to the entire world somehow. Every news channel, every social media, everything, every eye should be focused right now on the north side of the Oceanside Beach Pier for reasons like this. Here is Jose Martinez last ride. And look at him just fade that takeoff to get under the lip right there. And then huge turn all the way on rail, puts himself in the perfect position for that little foamy water climb there, and bam, up and over the white water. And he is so pumped right now because he wants to go and show everybody. He talked about it in his post-heat interview, all the locals and the pros and different people. And he mentioned, I had a chat with him, that there was a guy that dropped in on him the other day. And he's like, okay, you can drop in on me. It's because you don't surf as good as me. It's true. And here's the replay of Matthias Luna, and just perfect positioning right there. And these surfers are doing so well with that. The waves are pumping, and this wave not as fast or as big throughout the length of it. And I love this part at the end, just connecting right there all the way to the inside. The waves are firing. The surfers, they are raising the bar of what they're doing, and it is incredible to watch.
So true. We got a 9.33 on the board for Jose Martinez. That little barrel out the back combined with some great surfing through the rest sets him up well. And now Jesse Belauer flying down the line is chasing a 7.91 on this wave to get himself into that advancing position. He's got a lot of speed. He's got a lot of momentum, and he's going with those top to bottom turns so far. You can see that spray just flying off the outside rail. He's got so much speed as he's going to finish off on the inside here, looking for that section to smack, and does a great job as we see a free surfer also smack the lip in the back, in the background there. Little lip for lip as we see the team now helping Jesse. They're going to wait till there's a little bit more water there, and we're going to have a score to come through. So Anthony, he's chasing a 7.91. Actually, that requirement increased as the last score for Matthias dropped in as a 6.33. So there is there's some big scores that have been dropped, which means there's big requirements on the entire field.
And here's a replay of the last wave from Team USA's Jesse Belauer. And he's just got such great wave knowledge here. The way that he has little movement but maximum knowledge, and he uses both of those perfectly. And he just waits for that section to be able to hit off the bottom, gets nice and low under the lip, right in the pocket there, and he's eyeing that end section, and boop, little bank off the end, all the way to the sand. I mean, that's what you want to do, is surf a wave all the way to the sand, on the green part of the wave, multiple changes of direction, and Jesse Belauer wants to get back into that final for a possible run at the gold title. Talks about having 2 kids, 2 titles, 2 dogs, and is it too late for his 3rd one?
Trying to change up the 2s, get that 3rd world title. Beautiful conditions. That wind has actually backed off. It was pretty strong offshores this morning. It felt like that first real autumn morning where it was actually cold. It's been really pleasant, a little bit almost humid in the mornings when we've come down here to start work. And today it was properly chilly out there. Everyone needing maybe a slightly thicker wetsuit on, or the long sleeves and the short sleeves instead of just a spring suit or something like that, because that wind temperature, that ocean temperature feeling a little bit more icy as we come into our final 2 days of competition. Now today we are going to be crowning a couple of world champions. As we can see that Jesse actually surfed so far down that he's gone into the free surfing zone outside of our competition area.
We have the American Eagle out there. And Jesse, with his kind of limited critical turns, he's going to have to catch a bigger wave. So that wave was very well ridden. But in order to get the needed almost 7.58, he's going to have to catch a bigger wave and really show the judges what he can do in order to earn a score that will put him in advancement position.
Yeah, that's a really good analysis, Anthony. He did everything he could have on that wave. He even hit that in section and stuff, but it's now going to be the size that can be the difference maker in his particularly for the style of surfing that he is bringing, which may be different for someone like Jose Martinez, who has more mobility. He can maybe have some more radical turns on a smaller size wave to increase the score line. But for Jesse, it's going to take charging something if he's able to find a wave of some substantial size. That also means he's going to need to have priority next to his name. There's a few things coming into play to actually get onto that right wave.
Yep, great point about the priority as well. And I mean, it's just so mind-boggling to think, okay, here's Jesse Billauer. He has all his arms and legs, but he can't use them, right?
Yeah.
And then here's Jose Martinez. He has one arm. He lost his other arm and both legs in an IED, and both of them are ripping.
Yeah.
It's awesome and so inspiring. Team USA down there cheering for him, and the Costa Rican showing his prowess as well. Doesn't have that high score like Jose Martinez, but he's put together a couple of good waves, nothing in the excellent range yet, as the ocean goes quiet momentarily. Whew.
Wow. What a morning. What a way to kick things off here for day 5 of competition at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. So we're currently in men's prone 2, as we see the American Eagle down there with the flag representing for Team USA, who currently has 2 surfers in the lineup. Jose Martinez in advancing position, Jesse Billauer not in an advancing position at the moment, trying to take away that leading spot from the Costa Rican Matthias Luna. We're currently in men's prone 2. After this, we're going to go into 3 heats of our men's visually impaired 1 division, and then we're going to have 4 finals from the women's side of the draw. Women's VI 1, women's prone 1, women's sit, and women's stand 2 will all have finals today. Those finals are going to get an increased 5 minutes on the clock, so they'll be 25-minute heats. And then to finish out competition, after we finish out with those, we're going to go into the semifinals for men's stand 2, round 2 of men's sit, and the semifinals for men's kneel, back to 20-minute heats to round out competition this afternoon. And then tomorrow we'll have a big day of finals as well.
Action-packed today. There you see a look at some of our top scores from our gold medal rounds from last year's event. For the kneeling and 2 prone divisions, prone 1 and prone 2.
So Freddie Marimon from Colombia, he was the reigning champion for this year, took out the win back in 2024. He just got knocked out in that last heat without being able to find himself an improvement on his 6-point ride. So we're going to have a different world champion this year than what we had last year. Jocelyn Newmuller as well for Team Australia. She's not here representing for the Aussies on this year. So we're going to have new champions. It could be repeat champions from previous years of gold medals, as we've got quite a few of those in the draw. But we could have a more likely opportunity now to see a brand new world titleist coming out of those finals, which is really exciting to see, specifically for this prone 2 division. As we take a look now at Jose, he's already got a 9.33. He's looking to improve the 4.17 and just can't stay with it on that wave.
That is a classic surfing thing that happens when we're trying to go up to the top and we go too high on the lip and then fall off the back. You can see him because you score higher if your turns are higher in the lip, but it's a risk reward. The risk is exactly what happened to Jose, is falling off the back of that wave, and it's so tricky doing those, coming off the bottom and then going off the top, because you want to just go high up on the top, have your board come off of the wave. But we saw the results if it's not timed perfectly, or perhaps you dig a rail and lose some speed there. Jose trying to maintain his second place advancement position, but he wants to win the heat.
That's right, he definitely wants to win the heat. We're a little bit of a wave coming through here. You can see the red team just gunning it to change up positioning. That will be from Jose Martinez. Our surfer with priority at the moment is Scott Davis from Hawaii. He's going to have a look at this wave. Nice push to start it off. He's chasing an 8.34 and a nice bottom turn for that opening maneuver. Looking down the line, he's got a big end section. He's going to need to hit it, and he'll complete that next maneuver. Another foam climb on the inside, and this is going to be his big opportunity to try and get himself into that advancing position. That was a nice looking ride, Anthony. What are your thoughts?
Ooh, it's gonna be close. I'm not sure it had the criticalness, although that the one turn was very nice. He needed maybe one more big turn to give him a score into that excellent range, which would have been the second highest score. But thinking back to Jose Martinez 933, there is a lot of critical turning there. The wave maybe was a little bit bigger as well, but great ride. That's all he can do with what the ocean offered.
That's right. He had priority. You know, you can see that it's really quiet out there now. It doesn't look like anyone else is even going to get another wave before it finishes. So last-ditch effort for Scott Davis. Scores in just a 5.27, so it's not enough to bump him out of that fourth place position, but a solid effort to finish off with. And it looks like, as we're down to 3 seconds remaining on the clock, it's going to be the Costa Rican Matthias Luna who takes out two powerhouse surfers from the USA, and Jose Martinez and Jesse Blauer. Jose Martinez is going to advance through into the final in that second place position, and knocked out is the multiple world champion Jesse Blauer and Scott Davis of Hawaii as well out of competition. So excellent surfing all around. This has been an incredible way to you know, continue on our day here of competition for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Chris Cote and Liv Stone will be on the call, the 3-time world champion, in the booth to break down all the action.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
We are back at it. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone. We are in men's visually impaired 1, round 2, heat 1. High stakes in the lineup right now. Liv, we've got Elias Ricardo Diel, Joshua Loya and Steve Fox in the lineup, so 3 surfers, and each one of these surfers has a partner out in the lineup just to help get them in position. But once they're up and riding, it's all up to them. I'm Chris, this is Liv, and the atmosphere down here on the beach is unbelievable. Just down there watching those last few heats, and my ears actually hurt from the hoots and hollers and screams I heard from our fans and teammates supporting on the beach. I mean, you couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, super exciting last heat. Jesse Billauer, a previous world champ, out of the draw. So Costa Rica, Matthew, and Jose Martinez there from Team USA into the finals. Very exciting, so close.
That prone final is going to be gnarly.
Insane,
and I do not use that
sure.
word lightly. There you see Team Brazil celebrating, along with Team Costa Rica. I mean, everybody just kind of morphs into one massive world team at this point.
Oh, exactly. The vibes are so high down at the beach today. I've chatted before about how on Sunday, you know, it was so exciting. It was opening ceremonies. And round 2, heat 1 here, we have Brazil, USA, and Australia in the draw. Very exciting heat for our VI1 division men's. But like I was saying, there was so much excitement on Sunday, and then Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, it was still super exciting. But then Thursday, it's like these are the waves that really, really, really matter with semis and finals coming up here. We're crowning world champions today and tomorrow. But for now, we are in our round 2, heat 1 of the men's VI1 division. So yeah, you'll see 2 red jerseys, 2 green jerseys, and 2 blue jerseys. That means that they have a coach out there. They cannot touch them out there in the water. They are just their eyes. For those of you who are turning in VI1, they are completely blind with a little bit of a visual impairment there. So there you go, Chris.
We're on. DL, nice turn out the back. He's got an inside section to work with. Speeding down the line, going straight towards the pier. That turn out the back is going to be worth a sizable chunk of points. We have 15:50 to go. And already Elias Ricardo Diel from Team Brazil is on the board. So the judges are going to lock in their scores. While they do that, gives us the chance to go down to the glass. Shannon Hughes standing by.
Thanks so much. Matthias, incredible performance out there. You had so much emotion at the end of that heat, knowing that you took out the win. You're into the finals. What were you feeling in the water?
I feel so happy right now for my scores. I feel more happy because I have a great team, because I bring my mom with me. My mom is here. This time I bring with her. I want to say hi to everybody there in Costa Rica, to my dad, to my family, to Ellen, and nothing feels so happy now.
It's so beautiful, an incredible performance. It's amazing that your mom is here alongside of you. Your family is tuning in back at home. I think with all of that, you know, you've had a silver medal finish back in 2022. How much more would it mean for you to win gold now with the support behind you and your mom here?
No, this time I go for the gold medal. This is my dream. I work for this every day, and I'm nothing. I feel so excited and so happy, and I want to enjoy tomorrow the final.
You're going to do a great job. Would you like to say anything in Spanish before we finish?
Yeah, no, I can say nothing. No, feel so happy.
We're so happy.
No words, no words.
No words. We're all speechless. A great performance. He took out a couple of world champions on his way to it, and he could be a world champion today as well. We'll go back to you guys.
Oh, Matthew,
Love
one
it.
of my favorite
I love
surfers.
it. No words. I'm just too happy to talk right now.
So rad.
We're
I thought we
feeling
were
that.
going to get our first tear on camera there, Chris.
You got one from me. So behind the scenes, it's happening. 14 minutes left. DL comes through with a 7-point ride. Massive starter kit for your surfer representing Brazil.
Wow, what an incredible performance. First wave coming in at a 7, and we were just talking, Chris, he is completely blind and just threw down like an amazing turn out the back and brought it all the way to the inside. It's pretty incredible that he is able to do that with just the feel of the water underneath his board. This division blows my mind each and every time I watch it. I just can't even imagine paddling out there. Basically, for us, it would be like putting a blindfold on.
Yeah, and you can imagine, I mean, your first couple of times going into the ocean, whether you're born blind or, you know, the result of something that happened in your life, getting over the fear element to me is a gold medal life hammer in
Right.
itself. You know, if those of you out there watching, if you just want to see what it's like Liv said, I mean, put on a blindfold and wade into the ocean. Trust me, the fear levels would be extremely high, but we're not seeing any of that with these surfers in the water. I mean, already a 7-point ride. Now we see Steve Fox from Team Australia. Quick drop in right there. Got the bottom turn. The wave kind of closed out, so I think that's not that big of a deal because he does have 12 minutes, 40 seconds left, and Loya has yet to catch a wave either, so we're still pretty even here, but that score, that 7, is looming large right now for DL. That's got to be a good feeling. Now he has the luxury to kind of just wait and patiently find the next set, but
Yeah,
this first turn was the one that got us fired up.
Incredible turn there, right in the pocket, weaving all the way to the inside, taps that end section and rides out clean. I can imagine as a completely blind surfer, he's paddling he's surfing to the pier. So it's like you have to just trust that your coach isn't gonna take you right into one of those pylons.
Just another element that they have to deal with out there without use of sight. So inside of 12 minutes now. And it's pretty cool that, you know, when you have these kind of team classes, so there you see your parasurfing VI1 division surfers who have visual impairment as defined by the IBSA sport, class B1. So their coaches out there, like you said, Liv, they can't touch them, they can't assist them other than audio cues. And I think behind the scenes, you know, this is a very competitive division. You got to imagine that they've kind of created their own language in a lot of senses, you know, because we've heard it in past post-heat interviews, especially in this division. You know, the words go, go sound a lot like no. So I'm sure that they've developed their own kind of unique calls to get themselves into the proper position. So we see surfer in, so Steve Fox has third priority. DL did have that second priority, so we'll see what the priority judges say here. I just feel like DL maybe couldn't have got into that wave, but Steve is making it count. Nice, cruisy, smooth style.
I loved how he was shuffling up on the board to allow him to get into that face a little bit better. Big smile on his face because I saw he shook his head on that last wave because he wasn't able to get into it. So he'll be happy with when that second wave score comes through.
Right there you can see, you know, we saw that wave coming towards Steve, and a split second you got worried, then you thought, well, you know, these surfers have probably developed other superpowers, sense of hearing, you know, just that sense of feel.
Exactly.
So it's really clear right there. Steve knew exactly when that wave was coming for him. He ducked under. Just another element of this division that mystifies me. It just blows my mind every time. So here we see now Joshua Loya. He got to his feet. Nice ride down the line there. Here comes his spotter.
Joshua Loya representing Team USA in the blue jersey. What a guy. He always brings so much soak on the beach, and he's actually a comedian, so throws out a lot of jokes. Always able to make the team laugh, and they call him Josh the Jedi. So there's some pretty cool nicknames for Team USA with Quincess, Josh the Jedi. So bringing in a lot of stoke here. Let's see what this replay looks like. It seems like the whitewash is going to hit him and take him into that section there. See if he gets to his feet. Able to hang on to it. Not an easy pop-up. Streaming down the line there. Like we said before, this is completely off of feel. 2 shakas there.
Oh, that's
stoked.
That's rad.
His surfing has really progressed over the years. This is a replay from green. Able to make it into that open face, and you can see how he shuffles a little bit towards the top of the board, which takes a lot of control there, showing that he has complete control over his longboard. That longboard was able to really get him into that wave. Unlike a shortboard, it would have been a lot harder for him to paddle into, so good board choice for today. That wave of Steve's comes in at a 3.0. You know, not doing any kind of gnarly maneuvers that we were seeing from that 7-point ride. So surfer in green's going to really want to try and maneuver that longer board. It's hard when you're competing in conditions like this where the waves are a bit difficult to paddle into because you want that longer board, that extra foam to be able to catch the wave. But then once you're on the wave, judges are going to want to see that you can turn that board on the open face of the wave. So it's always kind of a catch-22 there. I've had difficulties competing in the past of like, okay, the waves are small, let's take out my mid-length, but I wasn't quite always rewarded because I wasn't able to turn the board as well. So surfers out in the lineup really deciding what boards to ride. It's so critical out there. Red opting with that short board that seems really snappy and spicy under his feet, so it's looking good for him, but ultimately it comes down to style, what kind of surfing you like best. And for some it's longboarding and mid-lengthing. For me, the waves have to be really small for me to take out a mid-length. Always opt for my short board, my go-to.
Well, with 7.5 to go, that 7 still the benchmark here in this heat from Elias Ricardo DL, currently in the lead. Steve Fox in second. Joshua Loya representing Team USA from Santa Cruz, California. His bio is pretty incredible. I'm honing in on the fact that he is a heavy metal fan, cranking Pantera before his heats, and he really does it all. You know, he didn't start surfing till 37, so
wow.
Quick study. He's 45 now. He's into everything: martial arts, jiu-jitsu, sailing, jet skiing, stand-up comedy, fantasy, sci-fi, superhero fiction, and metal music.
Hard rock metal music. Don't want to mess with Josh right before the heat.
He's a member of the Surf Fight gym down in Del Mar under the tutelage of legendary Joel Tudor. And he's been training martial arts for years. He's got 5 black belts across 7 styles.
And completely blind. How impressive is that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm not much of a birder, but that bird out there is looking pretty snazzy.
That's Bald Eagle. Came out to probably cheer Joshua Loya on Team USA.
Absolutely. He hasn't revealed his face, but I believe that that is Sarah Betancourt's husband, Matt Betancourt.
Oh, don't spoil it.
Oh, sorry. Here goes Red.
All right, so DL now. Good open face wave to work with. Deep bottom turn. Cranks it off the top, but the wave just dissipates beneath his feet. I love the intent he showed us right there. And right behind him, Steve Fox trying to get into this left-hander, just caught up top. So both those waves will probably be relatively similar scores. DL looking to replace a 2.83. Steve Fox looking to improve on a 1.67. Loya's last wave comes through at a 2.63, so he needs a 2.05 to get into one of these top 2 spots. So this is your round 2 of action here. And we have a couple different competitive scenarios happening. Once we get into the semifinals, we go to that traditional top 2 surfers advance through into the finals. But what we've been doing all week long in earlier rounds is more of a leaderboard position. All those things factor into the fact that if you surf the best in your heat and you get the 2 best waves, you're going to advance through. If you put up high numbers, most likely going to qualify for the semis. And hopefully, if you keep your momentum, you'll be in the finals where we will be crowning our champions. Gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Yeah, I love that there's that copper included. All 4 surfers in the final are no doubt going to be walking away with a medal.
Where do you keep your gold medal, Liv? Are you wearing it right now?
Yeah, you know, it's actually, I wear it every day. It's underneath all my clothes. You'll hear a little clink, clink occasionally. No, just kidding. Absolutely not. They're home. They're at home hanging in my room, for sure. Love them. Keep them very safe.
It's like your babies.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a huge accomplishment for any surfer, and you know, we're super excited to be part of the team here at the ISA that gives these surfers the opportunity to represent their nations, you know, try to add up enough points to potentially get the overall team win. Those individual medals, of course, they're so coveted and so hard fought for, but it really feels to me like, you know, when you get down here and you see your flag flying, almost feels like the team medal is more important for a lot of these athletes than the individual medal.
100%. That's what I love about this competition is you're not only surfing for yourself, but you're surfing for your nation, and that's what makes it so special. For me, I loved representing Team USA, and I had the privilege and honor to do that for 6 years. And yes, I have 3 individual gold medals, but I also have 2 team gold medals, and they were just as important in my eyes. And you talk about ISA just giving the platform to these para surfers, and I 100% would not be where I am today and the platform that I have without the ISA World Parasurfing Championships and the opportunities that I did have to go out there and to surf to my best abilities in my division, in the Stand 1 division, and always just so grateful for what surfing competition has brought in my life, as well as I see as it's changed so many people's lives. You know, Ali, the people in this division, Elias, I had a post-heat interview with him, and he just lit up talking about competing, and surfing really makes people's lives whole, and especially when they can put on the jersey and represent their nation.
And it helps when the waves look as fun as they do. Just almost getting into that little right-hander. Alias, Ricardo, DL, 7 and a 2.83. He's got a 9.83 heat total for now. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Comes the spotter out there. Elias is probably going, why'd you tell me to paddle for that one?
Right, exactly. I mean, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. You can't always tell which waves are going to break. Let's go, Josh. Let's see if he can get this one.
You know, it seemed like he sensed that wave was starting to break kind of quicker than he thought.
Right.
So I like that idea to just try to get to your feet as quick as possible. Didn't go his way on that one, but he only needs a 2.05. He's got 1:45 seconds to go, and Oceanside seems to always provide. I mean, we've seen so many buzzer beaters in this event. Do not take your eyes off the screen for a second. At the moment, Team Brazil in the lead. DL has a 9.83. Steve Fox hanging in there in second place with a 4.67. Loya trying to put himself in position to potentially get a 2.05 and launch up to that second place position.
Such a beautiful view there. Sun came out a little bit early today compared to the other days. You can see that fog bank out the horizon there. Such a beautiful morning. Water so blue. Looks like green's taking off here. Trying to scratch in, but just can't quite get there. That high tide is making it a little bit difficult to paddle into waves this morning. You almost have to just be sitting right underneath the pocket there. This spot is very tide dependent. High tide creates a bit mushier of waves. However, it allows the wave to open up a little bit more for scoring opportunity with turns. And then in the afternoon, we're going to see a tide switch, and that tide is going to drain out. It's going to become a little bit more dumpy, a little bit more difficult to navigate. However, these surfers are more than prepared to deal with what the tide gives them here on the pier. Just such an awesome shot of being able to watch from the beach. I went up there yesterday cheering on the team, and
well, here we go. Is this the buzzer beater Joshua Loya is looking for? Time counting down, 5 seconds left. And Loya gets up, but just falls out the back. DL, the big backhand snap there. We'll see if that wave counts. If it does, that could very well improve on the 2.83. Either way, Elias, Ricardo, DL gets the heat win. Steve Fox comes through in second, Joshua Loya third. But, I mean, you could tell the passion that all three of these surfers carry with them in and out of the water is, it's just watching these guys surf. It's doing its job. It's making me want to surf. I'm sure it's making everybody at home want to surf
every
as
day
well.
here, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go commentate a heat, but like, really want to paddle out.
Well, not yet.
Not
Soon
yet.
enough, though.
Soon.
We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with men's VI1 round 2, or round 2 heat 2. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And that's exactly what we're doing here today in Oceanside, helping to make a better world through surfing. This is round 2, heat 2 of the visually impaired 1 division.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Not
This is
a great situation.
harsh start for 2 of our surfers right now. Most likely we will see an interference given out as there is no priority to the start of these heats. Of course, we'll leave that up to the judges above us. We have an international panel, male and female. 5 judges. High score, the low score. They're deleted. The 3 middle scores averaged up to get our number. So that's going to be an interesting start for this men's VI1 round 2, heat 2. Kirk Watson, Ben Newman, and Pablo Martinez, Germany, Australia, and Argentina represented here. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone.
Looking like a beautiful day of competition here. Very, very light winds. Yep, we have Kurt Watson from Team Australia in red, Ben Newman representing Germany in blue, and Pablo Martinez representing Argentina in green. A little bit about Kirk Watson. He grew up on an island on Sydney's northern beaches, and he says it's an absolute haven for water sports. As a teen, he started to lose his night vision and peripheral vision and was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, a degenerative condition. And it progressively took things from his life, and over time was now in the VI1 division. Very inspirational, this VI1 division. Surfers who are blind and surfing through the great wave from blue there.
Yeah, that was a cool looking bottom turn. The wave just kind of closed out around it, but I like that fade. Kind of went straight towards the beach and then hooked it. If there was open face on that wave, he would have been off to the races. So at the moment, Pablo Martinez with a 2-point ride is in the lead. Of course, with this much time remaining and this many waves coming through, that's all going to change throughout the entirety of this 20-minute heat. 16.5 minutes left. Both surfers caught inside, which is not exactly where you want to be, but that's a good sign. That means the waves are starting to pump a little bit more here as the tide drops out. So as round 2, heat 2 gets up and rolling, let's go down to the glass with the winner of that previous round 2, heat 1.
I'm here with Figue Diel from Brazil. Figue, what sort of things do you guys talk about for our fans out there that have never seen visually impaired contests before? What are you and your spotter talking about in the water?
Oi, Figue. O que vocês dentro d'água conversam? Como é que é essa troca de vocês, como ele sendo seu guia?
Bom, eu e meu irmão surfamos há muito tempo juntos. Né? Há 40 anos, we surf together with my brother and have very similar style in surf. And Claudio knows my paddle and talk the good position, the good spot, and have commands, né? Commands. The commands about inside of right, saindo da direita.
Ok.
Go out the right or left too, the same. Inside the left, outside the left, and paddle strong or stop, pause, and start now. Have comandos precisos, como que é precisos, precise commands.
Excellent, that's some great insight. What's it like having your older brother Claudio out in the water with you?
Claudio é irmão, né, e grande amigo, the great brother and great friend, and in my life is a great support for me and very happy I feeling very good and very happy with Claudio because one life together.
One life together. No translation needed. Well, congratulations to the both of you. Your parents must be proud. And back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. And there are big things coming in the VI division, the VI1 division. As we know, the finals are going to be absolutely stacked with talent. And some of the turns we saw in that last heat were just incredible. And I believe there will be more to come because now we can catch up with some scores. Representing Team Germany, Ben Newman comes through with a 5-point ride paired with a 2A3. And now this is Kirk Watson from Team Australia. He's got some room to work. Driving down the line, pumping the board to get through to this critical inside section. He's sitting on a 4.33. So far, so good.
Oh.
And right in the shadow of the pier. Oh, no.
Oh, my word. Not a good situation to be in. Water safety will be right to him. So unfortunate, however. Like I said, less than a 10-second reaction time from the water safety crew. Kirk Watson streaming down the line there. So excited to throw a turn and just did not realize that the pier was right there. And unfortunately, that just happens sometimes.
You know, we talk about the fearlessness that these surfers show us, and that's an example right now. Of course, we have the best team you could ask for. Our safety crew is right on it. We got our lifeguards heading out there, so we'll just be monitoring the situation. Obviously an injury that we won't speculate on, but that is, I mean, this is a dangerous sport. These athletes know full well what they're facing. So the team will be on it, and we'll keep you updated as to the situation transpiring now with Kirk Watson. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, this heat continues on. 12.5 minutes left to go. A paddle there for Ben Newman.
Ben Newman representing Team Germany at 20 years of age. He started surfing in the summer of 2018 at one of his favorite waves in Germany.
Yeah, so you see out the back now, it looks like a major set coming through. Pablo Martinez could be in position for this one. Kind of faded off up the beach. Looks like there might be more opportunity out the back, so just trying to get himself into the best position possible.
Yeah, positioning is going to be so important for this heat just because the waves are a little bit harder to paddle into. And especially since these surfers can't quite see exactly what they're dropping into, they're going to need, that coach is going to need to put them right where the wave is breaking so that they can have just enough paddle to get them in and get on the open face of the wave there.
Pablo Martinez, unfortunate position of having an interference from an earlier wave. That happened just like in 30 seconds into this heat.
Here's a replay from Red's wave. Team Australia. Kirk Watson pumping, that board looking so nice underneath his feet. Has a lot of foam there to make it into that next section, but unfortunately just goes a little bit too far to the pier.
That was a brutal wipeout, so we will keep you updated to the situation now for Kirk Watson.
Score came in at a 5.83, and so he is leading the heat as of now. Our surfer in red that had a bit of a collision, so we'll get an update from the water safety team how he's doing.
And we'll give you a warning next time because that was really, it was hard to watch.
Yeah.
We do know how tough Kirk Watson is. I mean, that's
yeah.
a fact. So
for sure.
Again, we'll just keep you posted, see what happens next. You know, the good news for Kirk is he is now in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.33. And of course, the safety crew was right on it.
Yeah, less than 10
seconds,
seconds
yeah.
right there.
10:20 to go. Newman with a 5 and a 2.83. And Pablo Martinez, his first wave probably would have been somewhere in the 2 to 3 range.
Right.
But since it was a kind of a straight up interference, that secondary score will be taken off. He does still have an opportunity here. Looking for a 7.83. If he can get that in the strength of one wave, could be a totally different conversation. But we're inside of 10 minutes now. You are watching the men's VI1 division, round 2, heat 2. So we're looking to field finalists and semifinalists as we move through to late morning and into the afternoon. We're going to be running a couple finals today. It's only 9:40 a.m.
I
Pacific
know, it
Standard
feels like
Time.
we have a whole day.
Well, every
already.
heat has had that finals feel, right?
Exactly. Yeah, day 5 of competition here at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships in beautiful Oceanside, California. So many waves we have on offer today with Australia, Germany, and Argentina in the water. Green, looking for a little bit of a paddle. Unfortunate to have that interference called. Blue, looking to be up and riding.
Yeah, it looks like, as most goofy footers, put myself in that category.
Oh, yeah.
When
Well,
you get the
you're goofy,
opportunity to
Chris.
go left, you're going left.
Oh, yeah, I don't go right. No, I really should, but if the lefts are even
lefty
just
live.
Lefty live, exactly.
Okay.
If the lefts are just worse, but there's lefts in general, I'll go left. If the rights are just pumping, no, I'll go left.
You remind me of Rob Machado. He
There's
will go right,
green.
but I think, given a chance, he's going left. All right, now Pablo Martinez. He's going to get himself on the scoreboard with this wave. A nice, long, extended ride. Good drop out the back, and there's the stoke we want to see. Yeah, Pablo. So Pablo knows he's down, but he's not out.
No.
Because if he can get himself a solid score, and I think that's going to be a decent number, and you see he's fired up. I mean, he's got 8 minutes, 10 seconds left, so he has time to get back to the outside.
I love that style he has, so low on that back foot and in a very crouched position so that he doesn't get knocked off the wave, because he wouldn't necessarily be able to see bumps coming in the face, so really low on his board to be able to stay stable. So that wave comes in at a 2.33, not quite the score that he's looking for, but he needed a 6.67, so not quite there, but still great wave nonetheless, and love to see the emotion from him. So stoked.
And that stoke is infectious.
Absolutely.
You could hear it up and down the beach.
I mean, we can feel it in the booth here, but when you're out on the sand watching all the competitors, it's just a stoke like nothing I've ever experienced. I want to pull a quote here from our surfer representing Germany, Ben. He says that, "Let's live the stoke and all give it our best so that parasurfing may be considered to become a Paralympic sport for Brisbane 2032. We are here representing parasurfers ultimately to be a part of the Paralympics someday. That is our hope. Unfortunately, we could not make it into LA 2028. We were really vying for that spot, but unfortunately just not able to make it into LA 2028, but very, very Paralympic hopeful for Brisbane 2032, and I love that quote from Ben, "Let's live the stoke."
Yeah, that is, to me, it seems like a lock for Brisbane. I mean, Australia, a surfing nation.
Yeah.
A nation that prides itself on all things ocean involved. So it seems like it would be an obvious choice. And, if you watch the Paris Olympics, you saw it. Surfing was the star. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Oh
Gabriel
my gosh.
Medina's photo. I was in
Straight
Paris.
up out of the water.
Yeah, I was in Paris, walking around the streets the day after the incredible, infamous Gabriel Medina photo, and it was everywhere. On newsstands, it was all over the place. Surfing was the star of Paris Olympics. I mean,
incredible.
That was obvious. So let's hope Brisbane gets the memo.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that Olympic experience that you had over in Paris, because you were calling the action, right? But you weren't actually in Teahupo'o.
No, we were doing overnight shifts, so the graveyard shift in the Olympic headquarters. Every Olympic sport goes to OBS, which is kind of like the mothership. So we had a solid crew in there, and basically, we would sleep all night, or sleep all day, wake up in the afternoon, go to work, call the incredible surfing going down in Tahiti, in French Polynesia, and then do it all over again. And it was just an amazing experience. And it was kind of the proof of concept, Duke's dream.
Yeah,
and Fernando
absolutely.
Aguirre's strong push via the ISA to get surfing the Olympics. And it paid off. It paid off for surfing. It paid off for the Olympics. I think it was a real mutually beneficial sport addition. We saw it added in Tokyo, And
Right, yeah.
that was awesome. But, you know, you can't, it's going to be hard to match the spectacle that is Chopo.
Exactly.
And that was huge. So here at the ISA World Parasurfing Games, we've got 137 athletes, 24 national teams, 32 past champions, and 1 new nation. We want to welcome Belgium into the fold. And hopefully we're going to get a couple new nations in 2026. I think if any parasurfing communities out there from around the world have been watching this week, they're already signing up. They're already booking tickets
Exactly.
to get to the ISA Parasurfing World Championships next year. But we've got some work to do before we start to plan the next iteration of this event, because we got to find finalists for VI1 and VI2.
Yeah, Kirk Watson, unfortunately not out in the water. However, he is a 2023 world champion, so Kirk definitely has the grit to get back out there and surf the finals. He already has a 5.8 and a 4.33. Here you can see women will make up 1/3 of the competition this year, so really hoping to get as many women out in the water as possible. I read that there were 7 women total in our very first ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and then a record high of 62 in 2023. So women's numbers absolutely building. ISA getting behind the women movement in water here. We have the 2024 World Parasurfing Championships results from the VI1 and VI2 divisions here. Pierrot from France and Alali in VI2, and Elias from Brazil, who was just surfing, and Marta from Portugal.
I have a good feeling that we could potentially be seeing a couple of back-to-back gold medals in the VI2 division. Pierrot, who is one of my new favorite surfers, definitely, I want to say, low-key the funniest surfer.
His vibes.
In the draw.
Oh,
He's got
so
the driest
funny.
sense of humor. He totally got me in a post-heat interview yesterday, and I really appreciate and respect him for that. And he is an incredible surfer, and he's kind of one of those people that's just seemingly good at everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Including comic relief. So
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
see what happens. That VI2 division is hotly contested.
Yeah, 100%. Some shredders for sure in that division. And
Oh, big set rolling through the lineup right now with 1:59 to go. So Kirk Watson still in the lead. He's getting looked after on the beach right now after a brutal wipeout into the pier. But Ben Newman hanging in there with a 5 and a 2.83. Pablo Martinez. Unfortunately, Pablo has to rely on the strength of 1 score because he did have an interference earlier on. He's sitting on a 2.33 for now. He would need a 6.67 if he wants to get into the money. So men's VI1 round 2 heat 2 is drawing to a conclusion, but this just means that we're going to be getting closer to the men's VI1 finals, which we know is going to be awesome.
oh, super exciting, that's for sure. And we have the Brazilian from the last heat. He was able to make it through, and he was a previous world champion. So lots of gold medals in the draw. Saw just a few heats ago Jesse Billauer, previous multiple world champion, out of the draw. Matthew from Costa Rica taking the lead there, and he got silver in Pismo. So hoping to crown some, obviously I love when surfers go back-to-back, but there's something about crowning a world champion for the very, very first time. I would kind of like to see that.
Yeah, we're going to be in for some really special moments as we start to crack into our final series. And here we go, Ben Newman. Nice-looking left-hander, driving down the line. A couple solid high-line turns. And now we see Pablo Martinez on a beautiful right, activating on his backhand, so nicely navigates the drop there. Got a good, clean ride. And it's exactly how you want to wrap up a heat. Win or lose, you finish strong. You got to be proud and stoked, as we can clearly see Pablo is. After that 2-3-3, we just saw a really beautiful moment, raising his hands in the air triumphantly.
Exactly. Even if he, with that interference, needing a 6.67, still so much stoke in the water. And then surfer representing Germany had a fantastic wave. He's been wave hunting this whole heat for that wave because he hasn't been able to ride out cleanly of waves just as he would have liked, and so he got a really, really solid turn on the outside. Not sure if he has enough to flip the heat, but stand by for scores to come through here for surfer in blue.
All right, that's it for men's VI1 round 2, heat 2.
Great drop, deep bottom turn, right up into the pocket. Rides out really nicely here. Goes for another turn, but comes undone there. But I think that was a pretty clean ride out.
Yeah, he's only trying to get rid of a 283.
Yeah, I think he might get higher than his 5 if I were to say. It was a really nice turn on the outside. Here goes green. Nice wide stance, super stable. Able to find some outside waves, outside face on that wave.
Cool finish there. Well, we're going to roll things on here. A couple more scores to drop, but at the end, we know Kirk Watson got the win. And as it stands now, Ben Newman in second place. We got more surfing to come. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Do not go anywhere. High stakes surfing coming right at you. We'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here at the Northside Pier in Oceanside, California for the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Champions. We have the men's VI 1 division round 2 heat 3. We have Italy, France, 2 French actually, Thomas da Silva and Thomas de Spetterut and Milan Riviero. I got some insight here from the French team that Thomas, well, there's 2 Thomases, and they're both French, and they're both surfing in the VI1 division. They called Thomas de Silva young Thomas, and Thomas, the other Thomas.
Old Thomas?
Wise Thomas,
okay,
Chris.
Yeah.
Wise Thomas. Well, you don't throw out the old
That came straight from
word.
the team. That came straight from the team.
Straight from the team.
Well, this, yeah, like you said, round 2, heat 3. So we're looking to field our finals by way of a semifinal here for men's VI1. So Thomas de Silva starting strong with a 6-point ride straight off the buzzer. Milan Rivorio, Italy, started off with a 1-3-3. Thomas Spetabrut, Team France with a 0. So we'll see. So not only do they have teams within the teams, 2 surfers, you see per jersey, spotter and surfer, but Team France now with some friendly fire potentially. We have seen in the past when you have your teammates in the lineup, if one surfer gets a pretty, a sizable score, they can go into a little bit of a teamwork situation.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Some
we'll see if that
blocking.
happens.
Yeah, let's see if that happens for sure. It just totally depends on, I think, how close these two Thomases really are.
There's Sean Evans, one of our ace photographers on the ISA team.
Yep, Waterworks Media is his Instagram handle. Getting some awesome water shots there. Thank you, Sean. Here goes Red once again.
Silva. Nice turns right there. 15:55 to go. We do have an update on the injury we saw with Kurt. Of course, we're going to defer to the experts, but a member of our medical team at the ISA is going to be accompanying Kurt to the hospital just for some precautionary measures. We never speculate on injuries until we have facts, so we're just going to send our most positive thoughts to Kirk and the team, and we'll keep you posted whenever we get news.
Yes, 2023 world champion Kirk Watson, definitely thinking about you, sending all the positive stoke and vibes your way.
The contest rolls on with Thomas Spetabrut, Team France. Good looking wave here.
Wow.
Tons of speed right down the line, coming through to this inside section. So nice and controlled. Fades back into the whitewater, and that is going to be a good completed ride.
Yeah, I love that style, so low. Just like I was talking about before, it's really critical for these surfers to be able to stay on their board. They can't quite see every little ripple that we can out in the water, so low stance and able to throw some spray there. Riding a mid-length, but seems so controlled. Definitely a lot of maneuvers down on the outside, so that should come through from a solid score for Thomas from France.
So with 14:30 to go, surfers resetting themselves back in the lineup gives us the opportunity to catch up with Anthony Vela with an update.
So getting the information from the lifeguards, from the medical team, and from the head water safety. So we saw Kirk Watson go into the pier. He made contact with one of the pier pilings, never lost consciousness, but he does have a laceration on his forehead. He's been seen by the lifeguards and also the ISA medical staff. They're taking all the precautionary measures. He's going to go to the hospital to possibly do CAT scan, possible MRI, just to make sure that there was no damage to the head, the brain, the neck. So all the necessary precautions are going to be made, and they will evaluate whether or not he will be able to continue. Want to also mention that the water safety team did an incredible job. You can't prevent somebody from surfing into the pier. As soon as the accident happened, they got there very quickly. So great job to Adam Land and Russ and the rest of the water safety team. And that's the update for now. If we get more, we'll bring it back to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Anthony. Pertinent information there. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and second that. Thank you so much to our water safety team. Literally there within seconds.
Yeah, that reaction rate was just next level from the team there.
And I mean, pretty amazing, right? It's only been 5 or 6 minutes since that crash happened, right, and things are already in motion. Kirk's already on his way to the hospital for those precautionary measures. So, our thoughts are with Kurt right now, and of course we'll keep you updated on what happens next. As it stands now in the water, 12 minutes, 50 seconds left. Thomas De Silva currently in the lead with a 6 and a 4 for a tidy 10-point total. Thomas Spetabrut from Team France with a 4.3. Great start there. Milan Rivaro, 1.33 and a 0.87. There you see Milan right there, gathering himself after another wave ridden. He'll duck under this whitewater, grab his board, get back out to the takeoff zone. The spotter's right there.
Here's the replay from Thomas's wave. Nice deep bottom turn. Nice check turn up into the pocket. Couple turns there on the inside whitewash. He has so much control over his board, Thomas. Young Thomas from France. Green here up and riding on the inside whitewash. Not quite able to ride as long as he probably would have hoped there, but super stoked nonetheless from our surfer representing Team Italy. A little bit about Thomas De Silva. He went completely blind at the age of 10 years old, representing Team France here in red, our current heat leader. And like I said, the team calls him Young Thomas. Here's Young Thomas up and riding.
So Silva has been finding these little right-hand runners and kind of just maximizing the scoring potential. And again, gets that solid closeout snap to finish clean. You could tell young Thomas is fired up. I mean, you can see it in the body language, right? He knows he's starting to build momentum. He knows he's putting together a good heat already with a 6 and a 4. And I feel like that 4 might be gone after this wave. A couple nice turns.
Really nice bottom turn. Nice slashes up into the pocket. And a closeout maneuver there, and he rides out strong. So a bit of a smaller wave, but I think it's gonna be a good score for him to come through. It does at a 7.50 for red.
Well, when a surfer has that much swagger after their wave is over, and you can just tell as they run back out to the lineup, you know a big score is going to follow. These surfers they have internal judges, so they know when a good wave went down, and that was the case that we just saw. So we got another big heat coming up next. Marta Paco, Valentin Moscatek, and Ingrid Medina. Portugal, France, Brazil. So this is where the overall team standings are going to come into a clearer picture as well. I mean, Team France is looking good right now. If they can get both of these surfers through and potentially into the final, we could see a repeat victory from Team France, but we have way too much surfing before we can make any kind of call like that. At the end of the day today, we're going to give you your top 3 teams in the standings, and that right there will definitely build up some of the drama.
Oh, definitely for Friday, when one of these nations will come away with gold, and Team France just having a stacked team here. 2 French in the VEI men's 1 division. Thomas just kind of strengthening his lead here with a 7.5 and a 6.0. I saw him running out to the lineup, and one of his teammates actually told me that during practice he would take maybe a left in, he would grab his board, run to the beach, and then put his head down and just listen for the sounds of the water hitting the pier and run towards the pier. I mean, he has no idea if someone's in his way. He would just put his head down and run.
Just it's like spidey senses.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Superhuman senses. If one sense is taken away, we've seen time and time again these surfers, these athletes, able to develop the other senses and make them super powerful. That's what we're seeing now. 9 minutes left. Thomas Spederbrut, he is a member of the Hossiger Surf Club. He started surfing in May of 2020. Surfing became an instant passion right after his first lesson. He is a French champion from 2024, team world champion, part of that gold medal French team from 2023. And he got 5th in the VI1 World Championships in 2023 as well. So he's already put up big numbers for Team France, and it looks like he's on that path again with a 4.33 and a 1.83. We're on to an even bigger number potentially for Spederbrut, aka Wise Thomas, as he makes his way through to the inside section. Nice and controlled. Good use of speed right there. Love the look of that drop out the back. That 1.83 is gone.
Oh,
get rid of it.
No doubt about it. Might have even improved on that 4.30. That was a really nice drop out the back. Deep bottom turn, showing so much control and flow with that mid-length board that he has. And it was so cool to see his teammate, young Thomas, cheering him on from the shoulder of that wave. He was giving some fist pumps to Wise Thomas there, representing Team France. Let's see what that drops in. That is a 3.77. So he's able to strengthen his second place position at an 8.07. But red continuing to stay on top with a 13.50 heat total. Let's see this replay here. Really nice paddle in, got in early, right to his feet. He knows he needs to go right, deep bottom turn, staying really nice in the pocket, wide stance, so he's able to ride through cleanly. Goes up into the lip, but isn't able to follow through. That wave had a bit of a bump on the almost double up section there.
It may have been a blessing in disguise that he got out of that wave in time. You saw him making a high speed track towards the pier.
Yeah.
You have our safety crew valiantly, showing us so much bravery as they are now literally putting themselves between the surfer and the pier pilings. That deserves a lot of attention, because that shows a lot of bravery as well.
Yeah,
so absolutely. 6.5 left here. Thomas Da Silva from Team France, now up into the teens with a 13.50 total. Thomas Spetterbrut, also from Team France, now with a 4.30 and a 3.77. He's getting things going. So Milan now, representing Team Italy, is looking for a 6.74 or any number that can help improve his scoreline. We're still now kind of back to the leaderboard type format. See who will be advancing through into the semifinals here in VI1, round 2, heat 3.
Looks like our surfer from Brazil getting ready to head out into the lineup for the second round of that division. Love that board. I love how wide that is. Gives her nice control and steadiness within the pocket. Let's see Blues taking off here.
Spetterbrut up and at it, just a bit hung up in the lip there. We'll have another opportunity, the 5.5 to go, and there's Thomas Da Silva.
He's hungry, he wants another.
Oh yeah, you could feel it. Paddling into this one, this little pier bowl right on his backhand. Nice snapping turn there for Silva. Again, the potent two-term combination. Stands tall, you can tell this kid is feeling it.
Wow, nice heart to the judges there. Absolutely feeling it. I mean, that wave was critical. Let's see a replay here. One of the bigger pier bowl rights we've seen drops in and goes straight to the lip, throwing so much spray. Up in again. This ride is going to go excellent.
Oh, absolutely. An easy call for the judges. A 9.60.
9.60 for Thomas Da Silva in red, representing Team France.
But it was easy. That was the best combo of this division so far.
And ladies and gentlemen, he is fully blind. Like, that just absolutely blows my mind that he's able to time that turn, those two turns, perfectly into the pocket. And his teammate was saying that he can sense the wave just a feel. So ladies and gentlemen, he's doing this just out of the water flowing underneath his board. At 10 years old, he lost his vision and throwing out 9.6 rides. Heart to the judges, say, give me a 10.
And shouts up to the pier. We got a bunch of fans lining the pier right now, cheering on these surfers. And probably in some cases, you know, acting as a maybe assistant sideline coach.
Oh, 100%.
This is a true surf arena. So many huge events have gone down here in the past. Every year, that massive Supergirl Pro comes through. I'm sure you've been a part of that event in the past as well. You know, way back in the day, we had U.S. championships here. The Stubbies Pro. You know, that was one of my first ever professional contests. As a little kid, I came down here.
Oh, rad.
Hockey, Tom Curran, Barton Lynch. I mean, superstars of our sport, surfing right here in Oceanside, California. And pretty much every single weekend, you will see an event on one side of the pier.
Such an iconic
try to leave
spot.
one side of the pier open for the locals. you know.
Yeah. Such an iconic spot here. I love how no matter where you are in North County, San Diego, you can always see the pier. It's just like a lighthouse in the distance. Very iconic for Oceanside, providing so many wave scoring opportunities here. Rights and lefts. Rights, that right that Thomas just had offered him a 9.60 ride. Those lefts opening up as well. 2.5 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire here for your men at VI1 round 2 heat 3. But look at that total. Thomas Da Silva, young Thomas coming through with grown-up style numbers. 9.60 and a 7.50.
Are you kidding me?
That might be the highest. That might be the highest, if not the top 3 highest overall heat scores of the entire contest. And what a way to do it. And look at Milan styling his way through the whitewater there.
Love his hands positioning there.
That's going to be a great
towards
photo.
the beach. Love that.
So many memorable moments have happened already. 5 days into this competition, we have 1 day left. We will be running a couple finals today, and then tomorrow, just all finals all day. And guess what? The waves are going to be pumping tomorrow, Liv.
Oh yeah, some swell coming through for sure. I've been watching Surfline a bit obsessively because there's that swell that's going to peak this afternoon and go into tomorrow morning. So incredible waves that we're going to have on hand.
Ooh, it looks like a nice right-hander coming through for Thomas Spetterbrut. And it is. Beautiful open face to work with here. Team France driving down the line. Wave dissipates slightly underneath his feet, but still has time to give a shout out to the friends and family and fans up on the pier. Check it out. It's packed all the way out to almost to the lifeguard stands there.
That board just looks so great under his feet, and he looks awesome paddling it. Feels super comfortable out there. Really cool board. I'd love to get a closer look at it on the beach.
That looks like one of those boards that look as good on the wall as it does in the water.
Yeah, right?
Surfboard.
It looks beautiful.
All right, 45 seconds left.
Beautiful day here in Oceanside, California. About 30 seconds. We have Red leading us with a 9.6 and a 7.5.
So as men's V-Run round 2, heat 3 comes to a close. Thomas Da Silva looking like a lock. Not just to move on into the semis, but potentially grab himself a spot in the finals for the VI1, the Visually Impaired 1 division. Thomas Spetterbrut, he improves on his secondary score to 387. So he's got an 817 total. And give it up to Milan Rivaro from Team Italy. Valiant effort, put up a big fight there, came through with a 236 total. And that's going to be it for our men's VI1 division. So we're going to flip things over to our women's VI1 division. And I know you're not going anywhere because the action is heating up and will continue to do so all the way through to the end of the day. It's only 10:10 Pacific Standard Time. We've got a full day of surfing yet to come. We'll be taking a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have Anthony and Shannon in on the call to talk us through women's V1. So don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll...
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California. It's been a huge day of competition. The conditions have been so fun out in the water, so we've been seeing some great scores dropped here at the north side of the Oceanside Pier. And we are now into finals action, as it is our women's Visually Impaired 1 final with Marta Paixão from Portugal. Up and riding on that first ride, she's going to have a score to drop in for Team Portugal. We also have 2 other surfers in the water looking for a gold medal. Valentine Mocoteco from France up against Ingrid Medina from Brazil. So Portugal, France, and Brazil in the water. Marta, Valentine, and Ingrid with an opportunity to win the gold medal. So all scores, all requirements are going for that first place position. And it will officially be our first gold medalist, our first medalists crowned here at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. So a lot is riding with each of these waves as we wait for scores to drop. It's a 2.67 for the first of Portugal. First wave of Marta. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Anthony Vela to call the action. And wow, we've got another beautiful set starting to roll through. As we take a look at our surfers potentially looking to get in position was green. Ingrid has decided not to go on that wave. Some great discussions will be happening between each of the surfers, Anthony, and their teammates, because this is the visually impaired division, and it will be the spotters who are helping each of these surfers to get themselves into position out in the water.
There's great teamwork as we see France up and riding.
All right, so Valentine with a great looking ride. She had a nice takeoff, quick up to her feet, not able to get too much distance on the board, but she's going to get that first score.
And that's got to feel great to get that first score. And we see on the clock 21 minutes, 30 seconds. So our first final. So we kind of switch gears into 25-minute finals, allowing the surfers more opportunity to showcase their surfing. And we're going to be crowning some gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals today. After those last heats that we called together, Shannon had a chance to go do some meditation and deep breathing and calm down and reset because the action is so fantastic and fierce and exciting.
Marta now having a paddle, and she's got a great looking wave up and riding. She gets that kind of small turn to start off with on her backhand, and she'll just kick out of that wave. You can see her partner there out at backline cheering her on. A great way for her to get that second score. We got a 2.93 on the board for Valentine, and these heats have 25 minutes on the clock, Anthony, so that extra 5 minutes allotted specifically for the finals today.
Yes, and we've got 3 more finals after this, so 4 finals total that we will have today, and of course more finals tomorrow, as we've seen so much action. I mean, what a fantastic week of surfing. We've seen all different types of conditions out there, from big good waves to big gnarly waves to medium good waves to medium gnarly waves, low tide waves, high tide waves, and everywhere in between.
That's right. We have had a large change in the conditions throughout the week. Well, we've got a winner down on the glass, ready to go, booking a spot into the finals.
Sorry, just taking a little while here. All good.
Well, I'm super comfortable.
Oh, good.
It's
And
sunny,
we've got Liv
nice
down on the
weather
beach.
today.
We'll go down to Liv now.
So I'm super fun.
All right, we're here live down at the beach on north side of the pier with Ben, the winner of 2 heats ago in the men's VI1 division. Ben, talk me through that last-minute heat switch. You took first right there at the end.
Oh yeah, it was a little crazy actually. We had like some good waves in the beginning, but we wanted to improve our score. So we stayed calm, had fun, and was actually getting a little bit nervous also because of Kirk, of course. I hope he's fine. It's like super bad that he hurt himself. So let's keep our fingers crossed he can join us in the final tomorrow. That would be super, super epic. All the best to Kirk. But still, I'm super, super happy that like the ocean was so generous to give me that last wave.
Awesome. You said in your bio, live the Stoke, hoping to push into the Paralympics. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So all what we do here is about stepping outside the boundaries of the ordinary and showing the world that there's so much more possible. And of course, the Paralympics would be a great step, and everyone's working so hard for that. So let's go for the Paralympics.
Yep, love that. Yeah, 2032 for sure, Brisbane. Now, would you like to say anything to friends and family back home in German?
Well, of course. So thank you so much to all of my sponsors. Without of you guys, it would have been not possible. Thank you, of course, to Jasper. He's an amazing guide. And super, super big shout outs to Rosina. She's usually my guide. We trained whole year, and unfortunately this year she couldn't come because of her work. So, well, That's just how it is, and we have to cope with it. But big shout outs, and we'll surf some awesome waves also together, Rosina. So, you!
Awesome. Good luck to the rest of the comp. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Liv. Great to hear from Thomas. Congratulations on advancing through. And just really, really well surfed throughout his round to take away that leading position and advance himself into the finals. And we do have just a quick update on Kirk from Team Australia, who unfortunately had a collision with the pier. He's going to be evaluated according to ISA medical protocol to determine whether or not he'll be allowed to take place in the final. He did qualify himself for the final. And just based off of the medical evaluation that comes through at the end of today, the ISA, according to their rules, will have the right to determine whether or not he is allowed to continue in competition based on the assessment of any head injury specifically. So we are so hopeful that he's going to be out there. Time will tell, and the ISA will make decisions according to that and the medical team. As we take a look now at Valentine on a beautiful wave, this is an incredibly awesome second ride for her. She's got that 2.93 that she started off with for Team France. Her teammate has just taken a victory in the heat before this, and that would have felt really, really incredible. A little bit of green face for her to ride on, and really solid performance all the way to the inside section as we see Marta have a look at that wave there. But Kurt, it is all going down, and we are into the finals now. It is, you know, all or nothing out in the lineup right now. First place will be taking home that gold medal as we take a look at the replay here.
And a great whitewater takeoff. I can't explain how hard those are to not have the board nosedive. Perfect get up right there. And look at that great stance. Good use of the arms. Love to see her push on that inside rail like she's trying to do right there to get a little bit more onto the open face of the wave. Beautiful long ride and falling right there, but great length of ride. Not so much any change of direction, so that will be scored accordingly, but Valentine on the board with a beautiful wave for France.
Oh, quick in and out for Portugal's Marta. And we're waiting for the score to come through for Valentine. That's going to be a really important one. We can also see that Ingrid is getting herself just right there into position once again. And there it is. It's a 4.83. So currently holding on to that gold medal position is Valentine for Team France with a 4.83 and a 2.93. That means the requirement is a 6.43 to go for Ingrid from that third place position into that leading position. We need a 4.99 on the board for Marta to go from second into the leading position.
And that's a great score and sending a message to the three-time defending champion as she's up and riding.
Up and riding here, looking for a 4.99. And she'll have a quick kick out. Now this division for the visually impaired 1 division specifically is surfers who are out there completely blind. She has absolutely no vision whatsoever, as if any, one of us or you or I right now, Anthony, paddling out in the lineup with a full black blindfold on, not being able to see anything. She's relying entirely on the rest of her senses. These surfers in this division, have shared so much through the years about really relying on the feeling of the water underneath their board and also listening to what is happening around them, listening to the sound of the wave. Even how the sound bounces off of the pier specifically gives them an indication of, how close they are to it and how many more turns they may be able to try to connect together.
Yes, what a great evaluation right there and kind of summary of what's needed. And Valentine from France is putting France in a good position, going to take in position right now possibly to take those first place points up for grabs.
That's right. Well, we've got Liv Stone standing by. Let's go check in with her now.
All right, coming to you live down here on the sand with Thomas De Silva representing Team France. Thomas, you dropped a 9.6. Talk me through that wave. How was that?
Yeah, that was completely crazy. They were super good waves, super right. I love to do backside attack with my big flow board, so it's just a pleasure to do that here in Oceanside actually.
Incredible. And what is your heat strategy going into the finals?
My heat strategy was to be lots of pleasure, with this waves. It was really glassy, all the French team. So my strategy, it was just to catch lots of pleasure and do my best with my surf like I do.
Amazing. Talk to me a little bit about this board setup. How has it been riding for you?
Yes, well, actually, it's a new board. It's like a 6.2 by Alexander de Sonis from Brazil. It's a twinner with a moontail. I love this board. It's an easy board to have, big flow.
Awesome. And what would you like to say to friends and family back at home in French?
Je voudrais dire, Maëlys, je t'aime, mon amour, ma famille, Paps, Mams, la Martinique, le Pays Basque, tous mes coachs, toutes les personnes qui m'ont suivi là toute cette année. Voilà, on va essayer de concrétiser et de se faire plaisir avant tout. Gros big up à tout le monde.
Amazing. Good luck at the rest of the comp. Back to you guys in the booth. You.
So much energy, so much excitement for Thomas Da Silva advancing through into the finals. He's going to have an opportunity to win himself a gold medal, and he did take out the leaderboard as far as his heat totals between round 1 and round 2. 17.1 in total based off of the incredible performance that he just had with that 9.6 and that 7.5. Marta now up and riding on a great looking ride for her, and she is in that silver medal position at the moment. This is an incredibly good ride. You can see that she's just angling forward, putting a little bit more pressure onto that toe side rail or that heel side rail as she's cutting back now on the inside section. She's going to be feeling so stoked with that wave.
That was another long ride as we saw Valentine Moscoteau from France with that same length of ride. If we were to compare the waves, I would guess that Valentine's wave was a little bit bigger, and although she wasn't angling, she was a little more in the pocket. So here's this wave that we just saw from Marta, the 3-time champion, up and riding. And just great low stance for all surfers out there, bending her knees and staying low. She's using that right hand, her forward hand, to square her shoulders, getting the rail a little bit engaged, and did a great job of saving that wave right there. And some little changes of direction. You can see her engaging that left side rail as we're looking at the board. And she had some turns there as well. So, wow, that's so close if we were to compare it to the wave, the single wave score from Valentine from France, who's currently in the lead, that 4.83. Ingrid Medina from Brazil, looking for her second scoring wave as well. But we have some action in this first final.
Yeah, this is, there's opportunity for every single one of these competitors out there. We could see a brand new world champion if Valentine stays in this leading position. She has been a former silver medalist in her 4 years of competing in the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, but she's never walked away with that gold, where Marta is a multiple world champion. She's had 3 world titles in total to her name in this division, and she could be going for a 4th today. So there is, a lot in front of her for the hope of getting that 4th world title, but also the hunger of a Valentine and an Ingrid to walk away brand new world champions.
And if you're going to snatch the world title away from a 3-time champion, this is the formula to do it. Get a good wave early, put some pressure on her, because as Marta's paddling back out, she's going to be talking with her spotters and helpers, and they're going to let her know, hey, you need to score. So, and a lot of times when that happens, you've got to push the limits a little bit more, which might make you either rise to the occasion or push it too far. So we'll see what happens in these final 10 minutes. And if I can just add one more thing about that interview that we saw from the heat winner from 2 heats ago, Ben Newman. He said something that I really loved, and Chris Cote and I have been talking about making a documentary of every single athlete, and Ben came up with the title. He said, what they're doing is outside the boundaries of the ordinary. That's the name of the video.
That's incredible. It really is outside of the ordinary. As we take a look now at Valentine, that was a great takeoff, kind of hits the section and goes down after, an incredibly good outside opener for that wave. 4.83 is the score to beat at the moment. So we've got that last one in for Marta, a 4.6. She actually does have now another score to drop in as well, as Valentine is just gathering herself together. She's going to hop back onto that board. She's got her pusher that's already swum to the inside. Or sorry, not her pusher, her spotter specifically. So in this division, the 2 people in the lineup, one being the competitor and the other being the spotter, the eyes for the surfer out in the lineup, to let her know that there's another wave coming, that she's going to need to duck dive or, duck her head underwater because there's a wall of whitewater about to hit, or how close she is to the pier, when she can really gun it on the paddle. She's in a good position now because she shouldn't have any whitewater hitting her for where she's at the moment.
Yeah, and before the spotter got there, she was there on her own, and I was just watching as the first whitewater was coming, and you can hear the whitewater. And so I was watching the timing of it. She dove under the wave, and as a surfer, that feeling of being under the water and feeling the energy of the wave from underneath the water, it's kind of a soothing feeling as well. And so I believe that she's gonna take that wave, go underwater, kind of let everything get washed off of her from the previous wave ridden, and she's gonna go out there. She's in the lead. She's trying to better her low score of the 3.5 and pushing the limits like I was just talking about. She fell on that wave, but she's got 2 scores, putting the pressure on the reigning champion.
That's right. She's from Biarritz in France, loves surfing out there. She's been surfing since she was just 7 years old. She's now 15, has been competing for a long time. As we take a look now at the Brazilian team out there, just discussing some of the dynamics of what they've been watching with Ingrid, who is out in the lineup. So we've got a young 15-year-old who's currently in the gold medal position. We've got a 20-year-old Marta, who is a 3-time world champion, going for a 4th. She's currently sitting in 2nd, chasing down a 3.74 to take away the win. And then Ingrid, out of Team Brazil, she is 31 years old, so the oldest of the competitors out in the lineup. She had a degenerative eye loss disease, which meant that she kind of gradually lost her vision through her life. At age 17, she was officially completely blind, and that's what has qualified her to competing in this this VI1 category. And so it's been amazing for her to share her journey of how finding the ocean gave her, that new hope, that new drive within her life. And she said she's here not to prove anything to anyone else, but just to be able to connect with something that she loves so much.
Wow, very well said. And, the ocean is the great healer, and competition is such a great community to be a part of. The common goal of all of these athletes is, everyone wants to go out and do well, but then after the event, everybody wants to go home to improve. And I think the will to improve in surfing, and in life as well, without getting, too into it, is the two things go so well together as we see a beautiful set approaching Shannon.
Here we go. It's our surfer in red who's in first priority. She's going to have a huge whitewater takeoff. Perfect pop-up up to her feet, and just a little too much power there for her to be able to stand and complete that ride.
And the current heat leader has to dive under that wave, and it looks like she's going to be caught on the inside. So maybe we're seeing the first pulses of that new swell, because
I think so.
And on the inside, Ingrid.
Marta now up and riding, great positioning here. I love her style. I love the way that she just keeps those arms held high. I remember after her very first victory at Pismo Beach years ago, as she's finishing on the inside here, her sharing that she really gets a lot of her sense from feeling the wind in her face actually when she's surfing, and she can feel the speed and how quick she's going just based off of the feeling of the wind against her skin and knowing if she's in a good position on the wave or if she needs to adjust things at all.
And that's so funny because I saw the green board and then immediately thought green. That's why you're the veteran, seeing the red jersey to match the red competitor of Marta on that wave. Well played, Shannon, and she navigated that set, taking that first wave and then getting the second wave to kind of push her in. She wasn't, I don't think, necessarily going for a score, just combination of having fun and repositioning.
That's right, and getting all the way into the shoreline now, she's going to be able to know that she's paddling straight out next to the pier and that she's in a good position on the outside section, as we've got the Australian pack, and they have been putting together some incredibly good performances.
Is that a Australian Dodgers hat? That was really cool.
That's awesome.
The green and gold Dodgers hat. We have some, there it is. Go Dodgers, as we know the 2-time world champions. That's really cool. I wonder where they got that hat.
That's so funny. All right, well, Dodgers just taking home another World Series. Very exciting stuff. Inspiring, apparently, to the Australian contingency as they're going for their own personal World Series here at the World Championships for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Oh, we're into crunch time now, Shannon. 3 minutes.
Wow.
We just had a big set, so, you know, if we were to kind of think about what happens in the ocean after a big set, typically there's a long sort of lull. But maybe with that combo swell or the new swell coming in, that was some of the north, the leftover south maybe is going to provide. And then priority can also play into it as well. And so I believe Valentine has first priority, so I'm not sure how much competition experience they have, but she now has the opportunity to basically hold off Marta from any wave that she could potentially go on. So she's really in the driver's seat right now. The lead, priority, with 2 minutes to go. Oh my goodness.
And you know what? She's only 15 years old, but she has a lot of competitive experience. This is her 4th participation in the ISA World Championships. As we take a look now at Ingrid, 31 years old, just proudly flying the flag for para surfers back at home in Brazil. And it's been awesome to see her with that participation, qualifying for the final, and she's going to walk away a medalist, no doubt. Sticking also to the inside section, where Liv Stone's been giving some great breakdowns of each of these surfers wanting to compete in a space that they feel comfortable in. So, of course, pushing themselves because there's a world championship on the line. They want to win that gold medal, so they're going to push themselves maybe a little bit more than they would in their free surfing. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to see every surfer competing in a space that allows them to be feeling comfortable and safe out in the lineup. And for Ingrid right now, that's staying closer on the inside. She's got her spotter right next to her who is explaining the right kind of foamies to be taking off on. And that's a great representation of the development of the sport, of where we're currently at in this division for VI1 surfers. And the fact that if there is anyone that's tuning in back at home, if you are a visually impaired surfer or you know one, that we have opportunities for more women to join in, to jump in and grab a jersey competing, and to continue to grow the field that's out here surfing today.
We want to see more of you. There's a summary.
Yeah.
We need more of you in the water because it's so healthy for you. It's so healthy for the sport and for women's sports. So here we see Valentine's a little further out. If I were competing or coaching her, I would try to get her to come a little bit further in to hold off Marta Patso from Portugal. We're getting into that last 30 seconds. She might have one more roll of the dice. Marta may. No, it's hard to tell from this drone view if that wave is going to break or not.
And that little bit of combination swell that we have is just, it's not a really clean straight line that's coming through. We got a little bit of that north direction, a little bit of that south direction coming through for those peaks. And it can be challenging to get right into the right spot with it. But with 10 seconds remaining, I think it's safe to say at this stage that it is going to be Valentine from Team France, your brand new gold medalist, the 15-year-old, a former silver medalist, now a world champion surfer. She not only loves surfing, she loves classical music, she plays the flute, she practices shadow boxing to keep in shape. All of that, the mental capacity of being a musician, the physical capacity of shadow boxing, putting her in a perfect position, primed to walk away a gold medalist here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And look at that team spirit down out in the water right now.
Oh, man. And the official party is tomorrow, but the partying is going to start today. And you saw that shot of Team France. You know who is the most stoked? Pierrot. So he's going to be having some beers for Team France. Valentine winning her first world title, and France claiming that first lot of points for the overall team gold medal.
Wow.
Well done. What a great heat.
Impressive performance from Valentine Moskotoak. Incredibly solid surfing to get her through with the victory today to steal away the gold medal from the 3-time champion in Marta Pacho from Portugal. And it will be a brand new gold medalist in our women's visually impaired 1 division.
I see some sore cheeks coming up tomorrow for Valentine. She's going to be smiling all day. Can you imagine her friends and family back home? France is going wild right now.
Wow, absolutely amazing performance. We're going to have big celebrations from Team France, and very well done to Marta for another medal here at the World Championships. That silver medal going to Marta Pachot, and for Ingrid Medina of Brazil walking away with that bronze medal as well.
Congratulations to all three surfers. Great job to Marta as well. And coming up, we're going to have our second final. It's going to be the women prone 1 division.
That's right. Well, before we get to that, we're going to go to a quick, we'll stick with it because we've got the chair here for our surfer in blue, Valentine, for Team France.
Tell us about the chariot,
your
Shannon.
2025 ISA World Champion for our women's VI1 division. Visually impaired 1, completely blind, taking out a victory here on the shores of Oceanside, California, and an incredibly impressive performance to get her all the way to this position.
Wow. She's almost like can't believe it. She is just in shock. And we are in shock at such a great performance from someone at such a young age with a long career in parasurfing ahead of her.
That's right. Well done. We're going to hear from her shortly as she has just gotten the chair up the beach. We're going to a quick break. When we return, more from the new world champion.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It is 2025, and we are crowning new world champions. We've just had the first of the contest crowned with Valentine from France winning in the visually impaired 1. We're now into a brand new women's final, women's prone 1, 4 surfers with the opportunity to win gold medal. We got a multiple gold medalist in Sarah Betancourt from Team USA in the red jersey up against Paloma Oñate from Spain, Grace Kennedy from Australia, and Solange Ballet from France, each of them having yet to get their opening ride. And we have maybe a quick little ride here before we go down to chat to our new gold medalist. We'll see if anyone's able to catch that wave. Not quite able to get into it. So with that, let's go down to the beach to check in with our brand new gold medalist, visually impaired 1, Valentine from France.
We're down here on the beach with our very first world champion of the 2025 ISA World Pair Surfing Championships. Valentine, you just brought home gold. How does it feel?
I can't believe it, honestly. I'm so happy. Vas-y, je sais pas quoi dire.
She is really happy to win, and first time, really good waves, and happy to be here and to win today.
How was that heat strategy going into the event and going into this heat? What helped you bring home gold?
Vas-y, réponds.
In a hand on the finale was to catching maybe not too many waves, but the good one. That what she did directly on the beginning. Then after just to have a better backup and yeah, and after to get focused at the back to stick on the lead.
How does it feel to bring home the first gold medal for Team France?
Incredible. Incredible, I can't believe it.
Amazing. And what would you like to say to friends and family back at home in French? You can speak in French.
Je suis tellement contente, tellement fière et merci de m'avoir suivie.
À l'année prochaine pour une deuxième.
Okay, incredible. Our first world champion, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you guys in the booth. Yoo-hoo!
Oh, so exciting. Just 15 years old and you know, just shocked at the fact that she is currently now a world champion. I think it's going to take, you know, the afternoon, maybe even a few days, a few weeks to settle in for her as she's celebrating with the team, as she's even cheering on the rest of her French competitors like Solange, who's currently in the water right now. But what a sweet moment to see a young competitor crowned a new world champion.
Wow, that was an incredible heat. Well surfed, great strategy. And her team is going to be stoked, and Solange is going to try to carry that momentum going into this heat as she's coming up against the legend Sarah Betancourt, Paloma Oñate, a seasoned veteran in this division as well, and Grace Kennedy and Solange. They're two relative newcomers into their first final in this event, so we'll see how they go.
Yeah, it's exciting to see a couple of new names in the conversation, you know, to have a veteran like Sarah Betancourt, who has had so many great heat wins to her name. She's already got multiple gold medals. She's a real spokesperson for the sport overall for parasurfing. To see her with, you know, the run that she's had so far, she's taken out her heat victories, and she's also going to get up and riding on her opening wave here. First wave of our Women's Prone 1 final. Captain Sarah Betancourt now riding through to the inside section, just pumping down the line, trying to gain a little bit more speed, getting some great turns thrown in here, throwing heaps of spray off that inside rail, and a nice end section to finish off with as well. So she's going to have her first score to drop in.
Great ride, opening ride from Sarah, and had a conversation with her yesterday. She's mad at me because I was talking about...
I didn't think it was possible for her to get mad. She's got such a big smile every time I see her.
Well, it's because I was talking about the men's division, and we'll get back to that.
As we see some live action with Solange and Grace both up and riding. Now, there was no priority established between this. They're both respectfully turning off, and they're, you know, to the left, to the right, to just completely avoid each other as we see a great little party wave all the way into the shoreline here. But again, no priority established at the start of this heat. Neither of them are coming close to each other to interfere on any scoring potential either, as it's just kind of a straight wall of white water throughout the entire wave. So a nice way for both of them to kick things off. Now it will be the battle to see who gets out the back first for that priority between the two, as Paloma from Spain has a great looking wave. That was a really dynamic, critical outside section. She's now kind of looking left to right to see through the inside. She's going to actually pull out of this one. That could also help her potentially get the paddle on the way back out to find herself in higher priority as she's going to get herself back onto that board on the inside.
Yep, great point about pulling out of the wave to race back for that priority battle, and all four surfers right there on the inside. But Sarah Betancourt, she was mad because we were talking about the men's division and how they were hitting those end sections, and Kaya Colas and Joel Taylor especially, and she's like, hey, I'm going to do that too, and I'm going to show you in that final. She was talking about wanting to do it. An air is like her kind of next goal.
Yeah.
She said she has done a couple of barrel rolls accidentally / on purpose. So I really like that she's thinking about these maneuvers and how specific maneuvers, not just, hey, I want to go improve my surfing. She really has specifics that she wants to work on and show the world that, like, hey, the women can do it as well as the men. And Sarah, you are right. So let's see it. She was going to bring out some new things for the final, and she's got those 25 minutes to show us, as we've got scores to lock in from all of the athletes.
That's right. Well, we are in the Women's Prone 1 final. That includes any surfers that ride the wave in a prone position, laying down on their board, who do not require assistance paddling into waves or getting back onto their board safely. They've got enough upper body strength, mobility of their upper body, to be able to pull themselves back up onto boards or to catch waves like this, as we see from Captain Sarah Betancourt.
Using her paddle power and the white water to push her. There she is pumping, grabbing that inside rail, looking right, looking left, using all of her body to get some speed for this turn right there, and another one, and then looking for that end section. Sarah Betancourt getting her finals heat started with that great scoring opening ride.
Score to drop in now from her first wave, and it's a 7.17 to kick things off for the four-time world champion as we take a look at the replay from this wave here.
Yes, and you talked perfectly about the women surfing away from each other so as not to interfere with either of their scoring potential, which is what the judges are looking for if they are going to give an interference call. But from our eyes, there is no hindrance of scoring potential at all, and no priority was established ahead of that because that's the beginning of the heat. And then we saw a ride from Paloma Oñate from Spain, using all of her paddle power to get into that one, scooting back on the board so as not to nosedive, using that inside hand, dropping all the way to the bottom, flying off screen into the pier there from our pier view. And she's going to ride all the way and pull out of that one. And a great opening ride for Paloma, a multiple medalist in this division. And there you see the scores.
There we go, a 6.33 for Paloma. So great way for her to start off. She is from Santa Cruz de Tenerife in Spain. She loves dogs and reading magazines, and I'm sure she's got a few surf magazines that she's been reading in preparation for this event because her surfing is top-notch. She's just right there, perfect in the pocket, doing everything she needed. If we see her get onto a slightly bigger wave and maybe have one of those in sections like Sarah was sharing with you that she liked to hit, I think we're going to see the same kind of surfing, aggressive into that in section coming out of Paloma that we're expecting we might be able to witness from Sarah in this heat. As we got a strong paddle here, Sarah just can't quite get into it. And really what you're talking about there, Anthony, and what Sarah's sharing is a continued evolution of performance, right? We're continuing to see the evolution of performance every year that this event takes place since 2015 when it first began for para surfing with the ISA. We've seen progression of surfing. It was really last year that we saw this huge momentum within the performances from so many surfers. And this year, I love hearing that more of those surfers back at home, they've been putting that focus into refining their equipment and into challenging what they're capable of doing on a wave to continue to push those performance levels.
And now in each of the divisions, we've had kind of established veterans for the younger kids to look up to. And you know, going off of what you were saying, like Kai Colas at 18 years old, we were asking him about him dragging his hands, and he said he learned that from watching videos of Bruno Hansen, who's been involved since the beginning. So now the sport's been around a good 10 years, so that second generation has something to look to. So they've planted the seed, it's starting to sprout, and continuing on at this 2025 edition of the World Championship.
As we see some live action here, surfer in blue with a big takeoff. She's going to have to stroke in a couple times to try and continue with that wave. That's going to fizzle out, but that outside section was really dynamic. Red on the inside, having a look here. She's actually going to have to paddle back out. This wave might just break right in front of her, and she's going to duck dive underneath. 12 minutes remaining on the clock. And what you're saying there, you know, about Kai taking a look at Bruno's waves, I was having a chat with Victoria Fagey from Team Canada, and she was saying that she's been also trying to share with more surfers who are competing in a similar way that she is how to duck dive, how to, you know, kind of learn how to do a couple of these standard things in surfing, but it really is particular to the level of ability and maneuverability that each of these athletes has across the various categories within parasurfing as to how they're going to be able to possibly do those things. And Victoria's been really passionate about sharing with more surfers how she's been able to figure out things like duck diving, getting under some of these bigger waves.
Yep, you have to, you know, that's probably the hardest part is getting out through the waves. And different waves, you know, have different rip currents or jetties or channels or things to get out, but ultimately you've got to learn how to get out through the waves in order to catch waves. And so that's great insight from Victoria Figge, because duck diving is, you know, one of the things that in surfing, the first thing you do is just paddle into the waves and hope that you make them through, and you get pushed off enough times and you start to want to learn how to go under them, around them, instead of through them.
Sarah now up and riding. She just needs a 1.89 to take away that leading position. She's already there with this ride so far. She hasn't quite been able to get into that green face, but she is looking to just drive through and pull enough maneuvers together. So some great foam climbs there to the top of that wave. And her teammate on the inside is just going to make sure that she doesn't get close to those pilings, maybe have a couple words of encouragement as she's on her way back out. She's going to have the 1.89. That's not a question. It's just going to be, okay, how high can that score go and what requirement is it going to push for the rest of the field? And it's a 5.10. So judges really rewarding her knowledge of being able to put in some significant kind of changes of direction without being quite on that green face.
Yeah, and she does a great job. It's like a little mini foam climb, right? And I know Chris Cote was talking about that's like a turn that's underscored, but the judges really can see how she's taking that Benway board and getting up into the whitewater versus just riding the whitewater, and it's earning her some scores. There's our next heat getting set up. Elena Nichols from the United States, Alina Garbuzov, and the Hawaiian as well.
2 Hawaiians in the water up against the world champion in Elena Nichols. So this is going to be a really exciting heat. This is the women's sit division. It's awesome to see that there is, again, a women's division specifically for this. That means that the numbers are growing enough for Elena to be surfing against other women, because she's been competing in the women's sit division on a wave ski for a long time and used to have to surf in a co-ed division up against the guys. And so now for her to have a couple of women to surf against is really great to see the growth of the sport on that side, as we see a huge wall of whitewater coming through. I couldn't agree more. I think, Anthony, like you said, that swell is picking up. We're starting to see the pulses of it, and Grace Kennedy is reaping the benefits of the fact that these waves are just getting bigger and bigger. She's now riding her second ride. She's already got that 3.33 on the board. She's going to need a big 8.94 to get herself into that gold medal position, as Solange is riding behind her, chasing down an 8.44. So big requirements on the board for these two in that 3rd and 4th place position, and bronze and copper medal finishes at the moment. We'll see how that battle kind of unfolds for those valuable team points, as well as that opportunity to finish off in that bronze or silver medal position between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
And Sarah Betancourt from Team USA leading thus far, and one name missing from this final, the veteran Catherine Beattie from Team USA. She's been in 4th, she's been 2nd, she's been 5th, and she missed the final by 0.06.
Oh, man.
It is such a small margin. She had a total heat score of 7, but it took a 7.06. That was the score for the surfer from Australia. So Team USA missing out on those points of having 2 competitors in this final. And Sarah Betancourt doing a great job to put herself in a position to take the maximum amount of points that you can take in this. Paloma Oñate currently in 2nd. And she's got one of the best lines in her biography. I'll say it in Spanish. Me deslizo por mar, tierra y aire, which translates to I glide across the sea, land, and air. And it's just a beautiful thing, but it makes me wonder, okay, I see you gliding across the sea, and I see you gliding across the land, so is she a pilot as well? We'll have to find out.
We'll have to find out. Well, we actually do have a pilot in the water right now. It's Captain Sarah Betancourt, retired U.S. Marine Corps. She was a helicopter pilot and then was diagnosed with a rare neurological disorder that forced her to medically retire in 2012. She says with her constantly changing and sometimes very serious symptoms, Sarah has struggled to find her place back in society post-diagnosis and, kind of forced retirement from the Marine Corps. But once she was introduced to adaptive sports, it's really just changed her perspective on life and what she's been able to do. She's since won multiple world titles, and she's up and riding right now on a great looking wave, looking to defend and go for what would be her 5th gold medal in our women's Prone 1 division. Great looking surfing from the 4-time world champion, making it look like it's going to be a tall order for any other surfer to take away that gold medal spot from her now.
That's her best wave, I think.
Yeah.
There were those turns that she was doing in the whitewater before. She was doing those on the open face, and she's going for her 2nd two-peat with perhaps winning her possible 5th world title. She's won 3 in a row, missed one, and then won last year. And can you imagine Sarah Betancourt as your mom? Her sons Tyler and Kyle, like, what a rad mom to have.
Oh, yeah, she is one of the coolest people. She's also really passionate about continuing to grow the Paralympics and encouraging the inclusion of new sports. So parasurfing being one, but she's also a phenomenal sled hockey player, and she founded the San Diego Ducks sled hockey team. She's the team leader and has really put in a lot of effort for inclusion for both sled hockey and for parasurfing to get into the Paralympics. So she's one of those surfers that personally would love to be called a Paralympian one day, but also for the sake of the sport, for the growth, and for the life-changing aspect of it being introduced to so many more para-athletes around the world, for the life-changing potential of that within others. She would love to see parasurfing get across the line for Brisbane 2032, and she is a surfer that's going to be putting a lot of effort behind the scenes in getting parasurfing across the line for that.
It's a great point about the effort that is involved. It's not just the Olympic Committee says, hey, we're going to put a new sport in, and we see a look back at her highest scoring wave, Sarah Betancourt, Team USA, gliding across the open face. You can see that shift of body position on that Benway shaped board. And right here, angling, getting some speed towards the pier, cutting back into the whitewater. And these little turns these big turns right here are really what earned her extra points. And all the way into that last foam climb there, avoiding the water safety. They grab her. That's her catcher in the red jersey. Our volunteers in the orange jerseys. And she has made it a very tough situation for the Spaniard Paloma Oñate, but she's not given up yet.
She certainly isn't. She's now on a great-looking ride. She's been picking off those rights really well. Unfortunately, just got kind of dragged into what has been happening to so many surfers this week, right? Wanting to put in a big first swooping turn on the right, but because of that channel next to the pier, it actually slopes out so much that it's challenging to keep that momentum moving forward as we take another look here.
And this is that great look, more kind of what the judges see. And you can see her positioning herself perfectly on this one. And going from rail to rail, grabbing that front rail with the right hand, the inside rail on her left hand, and cutting back into the whitewater. And this right here, that last turn, it's a little subtlety, but the board's getting up into the whitewater, not underneath the whitewater. And that really shows a lot of control for the judges.
Incredible performance. Well, the Australian Grace Kennedy has the chance coming through from the beach. She's got a big ask in front of her. She herself and Solage are now in a combination situation of 15.17 to take away the leading position from Sarah, who's sitting with an 8 now and a 7.17. But Grace has been putting in some great effort behind the scenes. She was born with spina bifida and is one of 4 siblings. She said she grew up in a really competitive family, so it's helped her to be a really competitive person and to really enjoy any aspect of sport. Coming from Jervis Bay on the south coast of New South Wales has allowed her to live a life that's just surrounded by the ocean. It's a really beautiful, gorgeous part of the world, as we can see her now riding on this wave. So she's had this opportunity to spend a lot of time in the ocean through her life. I love being able to see her dig that rail as we now switch to live action with Sarah Betancourt out the back. Huge off the top to start things off with. Finds that left, looking for some distance on this wave. She's trying to find the speed to make it around the section, and she's going to do it. She's going to make it around to that green face once again. Can she connect with an ending? I was hoping that wave would continue to stand up for it. It really looked like there was going to be a solid reform on the inside.
I was hoping as well, because that first turn was so good, and it looked like she was going to make it around the section. And this is that wave that, as you were talking about, the Australian, and she had a really nice ride. That turn there, just accelerating again. You can see the spray coming off the bottom of her board. A little more subtle, riding a little bigger board, but you can see the acceleration with each of those turns. So that's going to be a great ride right there from Grace Kennedy from Australia.
It's actually just moved her from copper up into bronze. So Grace Kennedy now sitting in the bronze medal position as we take a look at this replay from Last of Sarah.
As you see how fast she went around the other competitor. And then this is the section right here. We were both kind of hoping she was going to make it around this section and be able to really finish this wave with one more turn off the whitewater. And here we go, Paloma Oñate.
Here we go, trying to see if she can get that 8.84 needed to take away the gold medal finish. She has been putting together such a beautiful campaign throughout her surfing at this year's World Championships. I love the way that she's able to use her arms in the surface of the water to try and redirect that board even more. And the fact that she's got that, she prefers to grip the sides, the rails of her board, rather than using any handles for her turn specifically, really makes her surfing much more dynamic.
And what a great way to finish, taking a wave all the way to the sand. She's going to have to settle for settle for silver. The gold is going to that woman right there, the captain.
Well, we've got scores to come through for 3 of our 4 competitors. Sarah Betancourt, Captain Sarah Betancourt, currently with that 8. That 717 on the board. We're waiting for a score for Lasta Paloma Oñate out of Spain. She is chasing down an 8.84. And there you can see Sarah just communicating with her team, wanting to hear it officially from the judges. And scores are in on her last wave. We were waiting for it. It's an 8.43. It has solidified her with a 16.43 heat total. And Captain Sarah Betancourt is officially a 5-time world champion.
Wow. Just hearing that said out loud is incredible. 5-time world champion.
She's now tied with Victoria Faggy for the most wins on the women's side of the draw. Bruno Hansen is holding on to those 6 world championships as far as, most of all time. But she is officially, once again, a world champion, and she put together a really solid performance in that final to earn the title because it was not going to be easy. Paloma was just biting at her heels the entire time.
Yes, and Bruno, watch out because I know it's a year away already, but her surfing is continuing to progress like you were talking about earlier, and she's not happy with where she is. She's happy right now in the moment, but there's more that she has her eyes set. She can visualize these things that she wants to do in her surfing, and that's the coolest part about that. There you see her purple shape. That's the 5.5 from Ben Way, the 5.5 purple. She won that. She used that board to win in Pismo several years back, and now that board has won another gold medal.
Absolutely incredible. The only year she has not taken away gold was in 2023 when Emma Dieters from Team Australia, who was missing from the final, she put together some great waves this week, but unfortunately just missed out on this final qualification. Emma took out that gold in 2023. Other than that, Sarah Betancourt has won in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2024. Now is your 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Champion in the Women's Prone 1 division, being that she was out there surfing in a prone position, but has the strength of her upper body to not need assistance catching waves or getting back onto her board safely. And she is really showcasing the progression of where women's prone surfing is heading in the future. Incredible. We're going to go to a very quick break. When we return, we're going to catch up with the champion. More action after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action. We're in Oceanside, California for one of 2 finals days here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've already crowned 2 gold medalists in today's competition, and we're about to crown another as we are into our women's sit final with Elena Nichols from Team USA, Alina Garbuzo from Hawaii, and Mira Nelson from Hawaii. So 2 Hawaiians up against the surfer out of the United States, Elena Nichols, who is a multiple world champion. We could see new world champions crowned between Alina and Mira. Otherwise, it could be Elena going for another one here. So we're just waiting for this heat to get underway. It hasn't quite started yet. Judges just having a little reset after the celebrations of Captain Sarah Betancourt winning her unprecedented fifth world title for her career. And she is just young and fiery, and she is ready to go for so much more and continue to push the progression of the sport. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her with 10 world titles next to her name one day, because she's just got that much fire and drive behind her. 25 minutes on the clock now. Elena Nichols having a look at this wave to start things off. She'll decide not to go. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Anthony Vela to call the action. And Anthony, what a great day of surfing we get to witness.
Wow, what an incredible final we just saw, and what a way to win it as well. It's one thing to win, but to post the 2 scores in the excellent range to showcase her excellent surfing is, I think, how most surfers would love to win, rather than, the waves not being good and you win with a 5 and a 6 or something like that. Still feels good, don't get me wrong, but to go out and she was throwing away like 7s and 6s and she had 2 scores in the excellent range, and that's got to feel so good, and just stoked for her and her family, and of course for Team USA earning those valuable points. And I'm stoked for us as surf fans, because we get to have this amazing view and all the action from the Action Sports crew, Action Sports Productions. Thank you guys for all the replays, everything that you do to bring it home, all the cameramen on the beats, the drone operators. It takes a lot of people to get these amazing images, and we get to share our knowledge with you about these incredible surfers today. There's the conditions. Swell at 2 to 4 feet from the south-southwest, but there's that north swell that's mixing in as well. Light winds from the west at 4 miles per hour. We've got that negative low tide that's going to be happening after the event, so we're going to be stopping a little early today when the tide hasn't gone too low. Air at 70, water at 67 degrees Fahrenheit. That's roughly 20-ish. What would you say?
Yeah, it's roughly 20 degrees. I think 70. I checked last night for the room temperature in our room with our baby and what to dress her in to go to sleep. 70 degrees was what it said on our little thermometer, and it was 21 degrees Celsius specifically, which somehow I understand Celsius now that I live in Australia. Anyways, we got 137 athletes in the draw this week, 24 national teams, 32 past champions, Elena Nichols being one of them. And of course, we had Belgium as a new team participating, which was so exciting. They're the 33rd team overall to join into the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, as Elena Nichols has a great looking ride. This wave breaks kind of on her back, but it's exactly where she wanted to be, because she wanted speed, power, and flow to come through. And that's exactly what she's looking for. Huge turns to start off on this wave. Now eyeing up that next section. She's going to kick out very clean. That was a great way to start things off and get the hustle on the paddle back out into the lineup.
Her strategy is always to catch a lot of waves. The more waves you put yourself on, the better opportunity you have for that wave to kind of shape itself in a way that's going to give you scoring potential. Mira Nelson.
All right, she's digging that paddle in, really getting those change of directions as well. Love seeing the spray in those bottom turns, and she may even be trying to go for like a 360 here on the inside. Either way, she's got so much control of her equipment underneath her, so that's going to be a good answer back. And Elena for Team Hawaii with the opportunity as well. This is going to be a really tight battle, I think, for that gold medal position, as we see Elena just fall out on the inside section. Well, 21 minutes to go. We've got scores to drop through for our current women's final of the sit division between Elena Nichols, Alina Garbuzov, and Mira Nelson. But we have a very exciting interview to head down to. Liv Stone is with your now 5-time world champion, Captain Sarah Betancourt.
Down here on the sand with Sarah Betancourt, it's my honor to officially announce you as a 5-time Parasurf world champion. Woo! Sarah, walk me through that heat. You got 2 8-point rides, absolutely phenomenal. Let's hear it from the world champ.
Well, I had a game plan going in. I was watching the waves all morning, and my favorite, the rights, didn't look like they were firing earlier. So I was like, okay, my backup plan is to kind of go more north. But then right before my heat, they turned on. And I was like, yes! So I stuck with my game plan, which was to get 2 rights. And then I was going to start looking for those lefts that were going to be down the line. And it just showed. I was able to be patient and calm. I was timing everything. I'm like, okay, we got this. The first 8 was just a beautiful right. I mean, it was just gorgeous. It kept presenting itself. I was able to come back into the pocket. I was able to power down the line and really hit the lip, and it was amazing. But then as I was going back out, I knew I had the lead, but I really wanted to cement it because I knew my competition out there is fierce. All these women are amazing competitors, and they can come back and get me. So I knew that I had to stay on it, and that when that left came, I was like, oh, it's a left. I can do this. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm going left. And I was able to just nail it, and I was so happy that came up as an 8, and I was like, oh man, okay. And then I just was crossing my fingers that my competition, who, again, they're all incredible because they could have come and gotten me. So thankfully I was able to cinch it, and I'm really thankful.
You're really carrying the torch for women's parasurfing, Sarah. How does that feel to bring home gold for Team USA, our first gold? And tell me a little bit about carrying that torch for women's surfing.
For me, it's more than just carrying the torch for women's surfing, but also for me to represent my country once again. Being a Marine and being essentially forced to medically retire due to my disability, wearing that jersey, having that Team USA, it just means I'm representing my country. And then my serving the country is what you're talking about, getting more women into parasurfing and showing them that you can do this. And if you don't want to surf, that's fine. I mean, surfing is amazing, it's healing, but use this as an opportunity to talk to others about all the other activities they do. They hand cycle, they rock climb, they kayak. I mean, literally anything you want to do, you can do. And this amazing community here will help you reach your dreams. And so that is how I'm serving now. Instead of serving by being active duty, I'm serving by providing that opportunity to others and showing the world that, yes, everyone can do this.
Such a full circle moment for me. My teammate here, she's been with me since the beginning, and now I get to post-heat interview her. So a bit of an emotional moment, but what would you like to say to friends and family back at home?
I want to say a huge thank you to my husband, who's running around as Uncle Sam, just to let you know. He is my rock. He's always been there for me. And my 2 boys, Tyler and Kyle, thank you for always supporting me, believing in me, and knowing that you can also overcome all your challenges. And of course, all my family and friends back home, most of them on the East Coast, and haven't been able to see me surf in person. Thank you for always being there for me. And then, of course, my sponsors and everyone who's helped me and paved the way to allow me to do this without any financial limitations. That's Challenge Athletes Foundation Operation Rebound, the Semperfi and America's Fund, Gary Sinise Foundation, One More Wave. I mean, really, it's just been amazing. I'm so thankful for everyone, and I'm just going to continue passing it forward.
Your women's Prone 1 world champion, Sarah Betancourt. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, there is officially not a dry eye paying attention to this broadcast. Anthony and I are losing it in here. That was so well spoken, so well said. She could not be a better representative for the sport, for the future of parasurfing, and for all that she has done so far within her career in the Marine Corps and now in serving the parasurfing community and just the para community, across the world is an incredible thing. We're so thankful for Sarah to be another time world champion, 5 world titles to her name now.
Wow, and I can't wait to 25 years from now when she retires from the surfing for her to become onto the broadcast side of things, because she's going to be great at broadcasting as well. But you got a good 20, 25 more years.
That's right. By that stage, she's going to be a multiple-time Paralympian, just like Elena Nichols is. Elena Nichols is actually the first Paralympian to medal in both the winter and the summer games across multiple sports. She is an incredible advocate for sport across the world, but also just an incredibly athletic woman. In finishing out her Paralympic career between wheelchair basketball, between skiing as well, to then pick up surfing, to find that she had a love for riding the wave ski in the sit division, and to watch her get her first barrel at Huntington Beach just a couple years ago at the 2023 World Championships, and now looking for her to defend her world titles out here is really exciting. As we take a look at some replays, there's been a lot going on. Let's appreciate the action out in the lineup right now.
Yep, we can see these waves being ridden behind the glass and with our dual cam there, and so that is Alina Garbazov from Hawaii, and she is a relative newcomer to this division, and this division is new. The division is a relative newcomer in its third year as her Hawaiian teammate Mira Nelson up on a wave as well. So Mira doing a great job of changing direction multiple times. She loves that slide slip boogie, and she is doing a great job at pulling out of the wave. And here's Elena Nichols, and a little bit behind that one, but she's going to keep that rail engaged, try to get in front of the section, bank off the inside rail on that one, using that paddle strategically. And Elena Nichols, the gold medalist in the Paralympics. And it's great to have kind of someone on the inside. She is a representative, as we have one more, Mira Nelson, again on a beautiful looking wave. That was the best turn I think we've seen so far, as the scores are still working their way in. She's been teasing us with those inside turns, but she finally got some open face right there and really showed how she can throw her wave ski onto a rail, getting close to the pilings, as we see our other competitor in the pilings making her way out. And what a couple of great rides there. And we'll wait for scores to drop in, but some beautiful turns.
Well, I think we might even have another wave here before we can get to anything else that we need to be chatting about. Elena's going to have a paddle over this one, and it's going to be blue. Alina from Team Hawaii now driving down the line, looking to see if she can stick with this one. Using that paddle, that's the one benefit to the sit division, is those paddles really can help them to cut through sections that pretty much no other division's really able to, unless they can pump pretty decently. So a nice finish on the inside. Alina's sitting with that 4.83 on the board. And she actually works as a scientist as well as being an athlete. She specifically works in a lab that studies spinal cord injuries. And when she was injured during graduate school, she learned how to do her research using a wheelchair in order to complete her PhD, and that has then kind of funded, her interest in continuing to study spinal cord injuries and hope to bring some massive changes in innovation to those battling spinal cord injuries for the rest of her life, as we take a look at the replay here.
And using that paddle wonderfully on the right, on the left, and then using that paddle not only to turn, but also to propel her forward to make it to the inside section, and leaning forward, pushing all her weight to the inside. And there's that quick blade paddle right there from local paddle maker from the Newport Beach area. Shout out to Jimmy Terrell. And wow, so many scores, so many waves ridden. We're just halfway through this final.
I know, this is wild. 12 and a half minutes remaining. So let's just break it down. Currently, your 2023 gold medalist, Elena Nichols, is in the gold medal position. She has a 5.17, which was her opening ride. She backed it up with a 4.47 as her second. We now have our surfer in blue, Alina Garbuzov from Hawaii, with a 4.83 and a 4.67. Those are her two highest scores. She's sitting in silver medal position. Mira Nelson for Team Hawaii, sitting with a 3 for her opener, but a big improvement to a 6.33, and actually the biggest score of the heat so far, sitting in that bronze medal position, chasing a score to take gold away from Elena. Elena just bites the nose, and she'll take a wipeout here, so she'll be quick back onto her equipment and out the back in no time. That does open up the door, though, for number one, she wasn't able to increase on her scoreline with that wave. Number two, priority is now with Mira Nelson from Hawaii, who has the single highest score of the heat so far, Anthony, and is only chasing a 3.33 to get herself into that winning position. Alina now riding this wave. She's chasing a 4.82, which, think about that. She has a 4.83 on the board for her highest, a 4.67 for her lowest. Just right in the middle of that will give her that gold medal position. So I think for her, she's probably looking maybe even more so than just doing what she's already done on a wave. She's going to need something pretty different to bring to the judges to get herself into maybe that, that 6 to 7 point range to close the door if she's going to chase down gold.
And look at that, just 0.31 of 1 point, basically a third of a point separating third to first.
Yeah,
As
wow.
you mentioned, Mira Nelson kind of in the driver's seat because she has that single high score of 6.33. And so if she were to do something similar to that, she would jump from third to first place. But this is as tight as it can get. And the girls are pushing the reigning champion to the limits. And they also have Elena Nichols to thank for this even being a division. She had to surf against the men a few years back before this became a division. But she wasn't the first to surf in the men's division. If we recall, back in 2018, it was Samantha Bloom. She surfed against the men. She took third place. First was Freddie, second was Davi, and she was third place that year. So not just doing it to be a participant, but really throwing down for the women. And you need those women to kind of pave the way for what we see now with more women's division as we search for 50-50 equality. We're about 1/3 women this year, but we're looking for that 50-50.
That's right. We're looking for more and more participation as we have some live action here with Alina. Huge takeoff. Nice looking section. She's just dragging that inside rail, paddle to try and put that board on rail, that ski underneath her. And she'll kick out quickly. 9 minutes, 26 seconds on the clock. And as you're talking about that increase in women's participation, I do just want to make a shout out quickly because both Alina and Mira from Team Hawaii attended a women's parasurfing function last night with Kelly from Access Tracks, who's located here on site as we take a look now at Elena. I mean, taking off really deep behind the section, unfortunately just unable to get into that green face. The takeoff was really hopeful to see if she was going to make it into it, at least from our kind of pulled in angle here on camera. I was really hoping that she would have been able to make it into that green face of the wave. However, some great direction change from her anyways, showcasing that she had heaps of control, and she's now going to be in a great position to paddle back. But Anthony Kelly from Access Tracks was sharing with me just before we came into these heats that they had kind of a girls' sport contingency for the parasurfing girls. They try and have a dinner together every year when this event happens to just have specific conversations around increased inclusivity as there is, this chance to finally get more and more girls from around the world together. So girls represented from multiple nations, they're chatting through, access to equipment, access to, funding, maybe sponsorship opportunities, what they can be doing better to increase the participation of the sport globally as well. Like how much more can they be doing through social media, through other avenues to try and share about parasurfing specifically with more women who could be included in the sport. So if you're around, if you weren't participating last night, go and chat to Kelly at Access Track. She's just here at the tent on the contest site. I think everyone here knows her anyways because the design that she created with the Access Tracks has literally made the beach accessible to people in wheelchairs across the world. But there's an opportunity to jump into a WhatsApp group, specifically a chat group, and within that, throughout the entire year, no matter if you're competing on the world stage or you're just a free surfer back at home, the girls are having conversations around how to increase sport and opportunity and connectivity within it. So make sure that you check it out and get involved in that way with those women.
Wow, that's incredible. And Kelly from Access Track, that was the whole idea of that was part of a school project. She was a student of our very own Dr. Mo, and it turned into a full-fledged business, but an important one because, like you mentioned, literally the way that the athletes get around is on that set of tracks. It's kind of like a pathway that goes onto the sand. We've seen it on screen, and that's wonderful to hear about the WhatsApp group and just having this dialogue and conversation about, hey, what more can we do? They're doing a lot already, but what more can we do? Similar to Sarah Betancourt in her surfing. Hey,
exactly.
I'm 5-time champion. What more can I do? And it's great to hear about that and how the women are getting together to work within themselves to figure out what more can they do.
Yeah, and I think it was really cool that the two Hawaiians in this heat were there for the dinner last night because Hawaii is a great location for parasurfing. There's events on the other, the Adaptive Surfing World Tour, the AASP, that stop in Hawaii. There's a lot of great opportunities. There are surfers now, parasurfers from the world, who have moved to Hawaii because they want to pursue surfing in maybe, a slightly easier location or also to be able to surf in world-class waves and be part of that community across all the different islands through Hawaii, specifically kind of Maui and Oahu with those major contenders that are in the draw this year. So it's really awesome to see that that's been happening behind the scenes, and I would just continue to hope that we continue to see that growth. And the fact that Alina and Mira are here continuing to compete now is really awesome, as we are down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Now taking a look at the water, we're about to have some live action. And we love live action when we're commentating on surfing, because then we get to chat about the surfing. Elena Nichols just driving through 2 solid turns, looking to improve on a 5.17 as her high score. Alina now heading down the line on the inside as well. We're not sure what happened on the outside section there, Anthony.
So one more thing about Hawaii, though, that you're forgetting, the warm water.
Oh, yes.
Who wouldn't want to surf in warm water all the time? And the Hawaiian currently sitting in third, talking about Mira Nelson, you know, she's really shown with that one turn that she has, Elena, we know, obviously can do those turns as well. She's been kind of struggling to find a good wave to do it on, but Mira's just, I feel like she's waiting to burst through with a score.
I agree.
And, you know, she's been playing the patient game, waiting for a good wave. She let that set go through, and this is just a great heat. Here she goes.
She's been super patient, holding on to priority into a massive first hook. She only needs a 3.31, and she has it. So right now, she has the requirement, although we know there's a score to drop for Elena Nichols. How much higher can Mira push this score as she comes through to the inside section? Multiple turns, really putting that board on rail as deep as she possibly could. That's going to be an incredibly important score coming through to the last 4 minutes of this heat. For the mom who spends most of her time at home chasing her kids around, Mira Nelson is finding a great opportunity to kind of relax out in the lineup without her children alongside of her, but also channeling all of that energy that she drives and she carries from them out into water right now, going for a gold medal over the former gold medalist in Elena Nichols.
And there's what appears to be a pretty good size set approaching. And this is exactly what a champion wants. Just give me an opportunity, and a little bit of pressure on her, but that pressure is a privilege.
All right, so scores are in, Anthony. A 5.53 for last of Elena in the red jersey for Team USA. Increases her lead just by a little bit. It now means that Mira Nelson goes from needing a 3.3 to a 4.37 to take the winning position. That last wave was brilliant.
She got that for sure.
She's going to go into the lead. Then the question is, by how much is she in the lead?
And was it as good as her 6.3? I'm thinking, oh, here we go, Elena.
Elena driving down the line. Great looking section. She tucks into the barrel and she goes in for a massive hit on the finish. Is she going to be able to appear somewhere in the whitewater? She does not pull out of that, but that was serious commitment to charge the in section, and she was perfectly in the pocket on the start of that wave. Scores in, it's a 7.27 for last of Mira. Now 8-point ride requirements on silver and bronze medal positions for Elena Nichols and Alina Garbuzov.
Oh, Elena Nichols was on her way to that 8 for sure, with the positioning and the speed, and she went for it on that end section. Had she landed that, no doubt that would have been the highest score. I know Roy Tuscany's down on the beach just running around frantic. Founder of the High Fives Foundation, helping lots of athletes in all different sports.
They got Gunnar down here, their son. He's just, so much fun to watch run around all over the show. 2 minutes remaining.
He's going to be like, Mom, why did you fall on that end section?
What happened?
Oh, she's got time, though, but that was the wave she was waiting for. And this is what champions are made out of. Come on, Ocean, give everybody one more opportunity and let us end this heat with a flurry.
This is so awesome. What we're seeing from the level of progression in women's sport today is unbelievable here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've got a score in for last of Elena. It's a 5-point ride. So that was just from that opening section. Had she landed the finish, no doubt would have been in the excellent score and she would have been sitting in the lead as we take another look at it here, Anthony.
Oh, I mean, she was in the tube right there. And then she just missed time. It's almost like it bogged a little bit, skating along, and her rail disengaged. But she was on the right trajectory. Her head was looking right up where she wanted to hit the lip. Oh my goodness, I would have loved to have seen her. It might have been one of those accidental airs because she had so much speed. Holy moly, this is incredible. And it looks like, 45 seconds. There's going to be possibly time.
Wow, 45 seconds to go. Mira Nelson sitting with priority, hugging the pier. We've got Elena and Alina both looking for some distance away. It's going to be an 8.7 requirement, though, which may take some size in a wave. Great effort from Elena on this one. Got that first opening turn. She's doing everything she possibly can to put herself back into a gold medal position. But I just have a feeling that it was the smartly played wave selection of the mom, Mira Nelson from Hawaii, that's going to hold on to a gold medal position for her. Alina putting together an incredible heat as well. Just caught so many waves that I've lost track of it on my scoreboard, actually. But it's going to be with the performance of those really dynamic rights into the pier, Mira Nelson, who's likely going to hold on to that winning position.
What an incredible heat. We've had some amazing finals so far, and we still have one more final to go after this one. And there is your new world champion. 3rd year of this women's division in this classification, and more time away from her kids in the water to relax resulted in a world championship. How's that?
So incredible. Wow. I have chicken skin. I can see the emotion on her face right now. Mira Nelson, your 2025 ISA Women's Sit Parasurfing World Champion. An incredibly strategic heat. Anthony, she only caught 3 waves. Her first was a 3. She then went, all right, that's not good enough. Wave selection's what matters. Got a 6, and then waited for 15 minutes without catching a single wave before getting the highest score of the final with that 7.27.
And she was sitting in 3rd for most of it, but
yeah.
We knew, like that one turn she did on the 6.33, we knew that she had more.
Her surfing was right. It was there.
And we were both just kind of like waiting for her to erupt, and then she erupted and absolutely obliterated that final wave of hers. And that's exactly how you'd want to serve a heat. Get better on each wave. And wow, just 3 waves in 25 minutes. What a great strategy. But you also have to go out and execute. Increíble. Very, very impressive.
Wow, that's so amazing. I mean, she said up until this moment her biggest achievement was being called mama, but now she's also a world champion. So I've got to say that's got to be right up there with the title. And an insane performance. The chair from the water safety crew, the Hawaiian flags flying, and she's going to have the whole nation of Hawaii so proud of her performance out there today. So dynamic. I mean, incredible wave selection, very powerful performance of her surfing. I cannot wait to hear what she has to say when we get the chance to get a mic in front of her face.
World champion mama. Oh, she's crying. Oh, that is so awesome. And oh my goodness, incredible, incredible. I'm glad we get a little bit of a break now. Those incredible touching moments. And Chris Cote talked about it a few days ago internally to us. He's like, okay, let's see who can bring the first tears to the beach. And Liv Stone wins that gold medal because a lot of emotions going down on the water, on the land, and in the booth here as well.
Well, officially, Mira Nelson from Hawaii, a world champion. We'll be right back with more action. The women's stand 2 final is hitting the water. Liv Stone, 3-time parasurfing world champion, in the booth alongside Chris Cote to talk us through the action.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back, sports fans, surf fans, para surf community all over the world. We are into yet another final here. This is women's Stand 2 final, and we're straight into it. Starting with Gaëlle Habry representing Team France. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone.
Great looking opening ride for Green there.
Emotional moments up and down the beach, as well as it's official. We've already crowned multiple world champions today, and that tradition will continue on. We are in the women's Stand 2 final. Zoe Smith from Team England, Laurie Phipps from Team France, Gaëlle Habry also from Team France, and Marielle Cardoso representing Team Brazil. So we're going to go back to the most basic of surf competition principles. Your top 2 scores will be totaled up, and at the end of this 25-minute heat, we're going to have our first, second, third, and fourth, aka gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Yep.
And you know that what we've seen already in the women's Stand 2 division, this is going to be a hotly contested final.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Laurie Phipps from Team France, she already has a 4.5. We didn't quite get to see that live. We were watching Miri get chaired up the beach there. Incredible moment. And we are into our next final of the day. I've already had the privilege and honor to officially announce some world champions down there on the glass. So super exciting day of competition here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Here goes red.
Zoe Smith, Team England. Up and at it, the wave just dissipating beneath her. Her hands did leave the rail though, so she will be scored for that opening ride, but you can tell she wants more. She makes her way towards the pier, basically the conveyor belt, taking these surfers right back out to the takeoff zone. We're already down to 20 minutes, 20 seconds left. And Laurie Phipps in the lead for now with that 4.5. Team France is looking strong, fielding 2 surfers here in the women's Stand 2 final. That just means their chance for points incrementally increases.
Yeah.
You know, the more surfers from your team you have in the final, obviously that gives you a better chance at an overall gold.
Absolutely. Team France always stacked. They won gold the previous 2 years. Zoe Smith up here and riding, streaming down the line, going to the pier. I hope
close.
She does not get any closer than that. Her board may or may not have hit a pylon there.
You know what that tells me? She wants it.
Yeah,
by
she
any
does.
means
She has
necessary.
a helmet on. She's got this. This is the Parasurfing Stand 2 division. For those of you tuning in at home who are unfamiliar with that, it is any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital impairment equivalent or leg length difference. So Laurie Phipps there and Zoe Smith, they both have below-the-knee amputations. As Laurie paddles up and over, stacked division here.
All right, 19:50 to go as our women's Stand 2 final make their way back into the takeoff zone. Why don't we go ahead and crown another world champion? Let's go down to the glass with Shannon Hughes.
It's about time that Mira Nelson is officially your gold medalist. She's been chasing it down with so many silvers in her career that we've lost count, but you're officially a gold medalist. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm over the moon right now. I just feel all the emotions from everybody on the beach, and especially my team. And I know for sure my family is watching right now. My babies are at home watching, and my husband and my mother-in-law. So I am so happy. It's about time. It's about time this happened. So I am so happy for my team.
Well, let's discuss your actual heat surfing, because that was a clinical definition of excellent competitive surfing. You waited for the right waves. You had a game plan. How did you feel out there holding your head together with the pressure you were holding?
Well, yesterday I did horrible. I kind of went in the same, I had the same game plan yesterday, but it just didn't work out the way I wanted it to be. And then the time was running out, and I started, the nerves start kicking in, and I just I turned around and caught a very, very shitty wave, and I was sitting on 2, and that was my only score. So I went home and I went to the hotel and reset myself and kind of clear off the yesterday vibe and come in fresh for today and stick with the same game plan. I was watching everybody surf, and I kind of see where everybody was sitting. So the game plan that I came with, and stick with it, and not panic and kind of relax into it, and it works out because I know Elena and Alina are just two of the most fierce women in my division, and we've been doing this for so long, been chasing each other, win here, win there, but to win it at ISA for the first time, it's, everything came together, so I am so happy.
Incredible. And being a Hawaiian, how does it feel to take the gold back home?
Hawaii is the birthplace of surfing, and it's always a humbling experience for us, trying to reciprocate what Duke Hanamoku started for all of us, and Carissimo and all the legends that was before us, and so this is just an add-on, and it's that aloha that we have in each other, and I hope Hawaii is proud, and I'm sure my team Hawaii, Casey, and oh my goodness, like I am just over the moon right now, and I couldn't be happy for my teammates. Yeah.
Well, incredibly well spoken. We're so proud of you. Mira Nelson, your 2025 ISA World Parasurfing champion in the women's sit division. Well done. We'll go back to you guys in the booth. We love you, Mira!
An absolute legend and new world champion.
Who's cutting onions in here?
Adding her name to one of the most illustrious lists in the history of surfing, champions coming out of Hawaii.
Absolutely.
And she's just showing right there, for herself, for her team, for her family, that anything's possible. You can tell that was a very emotional win, not only for us, but for everyone up and down the beach and everybody watching. What a moment that was. And here we go back to the business at hand. Yes, we're going to be crowning another world champion in 15 and a half minutes. Will it be Lori Phipps? So it's a great start so far for your surfer in blue. Lori, representing France, she surfs around Signos. Her story is tragic, but she's definitely making the most of it.
Here's Lori's replay. Great turn on the outside, coming all the way to the inside. She got the work done, and then she kicks out. Here's Zoe's replay in red, representing Team England. Bit of a choppy start there for her. And then she pops up and isn't quite able to ride anything out of that. And then Green's wave here, pretty big wave. But then her hands don't quite leave the rails until then, which is when the scoring will start. So great opening rides for all three of our surfers here. Yeah, you were talking about, she's still going all the way to the pier. Love that style, grabbing each rail, turning where she can. Well done for Green there. This is live Lori Phipps from Team France, dropping in on a bomb, cutting back. Picture perfect style here from Lori Phipps. Well done from surfer from France. Lori Phipps is just one of those individuals. She just brings so much stoke there on the beach every time I see her. She's actually a really, really good friend of mine. I've been spending so much time with her this week. And just to tell you guys a little bit about her, she's been really, really nervous going into this competition. And I gave her a huge hug on the beach, and I'm like, here goes Zoe up and riding.
Zoe Smith, little right-hander, definitely got the most of it there, sitting on a 207, paired with another 207. She is now looking for a 431. So no advancement here, no qualification. It's all about a run for the medals. So Lori Phipps with a 4.5 and a 187. Lori's story coming through, 18 years old, unfortunately got hit by a drunk driver.
Yep.
And lost the use of her legs beneath the knee.
Yep, and then they ended up amputating, and she's been a below-the-knee amputee ever since.
And potentially a world champion.
And potentially a 2-time Parasurf world champion. She won 2 years ago in Pismo, or 3 years ago in Pismo. And Lori Phipps, her dad was an ex-pro surfer, and he absolutely rips on a mid-length, and it's so cool to watch his waves. I was just breaking down some footage with Adam Land and Lori. She surfs so similar to her dad out there. Her dad probably wishes he could be here but wasn't able to make it. He's in Australia right now. But Lori is absolutely showing up for Team France with the 7.67.
Yeah, big scores coming through there. 12.17 total. Team France has to be excited with the numbers coming through now. Gael Habry is sitting on a 3.17. You know, if France can get first and second place here, gold and silver, that is going to be huge going towards those overall team standings. But Lori Phipps is doing her job and more. She's out the back now, sitting on a massive score, and here's how we got there.
Yeah, pretty nice looking right-hand wave deep into the pocket there, cutting back when she can. She doesn't want to get any closer to the pier than she needs to, so she cuts back and goes left and stays on her feet. Lori Phipps doing an excellent job at bringing this wave all the way through to the inside, rewarded with a 7. Lori was pretty nervous going out into this heat, had a little bit of a chat with her, gave her the boost of confidence that she needs, because her opening round, she just really struggled catching waves, and she felt pretty down with the wave scores that she brought in, and she should be more than stoked to have that 7-point ride. But it is not over. We have 10 more minutes, and all these surfers in the division are powerhouses and can drop big scores, so it's not over, that's for sure. We have Zoe Smith from Team England with a 3.9 and a 2.07, looking for more of an open face wave because those waves from Zoe just kind of died out. Lori honestly choosing the waves with more consequence, more of a shoulder to be able to do turns on, so Zoe's going to have to be very specific with her wave choice.
Zoe Smith having a look at this inside right. Anything they can do to search and find some open face to work with. See the texture starting to build a little bit on the surface of the water. Out the back, you got Gael Habry, also representing Team France. This is a pretty incredible story as well. Gael Habry has only been surfing 3 years.
Oh, wow.
She's already in the final here at the championship level, which is incredible.
That was such a good job she had on the outside, too. So much control.
And her goals are to progress and discover spots and people all over the world. As we see now, Zoe Smith finds herself a little chunk of white water to accelerate into this wave. Loses it just a little bit, but behind her, Habry now, almost to her feet. I like that idea of just kind of letting the whitewater launch you in and give you some speed.
And then it like reforms on the inside there, Chris, so definitely some scoring opportunities, but just kind of dug rail there a little bit too much.
We got 9.5 minutes left. You see Lori Phipps out the back, giving herself the luxury now to kind of wait and choose the best waves that she can see coming through with that 7.67 and a 4.5. I mean, remember this number, 12.17. That could be the number that earns Lori a gold medal. We still have some time to work with here. Zoe Smith's last wave comes through a slight increase, 2.70. Habry didn't quite get to her feet, so no credit for the last wave that she rode. Cardoso, meanwhile, with a 1.6 and a 1.57. Needs a combination of scores to get back into gold or silver contention. Looks like we have a major set coming through. Will our surfers be in position?
Not quite. I think Lori just lets this go. It's pretty interesting to see how much the conditions have changed. Here's White up and riding, trying to get to her feet there. Surfer from Brazil. But the conditions, yeah, that wind just turned on a little bit, so it's a little bumpier on the face. Zoe struggling to manage that there. Lori paddling up over that wave. You can see just all the ribs in the face of the wave, making it very difficult to manage. And we've talked so much about the current the past few days have been really, really pulling surfers north all the way to Huntington Beach. But now, actually, you can, if you watch the water here on the broadcast, it's actually sucking into the pier. Not super strong, but there's a little bit of a swell direction change. I believe a little bit more west in that swell. So definitely a bit more challenging for surfers paddling out next to the pier. But like I've said before, competition surfing is all about reading waves and putting yourself in the best position, and depending on your heat time with wind and tide, it's totally dependent there, and just making the most of the waves that you have on hand. Lori now paddling north, paddling north away from the pier because no one wants to get anywhere close to those pylons. Set out the back approaching, Zoe paddling out, see if there's any takers here. Lori's going to be choosy here. She has a 7.67 and a 4.5, taking off right there on a nice looking right-hander.
You know, Phipps on her backhand, which has been proven, tried and tested. She got that 7.67, so a couple turns out the back. The wave got kind of weird through that inside section, didn't give her much opportunity. Now we see Cardoso having a good look at this one. All right, so she gets the push from the whitewater, up and riding now. Marielle Cardoso representing Team Brazil. So she's trying to get rid of a 1.57 or a 1.60. She needs a combination of waves for now. But you flip side of that, you look at what Phipps has done. Super consistent. I mean,
that 7.67 and a 4.5. I'm thinking it could possibly go above the 4.5. Not quite sure if she got enough work done on the outside. They're going to replay it probably next to her 4.5 to see if it was much better. The judges there up in the booth doing a phenomenal job. It's not easy throwing out scores day after day. We're in day 5 now, and definitely wouldn't want to be my job. It is tough, thankless job, but we are very appreciative of our ISA judges here. Comes in at a 6.5, so she now leads with a 14.17. Zoe is now comboed. Lori Phipps, representing Team France, strengthens her lead.
That's a huge heat total, 14.17 for Phipps. Now we have a look now at Habri. See if Gael can get to her feet. She does. 2 riders up. Zoe Smith up as well. This is a good-looking wave for Gael Habri, representing Team France. She's still looking for a combo spot, but it doesn't quite tell the whole story, because if she can get herself into that silver medal contention, she is going to be adding a lot to the overall team standings for Team France. And give it up for Gael Habri.
2 shakas there. Love this big smiles on her face. Love her style, switching hands back and forth to go left, then right. Running up the beach, going to go paddle out next to the pier. Great work done from our surfer in green, representing France.
Yeah, this is going to be an important number here for Habri. If she can get something in that mid-range score level, she could bypass Zoe Smith.
Oh, it's so close, 6.6 to 6.17. It'd be huge for Team France, like you said, Chris, to take gold and silver here. Gosh, that rip is pulling her right towards the pier, but the water safety's right there. We are very appreciative of the water safety team keeping everyone safe out there in the water. Here's a replay, both surfers taking off. That's a gnarly drop from green. Really able to hang on, gets to her feet. Zoe's kind of dies out a little bit. She's been really trying to hunt down that right. Love green's ability to grab rail, stream down the line, stay so low, so she's able to take it all the way to the beach. Love that style and control. As she throws 2 shakas. Love it. Love that claim. Zoe Smith up and riding.
Zoe is just a tenacious competitor.
Gosh, what is that? Like 10 waves now from Zoe Smith, representing Team England there in the red jersey. See if that comes into play with her total heat score. Really trying to find that inside right bowl section.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left till we crown a gold medalist here in the women's Stand 2 final.
Here's a replay from Zoe's wave. Is she able to get much of a turn on the outside she's been looking for? gets to her feet, then just totally dies out from underneath her. Kind of thinking she needs to paddle up north just a bit because that current's really sucking from the pier and kind of allowing the wave, or making the wave just kind of mush out underneath her. So she's going to need to, in my opinion, start paddling north a bit to get to that steeper part of the section and pick off those bigger waves. Here goes white.
Marielle Cardoso to her feet. Nice movement on this whitewater.
Love that.
Styling out for us. We're representing Brazil well. Currently sitting in 4th place, but I think that wave's going to help her out. She got a 1.60 and a 1.57. Still no change in the standings after the last few waves ridden. It's Lori Phipps in the lead, Zoe Smith in 2nd, Gael Halbry 3rd, and Marielle Cardoso in that copper medal position. This is where time is really going to start flying.
Yeah, Lori's just going to sit out there with priority. My guess is, she's sitting on 2 really solid heat scores with a total combo of a 14.17. So she's only going to take off on waves that really are going to present her with the opportunity to strengthen that lead. She doesn't need to go on any wave that comes through. She can be specific there, not wanting to waste her energy too much and play that priority card. Zoe on the inside, grabbing a right that looked a little bit better than her other one. She was able to get a bit of more of a turn to chip away at that heat score total to come behind Lori Phipps with a 14.17 lead. Out there, surfer in blue, looking so strong and confident.
I think we're about a minute and a half away from a gold medal being draped around Lori Phipps's neck. She'll get the announcement. The medals don't come out till the actual ceremony, but the proverbial World Championship gold medal about to be draped around the neck of Lori Phipps from Team France. And I'm still kind of shocked that you said she was nervous paddling out for this heat, because she looks like she has just been doing everything right, pure confidence.
No, yeah, to be honest, I walked up on the beach today. I knew she had a final and just giving her big hugs. A super close friend of mine, and she reminds me so much of me when I used to compete. I used to get so nervous during competitions and putting the jersey on and paddling out, and but she was able to look so confident out there. I am so proud of her. I'm just gonna say it. She's one of my really good friends, and it's such a cool moment to see her persevere through all the stress that she had. White in here on the inside, catching another one of those. Love that style, back and forth, pumping her way all the way to the inside.
She
20
gave
seconds left.
110% for that 25-minute heat. Give it up to Marielle Cardoso, doing Team Brazil proud. Gael Halbry currently in 3rd place. As time winds down, we're 10 seconds away from Lori Phipps being named as our world champion for the women stand 2 division. And just like that, we've got a world champion, Lori Phipps. 14.17 was the magic number for Lori. She is your 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship Stand 2 world champion and gold medalist.
Oh, such an incredible moment for Lori. She should be so proud of herself. Out of so much adversity earlier on in the competition, she was just dealing with some nerves, some anxiety, and I see a big smile from her. Lori Phipps representing Team France. Her dad is her biggest coach and biggest mentor there. Big hugs from the beach for Lori Phipps. Such a proud moment for Team France. Cheering her up the beach. Lori Phipps, our 20. There's her boyfriend, Adam Land. Head of water safety there, giving her a much-deserved congratulations to our 2025 Stand 2 Division World Champion, Lori Phipps. Don't drop her. So incredible there. Her dad actually shapes all of her boards. So her dad's an awesome shaper. That board in the back there, her dad's magic. Super proud moment for Lori. Traveling back and forth a lot to Australia and France. Absolute shredder.
Wow. Well, we're going to take a moment to let it all soak in, a brief commercial break, but when we get back, we'll get a word from our brand new world champion, and we'll go into our men's Stand 2 semifinals, Heat 1. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in Teahupo'o.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship live from Oceanside, California. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone, and we are into it. Men's Stand 2 semifinals, Heat 1. 4 surfers who have come correct here to Oceanside. All 4 of these guys have been ripping all week long. From Italy, Morgan Galefi, Balulu representing Team Israel, Forrest Weinberg from Team USA, and Mathieu Gaujean from Team France. So we have an international affair heading out into the semifinals, and I mean, all 4 of these surfers since day one have been looking like they are hungry for a gold medal. So this is going to be a really interesting heat to watch, not only for the individual standings, but for the team standings alone. We just watched a French surfer get a win in a final, which is a huge chunk of points going towards that overall team standing. We have a French surfer here in the semifinals as well. So again, the more surfers you get deeper into this competition, the more points you earn for your collective. So we'll see what Gaujean can do in this one. No easy road, because Balulu, Galefi, and Weinberg have been going off all week long.
Oh, such incredible performances by every one of these surfers. So strong, each and every one of them. Had the privilege of talking with Morgan a bit earlier in the competition, and this is his first time in Oceanside, California. First time ever competing at ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and he is crushing it. I love his style. So smooth and can throw so much spray. Forrest as well from Team USA has a really unique style. Here goes Red up and riding.
Yeah, Morgan Galefi is an absolute character in and out of the water. Been hanging out with him a little bit, getting to know him better, and he's just a rad guy. Comes from a tiny island of Cabo Verde, but representing Italy. And meanwhile, Gaujean working his way all the way to the sand. You hear the beach going wild. I can guarantee you that's not just Team France cheering like that. That's the entirety of the arena, just showing their appreciation for these surfers. We're crowning world champs. We're watching surfers now fight their way towards a potential final berth. It's all happening here, south side of the Oceanside Pier. What a perfect venue for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oceanside has a lot of waves on offer. Here's a big set coming through this lineup. Forrest is taking off on this left.
Weinberg activated on his backhand. Big slash there. Perfectly placed turn. And gets around this section for more.
Whoa.
Love to see that. So that right there is exactly what the judges are looking for. Big turn in the most critical section of the wave, throwing tons of spray, speed, power, flow, all in the space of one big turn.
Exactly. Team France dropped the first score at a 6.17, so great backhand ride from White. This is a replay of Forrest's wave. Great looking set wave, deep into a bottom turn and right into a nice backhand hook. The wave kind of dies out, so he does all that he can and kicks out with control. So we'll see where that comes into play, considering White got a pretty good looking left, a bit of a smaller wave, but got some good waves done on the outside. So here goes Red.
Morgan Galefi, representing Team Italy, gets to the bottom now, trying to fight around this section to get to the open face. And here we go, nice slash there. Well timed, this wave not helping him out at all. And there's the emotion that all surfers feel sometimes when you think you're doing everything right, but the wave does everything it can
Right.
to stop your forward progress. So with 14 and a half left to go at the moment, we got Gaujon in the lead with a 6.17. So while these surfers make their way back to the takeoff zone, let's make our way down to the beach. We've got a new world champion. Let's get to know more about Mrs. Phipps.
Laurie Phipps, congratulations. Your second gold medal, France's second gold medal of the day. You've got your dad's board here. Your family is not with you, but you've got your boyfriend here. What does it feel like winning on your dad's board and having your family back home watching you?
It feels very special. I absolutely love this board. It's my favorite board my dad's ever made me, and I definitely felt the magic on it today. And like as they say, it takes a village. I feel like it's almost a team sport at this point. There's so many people that have participated and have made me able to win my second title. So thank you to everyone. I love you all.
Well, Liv Stone, one of our commentators, she wanted me to tell you congratulations. So a special congratulations from her. She absolutely loves and adores you. Tell us about the para-surfing community and how close you guys really are out of the water.
Well, first of all, thank you, Liv. It's like a family. It's one big family. It's so nice to like go to all these competitions and see everyone every few months on the world tour at the ISA. They're people that you first bump into a few times a year, and now they've become some of my closest friends. So it's so special. I feel like that's my favorite part about the whole parasurfing community. It's like one big happy family.
And some words for your family back home?
I'd like to thank my parents. In French? Merci beaucoup à tout le monde qui me soutient à la maison, tous les amis, toute la famille, le cabinet Le Bonnois pour leur soutien indispensable et la Fédération française de surf et Andy Surf qui nous font venir jusqu'ici. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde, je vous aime.
And back to you guys for more action.
That was a big moment right there for a surfer now on top of the world with a huge future ahead of her. I have a strong suspicion that is not the last time we see Laurie Phipps in a final and winning that final. And I just got a message.
Crushing that final too.
Just got a message here from Dean, boyfriend of Zoe Smith, who is just in the final, and he just wanted to say how incredibly proud he is of her. These messages are pouring in from all over the world. Like, you can't keep
Getting
up.
all the love, that's for sure.
Yeah, so just big things, big, beautiful things happening here on the beach. Crowning champions. The closing ceremony, as usual here at these ISA events, is going to be just a stunning display of global stoke. And, you know, these surfers deserve it. They've earned everything this week. Everyone has surfed through really good and not so good conditions, you know, to get to where we are today. So every one of these surfers has earned it. 137 athletes this year, and so many returning champions, and now we've got a handful of brand new champions.
So exciting to see.
We're just writing history as we go, aren't we?
I know, it's incredible. Great waves to be had. It's a bit grindy out there now. The wind came up on it now for this men's stand 2 heat 1 semifinals. We're taking the top 2 highest surfers here. So Forrest opened up with a 6.23, so rewarded greatly for that outside snap. That wave unfortunately kind of died out for him, so he paddled back out, getting ready for that second wave. But it's all really, really close here. It's anyone's game at this point. Here's a taker.
Ooh, nice looking wave here for Balulu. Huge snap. Riding out clean. And there you see a little bit of a mid-wave celebration. Get out of there.
Get out of the pier.
You know,
but great wave, holy.
That's another example of surfers who just want it by any means necessary. Balulu is not going to let a pier get in the way of getting a big score.
No way.
That was one of the best turns we've seen of this heat so far.
Oh, no doubt.
Nice and smooth, high-speed line. So as it stands for now, Forrest Weinberg's in the lead with that 6.23. You got Gaujon in second with the 6.17. And we're going to wait for that score to come through for Balulu. As we do that, he's going to make his way through the pier, paddle straight out around it, get past to where the waves are actually breaking underneath it. Just a lot safer of a way to get through that pier.
Oh, yeah.
You want to clear the whitewater and clear the breakers, and then you can make your way back over.
Yep, I've done that several times of trying to fight it, and then I'm like, you know what? No, I'm just going to go all the way under to the other side, paddle out, and then paddle back under. Again, we see that happening a lot from surfers surfing at a pier. Balulu's wave comes in at an 8.67, so that massive maneuver on the outside was more than rewarded, had so much flow. He took off so deep on that, flying down the line and hit the lip there and rode out cleanly, had a nice hack on the inside. So judges absolutely loving that and rewarding it with an excellent ride.
Yeah, we felt it, right? When
Oh,
he
yeah.
did that turn, you just knew that big number was going to come. Judges right on top of it, coming through quickly with that near 9-point ride is an 8.67. And now you're going to have Balulu out there looking for a backup score. He's got to get rid of that .93. We've seen it happen time and time again. Surfers drop a huge number, and then something happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes it clicks in the wrong way.
Right.
You either wait too long or you panic and take off on a bad wave. I don't even want to throw any of that out there into the universe because we have full belief that Balulu will get back out there and will get himself a backup. But now it's up to Forrest Weinberg, Mathieu Gaujon, and Morgan Gillespie to start putting things together. Forrest with a 6.23, Mathieu with a 6.17. They're doing good right now, so they're hunting for backups as well. Meanwhile, Gillespie, he's potentially has the backup with the 4.10, but he's got to just let that 1.93 score evaporate, put something up in the 6 to 8 range, and he's going to have a much better shot of advancing through. Remember, semifinal action, top 2 surfers make it through.
Oh, yeah. Morgan, he's sitting at that 4th position there in red, but we know that he can drop some excellent heat scores and really throw a ton of spray. So thinking Morgan is going to be a little bit frustrated right now. He has 8 minutes left, and he was just chasing that wave down the beach, that 4.1, and it just didn't really have much on to offer for him. And that can be frustrating mentally out there when you know that you can get those big heat scores, but like the wave sometimes just fizzles out. It's sometimes just, you just don't choose the right waves, but there's 7.5 minutes, and I'm thinking Morgan's going to get a great wave here, and Forrest right up there with them. I mean, it's such a close heat. All these surfers are so strong. Like you said, Balulu really needs a backup. I've seen surfers, yeah, they come out with an 8 and a 9 and they feel great, and then next thing you know, they can't get a backup score, and then they get beat by 2 surfers who got two good decent waves.
Do you think Balulu paddled back out to these waiting surfers and said, "Hey guys, what's been happening? Did you miss me? I'm back." After dropping the best score of the heat.
Yeah, 8.67, so impressive from Balulu, representing Team Israel in blue. Balulu, blue Balulu.
I like Forrest Weinberg's idea to just get a little bit away from the crowd. He got a big score on a sneaky little left-hander.
Yeah.
But I think everybody else got the memo now. So Forrest dropped that 6.23 on the strength of one big backside hook. And you see the field just kind of spread out a little bit more. It's not just the pier bowl right.
Right.
There are a handful of sneaky lefts coming through, and they've all come right about where Forrest Weinberg's sitting, that surfer in green, representing Team USA. So at the moment, everybody looking for a second impactful score. This is an interesting situation to be in with 6 minutes and 15 seconds left.
So intense. Every wave really counts now. Forrest putting himself a little bit farther away from the pack. At least he was trying, because now they got the gist and started paddling over there. I always was one out in a heat to put distance between myself and the other surfers just to kind of clear my head. I never liked sitting right next to someone unless I had priority. I wanted to kind of do my own thing out there. So Forrest definitely hunting for those lefts. He was able to get it with that 6.23 and just needs a backup. Look at those lines approaching. We're going to have some waves be ridden here shortly. The ocean kind of waking up a little bit from a slumber. We saw a lot of flurry of waves in the beginning of the heat. Kind of went a little flat there for Forrest, so he's going to need to make it count with this 5.5 minutes. Here goes Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan is trying to fight his way around this section again, and you can tell dealing with some frustration. That's the second wave in a row that just has not panned out for Gillespie. And here goes Forrest Weinberg finding his second wave ridden. So a little bit more open face to work with. So this wave caught an interesting spot.
Gosh, they hit that deep spot almost.
Yeah, he was kind of over looking for the left, but if an opportunity knocks, you got to answer the door. And Forrest did that, so he's going to improve his situation. And now all eyes are on Balulu, who's still trying to get rid of that .93. So we'll see what the judges say there for Forrest Weinberg. I think for Morgan Gillespie, maybe going to get rid of the 1.93. It's just a kind of a rough wave to surf.
Yeah, no doubt. You can see the frustration as he puts his hands up to his face, and definitely a lot of frustration and emotions out there from Team Italy, Morgan. However, this is his very first ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and so he came in and dropped another 4, so that takes him to the 3rd position. Taking off here, another right-hand wave. Goes down. The nerves may be getting a little bit to Morgan, and like I was saying, it's his first competition, and wave choice is everything. So when you get into a bad rhythm, that's maybe his 3rd or 4th wave now that didn't pan out, it can be so frustrating.
Quick look there for Goujon, how to straighten off. I know he's just trying to fight for every bit of points he can get in that precarious position, being in the shadow of the pier. Now he works his way around it, fading to the left. Pretty sizable set. I think it caught the rest of the 2 surfers a little bit off guard out the back. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Here's where things are going to get interesting. As you see Balulu now having a look. He still needs to better that 0.93, although he is in the lead. It's a precarious position to be in because we think that Forrest Weinberg, who just backed up his opening ride with a 3.17, could potentially be building momentum. Gillespie has improved as well with a 4.13 and a 4.10. Now he's looking for a 5.28. That's a little bit more attainable than the previous scores he needed.
Definitely much better, but with Forrest sitting with that 6.23, that low score of a 3.17 that he got, he can totally better his position. It is honestly anyone's game at this point. So close from first. White just jumped into the lead. He has a 6.17 and a 3.57. Look how close that is, Chris.
Yeah,
in first, a 9.74, a 9.6, and a 9.4, and then an 8.23. It is anyone's surfer at this point.
It's the afternoon. It's not supposed to be this stressful, but things are getting tense in the lineup. 2.5 minutes left. Goujon has jumped into that top spot, but here we go. Balulu with a screamer. Going down the line. The wave had a great start to it, but just completely dissipated under his feet as he was riding
so
at high speeds towards the pier. It was enough, just by that much, a 2-point ride, so got full credit for making the drop and then going into a bottom turn where the wave just completely died. So now with 2 minutes left, that drops Goujon into second. That means Weinberg now needs a 3.51, and Gillespie is still in this heat, needing a 5.62. The final 2 minutes are going to be wild in this men's stand 2 semifinal heat 1. Oh, Gillespie. The turn and burn there, but just hits a bad piece of water, goes over the handlebars.
Telling you, it's so hard to get in a funk when you're in a funk in a heat. So Morgan trying his best to get some solid scores on the board here, but just struggling to get to his feet. Unlike what I've seen from Morgan in the previous days of the event, he's always looked so confident, and I can see he's feeling a little bit rattled. Forrest looking for this left. Kind of picks up.
Yeah, that had a buzzer beater feel to it, but we still have time. Watch out, Gillespie with a huge slashing carve there. That is exactly what the judges want to see from these surfers. So only one big turn, but we've seen it already in previous semifinals and in finals. One big turn can do the job. And it feels like that was a lot better than the 4.13 and the 4.10. So it's in the hands of the judges now. We're inside of a minute left. Did Gillespie do enough? Can he jump into one of those top 2 advancing positions?
This is so close, Chris.
It's a photo finish.
Oh, my word. Here goes Forrest taking off on a left.
So Forrest Weinberg now driving down the line, trying to fit in a turn. There he is. So one sizable snap there. Could have some more room to work here on the inside. So trying to better a 3.17. Judges have been rewarding those quick snaps. He was right there in the most critical part of that wave. We could be looking at one of the wildest finishes we've seen of the day, as there are spinning red lines under green and under red in our
But could
judging.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Forrest gonna win? It's all so close with Balulu. He wasn't able to back that 8-point ride, and he might drop out. I'm not sure. It is anyone's game at this point, and I have honestly no idea who's gonna win.
Yeah, this really is going to be a big conversation from our judging panel.
And they'll take some time just
Oh,
because
yeah. I
this
mean,
is a semifinals.
They
and
know the magnitude of this.
yeah. Oh my goodness. Morgan not able to like create his campaign as quickly as he would have wanted, but then was able to get that outside snap that's so trademark for him.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any more tense, we're going to take a commercial break.
What?
You're going to have to stay tuned to find out what happens next after that wild showdown. Do not go anywhere. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. More semifinal action coming up right after this break.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know. Peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Just when you thought it was safe to lock in your finalists, think again. Galletti comes through with the buzzer beater.
That was such a nail biter. Morgan was having such a difficult time finding his rhythm out there, and right when it counted, he did that nice outside slash to take him into the first position, with Blue in second. So
that was cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was an incredible.
Now we have the men's stand 2 division semifinals heat 2. Conditions a bit rough out there, a bit grindy. It's pretty windy. Like we've said, wind and tide really affect this spot.
Yeah,
you can see the heat results. Morgan Galletti came in first with an 11.06.
I mean, everybody had a shot in the end of that heat.
Yes,
you saw Gaujean.
wow.
He was in the top spot with about 2.5
he
minutes
took
left.
first.
Forrest was locked into second. Balulu just managed to get his back up, and then with the buzzer beater last second finish, Morgan
Everything
Galletti
flipped.
comes through. Now we got
Wow.
17:45 to go. Who will be our next 2 finalists here in the men's stand 2 division? JP Vaudry, Kenjiro Ito, Sean Rangout, and Carter Hess. Let's go to Rangout, representing Puerto Rico. Extended roundhouse there. Wave dies beneath his feet, but there is more to come. This is Ito. Beautiful looking right-hander, right in the pocket.
Oh.
Nice slash there. Does it again, carving back, keeping a relatively safe distance from the pier, but maximizing the scoring potential of that right. And another solid set for JP Vaudry, straight up into it.
That
And
was so critical out
what
the
an
back.
exchange.
Kenji's
And
still
Ito's
going.
still going. Wow. Well, pretty clear what happened there. Kenji got the best of that 3-way exchange. I mean, all the way from the outside to the inside, nice and smooth. Speed, power, flow. Give it up to JP Vaudry, going for it. He's got plenty of time. If he comes down
Yeah.
with that turn, that's an 8-point ride.
Oh, for sure. He had to go for it. I mean, he was on the wave, and that section just presented itself to him. So great work by him to just send it. Not able to ride out, unfortunately, but Kenji's wave looking so smooth and solid on that board and that stance. I've said it time and time again. I think I've commentated each one of Kenji Kenji Ito's wave from Japan, our surfer in blue. Here goes white. Oh, not able to quite get into that one. Kenji's style is so smooth. This is our replay from Kenji. Nice off the bottom, deep bottom turn, right up into the lip. So much style, so much control. That is so difficult to do on a day like today because of how bumpy the face of the wave is. So he's able to keep his composure, milk it all the way. There's JP out the back, but comes unstuck. To be honest, that was kind of a gnarly section because the pier was right there. So
you imagine that thing looming in your peripheral vision.
Exactly. I don't like when I see any of the surfers go into the shadow of the pier. Massive looking wave there. I think that's one of the biggest waves we've seen of the day. The swell is absolutely filling in. We have that south-southwest swell, that little bump on the swell chart that we see from looking at Surfline. It's definitely topping out tonight, I believe, and a swell on hand for tomorrow morning. Exciting day here in Oceanside, California.
And I can imagine what's going on in the mind right now of Morgan Galafi, who fought back all the way to the bitter end, got himself in the top spot. He's on the glass now with Anthony.
Morgan, you did it. A buzzer beater. Tell us about what you were feeling waiting for those scores to come in, and then finally finding out that you made it into the final.
I just felt like a loser and then a winner at the same time. It's like I surfed bad, but at the end it worked out, so I'm happy but scared.
Okay. Well, the good news is you're in the final and you have your best surfing yet to come. Italy has never won an individual gold medal. What would it mean for you and for your country to perhaps be the first to win a gold medal?
I don't know what it would mean for my country, but for me, it would be a big realization because I dedicate all my life to this sport, and it's my first time, so it would be an emotional moment for me.
Perfect, I understand. And Morgan speaks a native tongue from the island of Cabo Verde. Would you like to say something in your native language?
Ok. Obrigado por gente estar a torcer para mim. Nunca surfa grandes coisas, mas bato o dread na fim, então agora não está finalmente na final. E só concentrei para a última.
Let your surfing do the talking. Well done, Morgan. Congratulations. And back to you guys in the booth.
I love this guy.
I feel like
everybody's freaking out on the beach. We're all losing it. And then you go to Morgan, he's like, yeah, you know, I didn't do that great, but then I did. So I feel like he's just containing his emotions until the final.
I love how honest he is. He's like, I felt like a loser, then I was winning. And I'm like, fair. I mean, he's probably going to watch that back and it's like, oh, why did I take off on that and that? Like, we're our own worst critic, right? But he was able to take out the win at the last moments of that heat when it really counted. So exciting to see that final in the water tomorrow, our last day of competition, where we will be crowning even more world champions. Here in the water right now, we have our Stand 2 division. Not sure if there was an interference there.
There had to be something. It was it was a collision.
Seems like they hit each other. It was Carter Hess and JP Valdry, surfer from USA and South Africa. So we will see what the judges decide there. Not quite sure who had priority.
Well, as expected, Kenji got the best of that opening exchange with a 5.5. Carter Hess currently with a 1.43. Quick look there. Carter Hess, we thank you for your service. He was stationed in North Carolina as part of the 82nd Airborne Division. He is a 3-time ISA Worlds competitor. And I just laugh every time I read this. He still loves, he says, I love short walks on the beach. I'm going to find out what that exactly means. Meanwhile, JP Valdry looking for revenge of the wave that knocked him off his board on his opening ride. He did get a nice little slash there, but it looked like trying to push a little bit too hard to stay in that wave. So goes over the nose of his board, but he still has 11 minutes and 50 seconds left, and he's sitting in second place for now. And no word yet as to what type of interference will be called, but you have to think there's something.
Right. I mean, they
when
were right next to each other
on a wave.
Exactly. I mean, regardless if Carter didn't have first priority, like there's going to be someone that's ahead of one or the other on priority there. So looking for that to come through there. JP, such a strong surfer from South Africa. has been in the game a long, long time, using his veteran knowledge. Here goes green.
Quick trip over the falls there for Sean Rangout, representing Puerto Rico. He had a decent ride to start. Came through at a 2:07 for his opener, and here's a look back at some type of interference.
So Carter's deeper, but it all just depends. Here, they collide. They actually hit boards. Carter was deeper there, but however, we still have to play the priority card here.
We're waiting for that dreaded red triangle to show up on our score bug on the upper left-hand side of your screen.
You know, even though priority, it can be challenging at times, it really is an interesting part of competition because it allows for a bit more fairness out there rather than having all 4 surfers just like paddle battling each other. It creates a bit of a sense of evenness, some fairness, some organization out there in the lineup rather than just kind of like a free-for-all.
So we got 10 minutes left. JP Vaudry, he is your 2024 ISA gold medalist. No doubt watching closely what transpired in semifinal number 1. And there's Team South Africa cheering for Vaudry as he makes his way back to the takeoff zone. He's got a 2.67 and a 2.57. No indication yet about that priority interference. I mean, maybe we're both wrong, and maybe it was deemed that neither rider hindered the opportunity for the other. And JP's sending it, and I'm here for it. I love to see it.
Absolutely, just attacking the lip with everything he has, and we know that he can throw out those big scores, so expecting him to ride out on one of these in the next 9.5 minutes. Kenji sitting outside with priority with that 5.50.
Yeah, Kenji's cruising right now. He knows he has the best wave of this heat so far. Most likely in that top priority position as he is stroking into a nice little right-hand pier bowl. Gets straight to the open face, carves it back, but goes down.
It's so hard to make a maneuver on that pier bowl left or right there at the pier because sometimes there's just nothing on offer and it's just flat water, and then when you go and turn, I've done that so many times, just fall right on my back.
It feels like you kind of get launched into that section because there's a tight pocket from the takeoff, and then when things flatten out, it's hard to figure out what to do when you have that much speed, especially if the wave goes completely flat like we just saw happen to Kenji. He will get a couple points for it though, a 2-point ride, so got credit for taking off, dropping in, and going into that bottom turn. Scoring ended when he fell, so still in the lead with a 5.5 and a 2. Vaudry with a 2.67 and a 2.57 in a precarious second place position because Carter and Sean are both trying to do everything they can to charge up into one of those top 2 advancing spots. Carter has a quick one.
Quick up and out for both surfers there. This is a replay from the front view of White's wave. Just a drop in, not really able to do much with it. Kind of trying to stream down the line to find that left, but just closes out. With that tide dropping, it's going to be even harder. Kenji's split peak here. He goes deep into that right and then I think pushes it too far. I've done that so many times where I try and really dig to get as like much spray on that outside as much as possible, and then it's just like nothing underneath you. So here goes green.
Ranga, Team Puerto Rico. One nice turn on that wave, but clearly completely dissipates beneath him.
Really tough conditions out here. We know all these surfers can surf at a really, really high level, and so it's now just picking and choosing the waves that just open up enough or provide that big end section.
So we're looking to fill out our men's stand 2 finals. We have 2 surfers locked in. And 2 more to come from this heat. Kenji Ito currently in the lead. You see Team Japan right at the water's edge. Cheering on Kenji. JP Vaudry still in second place. Here we go. JP back at it. Pier bowl right. Taking a little bit more time to get up into the lip. This wave is dissolving through that trough right there. He's going to stick with it. Maybe try to get some points on the inside. Nothing doing there. 6:44 to go.
You can see the frustration there from JP. JP's so competitive every year, just vying for that world title position last year. Coming away with gold, so looking to stay on top once again. However, I do feel that Kenji is definitely giving him a run for his money there. very, very differently styled surfers. Kenji has that flow and grace between his turns, still able to throw a lot of spray and impress the judges, no doubt. He's leading with a 5.5 and a 2.0, and JP's just a little bit more aggressive with his style. Both really strong surfers here in the first and second position. And Team Puerto Rico in green, he's thrown some good numbers there. So it does come through that Carter Hess received a interference. Unfortunately, there JP took off on that wave, and Carter needed to back out because he had a lower priority situation than JP Valdry on that wave that we saw that got replayed just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. You know, JP has been in so many heats in his illustrious career, and he kind of put his arms up like,
right.
Sorry, not sorry. I mean, this is not his fault. So, Kenji, meanwhile, your current leader, nice little carve down there after a good steep drop. He'll pull out with 5 minutes, 10 seconds left. I mean, we still have a lot of surfing to come. JP Valdry still looking to break through, get something a little bit more meaningful in his scoreline. We're not used to seeing him holding on to twos this deep in a heat at any given moment. I mean, JP can just explode on one of these rights, and he probably will. It's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Carter Hess will have a full wave score taken away from him. So right now, just sitting on a 160.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show with all four of these really strong surfers how tough it is out there to navigate and to really place a turn in the pocket and ride out with so much bump in the face, being able to stay on their feet there. So Kenji, he has now a 2.27, so he incrementally increased. He did have a 2.0, now he has a 2.27, but strengthening his lead there, no doubt. But JP with two pocket twos, I mean, we just know that he can have scores much higher than that. So it's honestly anyone's game at this point. And then Carter, unfortunately, with that priority, is going to have to. I mean, he only needs a 5.27 to advance, so that's not too bad with only 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, it's still possible for now until Sean Regat or JP Valdry breaks through that 2-point glass ceiling. We know if given the opportunity, given the right section, both of those surfers, both Sean and JP, have the skill set to launch themselves into one of those top spots and a potential excellent range score. But time is not on their side. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. There's your overview. We could have something coming in.
Looks like some sets rolling through there.
Yeah, the pier has a way of being an indicator. You know, the swells rise, and you can clearly see on the pilings, and they get covered up by water. That means something could be coming your way. And here we go. JP Valdry now fading to the left. Good section in front of him. Nails it. That's exactly what we're used to seeing from this strong surfer representing South Africa. And he eviscerated one of those 2-point rides.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's going to be a solid score.
It's going to be a super solid score. Tagged that end section perfectly, rode out. Nothing too gnarly, but he knew that with 3 minutes he needed to get it comes through at a 6.33, so JP rewarded for that outside snap. Really well placed.
It's like we were living in Bizarro world there for a minute. JP was holding onto a pair of twos for so long. Now everything is feeling a little bit more normal with JP Valdry dropping that 6.33. He's been such a consistent surfer for the majority of this contest that was a rare late charge from JP. So there you see Team South Africa. They are excited by what JP Valdry just laid down. We did see a quick look at the next heat. They're paddling out underneath the pier in the sit division. So inside of 2 minutes now, we're looking to field 2 more finalists from our stand 2 division. And every single heat today has been a total highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. JP's wave, I just want to point out the great heat knowledge he had because he was sitting further in than everyone, and I don't believe he had first priority. So he took that wave under everyone. He knew that he just needed to be able to get a nice end section, get some turns that we know that he can throw. So really nicely done surfing from JP, able to put some more points on the board. even without priority, even without the biggest wave of the day.
And the answer back now from Sean Rangout. Just hung up a little bit there. Couldn't quite get around that section into any open face opportunity. And here we see Kenji. Nice looking right here. Cranks it off the bottom. Solid turn there for Kenji. So he may have just cleared things out. Gotten rid of a 2.27. Nice and smooth. Beautiful style. Plenty of power in that opening turn. Coming through. Tiny little inside section, but still enough room to work. And Kenji, I mean, zen-like. Did not look stressed one bit. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Started off the 5.5. Got a good feeling that is going to double at least that 2.27.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can take the lead here off of JP in the last 30 seconds. JP up and riding.
JP cranks it off the bottom. Another hard slashing turn there for the South African. So that turn, definitely better than a 2.67. So the judge is going to have some catching up to do. But I think the overall impression and feeling is that JP Vaudry and Kenji Ito will be your next two finalists to join the previous Stand 2 finalists and fill out a star-studded Stand 2 final, which we will see tomorrow. And if it stands like this, wow, that is going to be a battle for the gold medal.
Such an exciting heat for the final. I'm so excited to go see those guys go head-to-head.
And there's the show of sportsmanship that is a tenet to ISA competition. You love to see that. I mean, yeah, you're going against each other, but at the same time, you're cheering for each other.
Yeah, and it's all about uplifting the sport, right, Chris? So love to see that.
We've got our 4 finalists for men's Stand 2 locked and loaded. And now it's time for more. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. This is the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And we've got another epic division coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action. Straight into it with our men's sit round 2. There's only one heat within this, and there are 5 surfers competing. Top 4 surfers out of the round robin format are going to be advancing through into the final tomorrow for our men's sit division. So they've already put some work in for their opening scores. We're going to try and track with that and see who is advancing through to keep themselves in those top 4 positions out of the 5 athletes out in the lineup. France, USA, Costa Rica, Japan in the water right now. And we're just waiting for the first couple of scores to come through. As we see Juan Manuel Camacho Solano from Costa Rica in the green jersey. He opened up with a 5.83, so sitting on the highest score so far. We have a 3.5 for Chris Oberle of the USA, as Jeff Munson is just nearly getting drained down the line. He just did a full El Rolo and made it out of the first one, I think. We'll have to get that on the replay because that was super impressive.
Munson,
Go ahead.
Munson the magician, that was incredible.
That was crazy. That like fully took us off guard. He's going to have a score to drop. We're going to have another score to drop in for Juan. Jeff Munson in the lineup. Guilherme Colon from France. And Nozumo Ishihara from Japan. Nozumo having a look at this wave. He's unable to get into it. Conditions right now, Anthony, looking a little bit trickier with that wind that's popped up. But in this division, the sit division, there tends to be a lot of waves ridden regardless. So I think we're going to have lots of action like we're seeing right now from the Frenchman in Guillaume up and riding right now.
Yeah, if you think about the size of our hands versus the size of those paddles, they're able to get more speed with the use of the paddle versus if you were paddling with your hands. And so that allows them to get into the waves. In best case scenario, you're catching the waves going about the same speed as the waves. And the waves this size and height, they're traveling somewhere around 8 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour. And a typical surfer paddles somewhere around 4 miles an hour. But you throw that paddle in and you're able to get a lot more waves. Of course, you can get out through the surf faster. And Jeff Munson getting pushed to the other side of the pier, stays nice and calm, doesn't panic. He's an experienced waterman, and he'll paddle right back out.
Yeah, that's right. He looks like he's, well in control. He's going to paddle back through the pier pilings to the north side. You can see how much that current is pulling now in comparison to what was happening earlier on. But let's take a look at this magician moment.
Look at that. He just pulls right in, does like a half barrel roll, half loses his paddle, and half makes it. I'm not sure if the judges are going to reward that fully. And there's Guillaume from France with 2 gold medals already. This is not a medal event right now. Excuse me, this is not a medal round. This is the second round. So we're going to be dropping 1 surfer, which, it's great. All the different, each division has a different number of competitors. So the advancement situation is unique. And when you drop from 5 to 4 and you're that lone person that misses out, I always feel bad for that person.
It is a bummer in this division, but it also shows that there is opportunity to grow the division for the future. So hopefully for next year, there are some surfers that could qualify for this category that love sitting in that sit position as far as the type of equipment that they prefer to ride. And we could be seeing increased numbers as we take a look now at Nozumo, who has just come through to the inside section. Nice turn on the outside, and he'll just kick out of that ride with his first score to drop. A couple scores on the board. First, let's talk about that wave from Jeff Munson. So it's dropped in as a 2.5. Judges deeming that, lack of control, no major maneuvers, even though he had that barrel roll and actually flipped upside down, I think, and potentially flipped all the way around to come back up again, that it wasn't necessarily an intentional maneuver within the wave. And so he's just got that 2.5 to start. The 5.83 from Juan out of Costa Rica sets him apart from the rest of the pack as far as an actual decent keeper score on the board. And then we got a couple of 3s between Guillaume and between Chris in the red and the yellow jerseys, the 3.5 to Chris being the higher of the 2 3s on the board so far. Taking a look at the current conditions out there, that tide is dropping. Of course, it's just before 1 p.m. here, so we've got a couple more hours before the low tide fully bottoms out, and we actually only have 2 more heats after this to finish out our day of competition, so it's nice that we won't be pushing too far into that low tide as the afternoon continues.
Well, that's great. The competitors will be excited about that, as are the gold medalists. That means they can go and start their celebrations a little bit earlier. And it's a great point that you brought up about the lack of control that Jeff Munson had on that wave as far as the score goes. So we're in our parasurfing sit division, surfers who ride waves in a sitting position. This is the only division or classification that allows any sort of use of paddles. And these are what are called wave skis. You see them a lot in Australia. There's a big wave ski contingency across the U.S. as well. They have events. There's a big event in Steamer Lane that many of these guys surf in versus able-bodied or normal-bodied participants as well. Used to be an event in Davenport, which is a very fun wave to surf as well. And Chris Oberle, Jeff Munson, surf in this event here and many other events as well.
Yeah, it's great to see that growing number of events in the sit category specifically in the wave skiing conversation growing worldwide. And I like that the ISA has this included as a division as well, because it's not traditional surfing as far as being on a surfboard, riding a wave ski instead, but it's wave riding, and it's adapting to what these surfers are able to do on a wave, meaning they're going to put together their best high performance surfing on a wave ski as opposed to riding in a prone position or potentially a kneeling position for the surfers in the lineup for this one. Well, we are just waiting for that next set to come through. We've got 12 minutes remaining on the clock, and while we wait, let's go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. JP, something weird was happening in that semifinal. You know, we kept thinking you were going to open things up and put up those big numbers, but you held on to a couple twos for the majority of that heat. Then what happened?
Then I thought maybe the big ones aren't the better ones, and maybe I'll just get a score on the board, for goodness sakes. So yeah, I got that little left. No one looked at it. I know I'm pretty strong on the left. I won last year riding lefts, and I thought, let's just get something on the board. And it turned out to be one of the better ones.
Yeah, kind of wild. Previous heat, same thing kind of happened with our young competitor Morgan representing Team Italy, but both of you guys came through in the end. So now that you're looking forward to the finals, what are you going to do to try to alleviate some of the stress from your team and put up big numbers early on?
I want to say that I have a game plan all worked out, but I have no idea. From this heat to the last one to the one before that, all of them were completely different. The rip was going one way in the one heat, going the other way in the other. I honestly don't know. I think I'm just going to wing it.
That's sometimes the best plan. It's a little bit of a mystery out here sometimes. But what is not a mystery is this surfboard that looks absolutely magic. There are more ways than one. I see the handprints down here. You said these are members of your family that just added to the mana of this beautiful surfboard.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could bring them with, but 40 hours of flying, it's a long way. So I've got Amelia, my wife, Isabella, and Gabriella is my wife. Sorry, I can't even talk. I'm just so excited. I just want to mention Ossa, the guys, the components to make my legs, Marissa who puts them together, Von Zipper sunglasses, and Maish fins. I couldn't do without you guys. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it.
Right on, JP. Moving on to the finals. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow.
Outstanding performance from JP. He's been a familiar face on the glass throughout this week, so I won't be surprised if we see him in that winning position come tomorrow. Putting all that effort in behind the scenes, his family tuning in back home to celebrate. It is a long way from South Africa. I lived there for 7 years through my 20s. Jeffreys Bay was home, and it is nothing will ever compare to living in J Bay and getting the type of surf that they get there on a regular basis. But coming specifically, I grew up in Southern California. Flying to South Africa is a long feat as we take a look at an incredible wave from Jeff Munson. Goes in for the barrel, the head dip on takeoff. He's going to shoot the pier as well. And that was just incredible. I feel like he's lost his paddle, though, and that is a tricky situation to be stuck in right now. As we take a look at Nazumo, he's going to pull out of that wave where he's trying to pull out specifically, and Surfer and Red's just going to redirect. I love how that really demonstrated how quickly these boards are able to just whip around. But for Jeff Munson, for the USA, after an incredible head dip, he is without a paddle.
And he's just fine.
He's actually, the currents pulled him straight. He's just going to paddle back through the pier without his paddle. I think one of the volunteers had his paddle that I could just see kind of like swimming. So it's going to be a minute before we probably see him get that back in the hands. That said, there has been competitors in previous years of competition who have competed in the sit division specifically and opted to use their hands to paddle rather than an actual paddle in hand.
That's true, and looks like this wave's going to break.
Again. Yeah, good idea. He's trying to just get out of that situation. He's just made it. What a waterman.
That's skill. I was just thinking the same thing. He saw that set coming and figured he needs to get out of there, and great job by the magician, Jeff Munson. And he's probably thinking, hey, you should have just let my paddle. I planned it perfectly. It was going to come out with the rip current. I was going to meet it on the other side.
And we're going to have Chris Overlay also just paddle through the pylons to just get around. And we've already got that paddle back into the hand of Jeff Munson, so he'll have slightly faster paddle power to make his way back out. We're on 7.5 minutes, and we have a massive score for Guillaume Collin from Team France in the leading position, but let's take another look at this wave from Jeff Munson.
Look at that commitment right there. Holy moly, that was incredible. Air dropping under the lip, lost his paddle, but keeps surfing. He's like, I don't need a paddle to shoot the pier. And you can see him engage the rail even more to not hit that piling. And then I love how he just calmly looks around. He's staying calm. He lets the current take him, using his hands to guide, gets caught on a fishing line, no worries, and gets his wave ski turned around, starts looking for his paddle. No problem for Jeff Munson. He's even pointing to the helpers, and there he is. Huge excitement, not a huge score.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's like the judges aren't having a bar of what he's doing from a surf perspective just yet. We were, hopefully he gets into something that he's really able to showcase some decent maybe rail work with as well, and a lot of control associated with that. But man, we have had an absolute joy watching his surfing so far in this heat. 3 and a 2.5 to Jeff Munson on the board. Chris Oberle from USA also sitting with a couple of 3s, so not huge scores for either of them as we take a look at this wave from Juan out of Costa Rica, who's sitting in that second place position.
Oh, and on the takeoff, it looked like he was going to have more wall to work with, and that wave closing out on Juan Solano as he just angles back into the pier, not trying to score any points, pulling out right there. These wave skis have those smaller fins, so they're able to pull out, and they don't need big fins because they can also use their paddle to help them turn. And you can see how just with every stroke, their boards turn, so they're very maneuverable as well. And we've seen the legend Felipe Kizu Lima. I mean, he's doing airs and all different things on these, wave ski boards essentially, and the level of the commitment that these surfers have is incredible, because when you fall on one of these, it's different than a surfboard.
Yeah, it certainly is. We got a strong paddle here from Jeff, charging again into the pier. Wow, there we go. Now that's the sort of dynamic rail work that the judges are going to be paying close attention to. They're going to love that action.
And I love his body language, and it's just like subtle little head dip thing. He reminds me of like a cruisy longboard George Greeno type of surfer.
Definitely.
Surfing Noosa or somewhere in Australia. So basically what these surfers are doing, if we're talking about combining the scores from round 1, they have obliterated their scores from the first round. So we're essentially looking at these are the scores that are going to be advancing. Some lower scores. Chris Oberle, who was in 5th place, he had a 0 and a 2.17. And then going on from there, the surfer from Japan, Nozomu, had a 0 as well. So basically what we see is what we're going to get as far as the top 4 advancing into the final. And
there we go. It's a 9.33.
Oh.
Jeff Munson has just heard the news. And that's exactly what we have been looking for and hoping for. Now he's come through right onto the shoreline. I'm curious to know if he's all right, what he's doing as far as positioning. Is his equipment okay? There's definitely going to be a reason that he's coming to the inside. He's chatting to the water safety crew down there. That 9.33 was just the sickest turn, one of the best turns we have seen today. Actually, it is the best turn we've seen today. Numerically, it's a 9.33 for a single maneuver. Incredible.
That was a money turn. So steep and in the pocket. And I want to say he's injured. He wouldn't come in, so
yeah.
He probably just tweeted. He wasn't super panicky and like, he just paddled in calmly. So my guess would be just a subtle injury. And he was committed on all of his waves, but that wave allowed him to execute that turn. And what a turn, 9.33, wow.
That was so awesome. Let's take another look at it here.
And just steep like all his other waves. And look at that commitment, just leaning his whole, and that wave just sucks right up in that pier bowl. And right here, he leans back, gets that rail engaged, 3/4 of his board is out of the water and just full rail commitment right in the pocket. And then that stylish little head jive there. And he might have hurt some obliques on that turn because
well, that's what I was thinking. If there's a way to pull a hip flexor, it's doing a turn like that in that position. I mean, he absolutely put it all on the line. Fantastic performance. Judges loved it. We were just saying, he's been putting together some cool maneuvers, but the judges haven't had a bar of it. This was the exact opposite scenario with a 9.33 for that big single turn. So he's adding to the 5 that he had yesterday. He should just come in, actually, if he's feeling like there's something off, if he feels like he's maybe pulled something or has a little bit of an injury, just get out of the water. Save yourself for finals day tomorrow.
Or maybe he just did that anyway, right? Maybe he heard the score and he's like, oh, I'm in, and just came in.
Yeah.
That's his personality, I think. And, knowing the other scores to go to his 5, that is awesome. Go Munson.
Incredible. I mean, he's into the finals for sure. Guillaume Collin from France, he's also booked himself a spot in the finals. He's got an 8. The 317 doesn't factor into yesterday's top 2 scores because he had a 7.5 and a 6. So he's now going to be sitting on the highest combined heat total between his 8 and his 7.5 for a 15.50. Jeff Munson's going to be holding on to that second position. For Juan out of Costa Rica, the 5.83 has improved his situation from yesterday because he was sitting on a 4 as his highest mark. So those surfers really, they've all locked themselves in. It's now going to be between Nozumo, who's currently riding this wave, and Chris in the yellow jersey to see which of them secures that fourth place spot into the men's sit final. As we can see, Nozumo really just trying to get that paddle in and get a decent change of direction. The judges will be taking all of those things into consideration, even if it happens to be a relatively smaller score because it's lacked that big outside section, explosive maneuver. Every bit of these turns on the inside is going to, help increase that score a little bit on this finishing section.
And you can see his Infinity wave ski just a little bit bigger than Jeff Munson's TL wave ski. You can see how small that ski is from Guillaume as well. And so different equipment's going to help you fit into those different sections. And Steve Bainey from Infinity, Steve and Barry Bainey, they've got a statue there in Dana Point. And basically, Steve is who helped Chris Oberle get back in. As we look at the last lay from Guillaume, bam! Up and oh my gosh, had he
wow.
That would have been close to that 9 range as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. For that single maneuver, that would have been a massive, massive re-entry, and the judges would have 100% gone excellent with it.
And you can really tell the difference in size of the board looking at that last turn and wave by Guillaume and this board here. Again, the Infinity family, Steve and Barry Bainey, they're tandem surfers, so they've been working with big blanks for their entire career. Steve, an avid wave skier, loves taking people out at San Onofre in the double wave ski and does a lot of work for Parasurfing locally in San Onofre, building different things there at the local break. And here we see Chris Oberle, bottom turn and getting a little bit behind that wave. That was a takeoff really close to the pier as well. There wasn't that much room to work with. And he's just in that nail-biting spot in 4th place, hasn't really broken away. And as this heat winds down, it appears like unofficially the Japanese competitor Nozomu Ishihara is going to miss out on the final for this year, 2025. Maybe next year he'll train hard and come back with a vengeance.
Wow, what a spectacular bit of surfing that we saw from Jeff Munson. The 9.33 on a single wrapping carve. Incredible performance. We're going to be right back. When we return, we are into the men's semifinals for the kneeling division. Final 2 heats of the day to call the action.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the men's semifinals for the kneeling division. 2 heats, top 2 surfers will be advancing per heat into the men's final. Jackson Santos from Brazil, Mark Mono Stewart of Australia, Altair Olivares from Chile, and Juan Martin Diaz Martinez from Mexico, all looking for the opportunity to get 2 good scores on the board and to book themselves a spot as a medalist, an official medalist here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Of course, gold is what they would like to walk away with, but it's always nice to just know that you made the final regardless, and then heading into finals day, think about how you're going to be able to get a win. As we take a look now at the opening ride from our surfer in red, judges loved it. Huge scores in as we take a look now at the first of white, Juan Martinez. So scores in. First of white at 3.67, but Anthony, the first of red to Jackson Santos, that huge entry comes through as a 9.17.
The judges love to see commitment and just kind of throwing caution to the wind, which is what we saw Jeff Munson do under the lip in that last heat, and then right there with that turn from Jackson Santos. He's been posting highest scores all event and continuing his fine form going into the semifinal, setting him up for tomorrow's final perhaps. And look at that, perfect positioning on the takeoff, keeping that rail engaged. That took a lot of great timing, and that spray was twice as high as the wave. And that was incredible looking at it again in slow motion. Great job, guys, having that wave in slow motion, because that really showed just how perfectly timed it was. Keeping that, with the wind, it's so hard to keep that rail engaged. And then look at the spray. Boom. It went twice as high and super far, and the judges loved it, as did we.
Yeah, great connection with the oncoming section. Timing really does make a massive difference when it comes to how well executed a maneuver is. Specifically, you can do a good maneuver, but if you haven't timed it well with the section, it can fall, significantly flatter than a well-timed turn.
And it's interesting that Jackson had a 9.7 in one of his earlier rounds in a completely different wave, a longer wave with a couple of good turns, and here rewarded with 1 turn as he's having a look again, not liking that one. And Jackson Santos looking for a big finish. He's, this heat has obviously the 3-time champion Sponge Williams, Mark Mono Stewart, and a lot of history in it, and he's kind of just nudging his, foot in the door, saying, "Hey, you guys don't count me out. I'm coming here to win." And he's the top seed going into this round as well.
Yeah, really, really good run of his surfing so far on his way to the semifinals. So these surfers have already surfed through rounds 1 and round 2 to advance to this position. As we take a look at Juan, just driving down the line, unable to really find anything to write home about essentially on that wave. Just covered a bit of distance with it. Mark Mono Stewart from Australia, he is, one of those that has spent probably more hours of his life in the ocean than out of the ocean. He's going to be really paying close attention to wave selection out there today. I think conserving energy and playing a really smart game, but noting what the judges have been paying close attention to as far as advancement through. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him just take off on a select, couple of waves, maybe 3 waves in total. But really looking for some quality when he does decide to take off on one.
Yeah, especially living in Byron Bay. 3 waves is a 2-hour session.
Yeah, totally.
If you're getting these long waves, and then, of course, the long paddle out. And Mark Mono Stewart is our inside man on the trail to get para surfing into the Paralympics 2032 in Brisbane. Of course, one of the largest para surfing events happening there in Byron Bay in Mono Stewart's hometown. And he's trying to get back onto the podium again and back into the gold medal race. And there he is. And Mono using his hands there. He's going into the pier and he just pulls out under piling number 1. He's going to paddle out under the next 2 pilings. And the reason that the surfers are comfortable under the pier is because of the rip current makes it deeper. So it moves all that sand underneath the pier, and so it's a little bit deeper. So the waves are breaking on either side of the pier, but underneath the pier, if you watch this wave, the waves just, they kind of peak up, but they don't really break. And so there's a little bit of safety under the pier when waves are coming because it's deeper, but obviously the pilings aren't very safe as you're riding waves.
Yeah, they're extremely unsafe, actually. Great thing to avoid out in the lineup.
Jose Martinez, I love that. I love that wheelchair. He just flies on that too. I was watching him like bounce on the little berm there and going over and giving some encouragement to the Mexican rider in this heat, Juan Martinez.
Yeah, that wheelchair is like a Segway.
Yes, exactly.
It's awesome.
And it's controlled like it too, just noticing, right?
Yeah,
he just
totally.
leans and it goes. Oh, rad.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's got really great tires on it for tracking on the sand, which means that he doesn't need to have, a beach chair and his other wheelchair, essentially. He can take that thing straight onto the soft sand as well, which is really nice.
He doesn't need the access tracks. He has access everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Where so many of our other competitors have been utilizing those access tracks, and the whole contest site here is set up with them as well as many beaches, and even I was talking to Kelly from Access Tracks, trying to kind of break into giving accessibility in other spaces that might need it, where Access Tracks was created for wheelchair users on the sand specifically, but it's now being used on the snow, on gravel, on anywhere that would be challenging for a standard wheelchair with kind of thinner wheels on it to be able to actually move without sinking in too much. So a really great opportunity, something that our surfer from the USA just doesn't quite need because of the tires that he's got on the wheelchair. We're down to 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. It's to Jackson Santos, Gato, or Puss in Boots, as the team from Brazil refer to him as, because he looks like a swordman when he's up and riding on the waves. Really expressive arms that he uses, like with his style, and they're also really well positioned to help him have more power and more control within his turns.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And just about halfway through, he's got a huge score that's putting him in a good position. So he's going to be selective now, waiting for a big one on that last drone shot. You can see him scrambling out as that bigger set was approaching. And was just talking with one of the locals from around here, Donald Morale. He's down there taking some photographs, and he's been watching the buoys, and he's like, oh, it's a legitimate swell. It's going to be peaking tonight and tomorrow. Sometimes when a swell is peaking, it's a little more out of control, and it seems to happen a lot with bigger swells. They kind of peak overnight, and then the next day they calm down just a little. And I really think it's going to be a special day tomorrow with our finals, and watching these surfers just really give it everything they have and have great conditions to express themselves, which is what everybody wants.
That's right. And we've been dealing with those king tides with a supermoon throughout this entire week, which has made it kind of really fun in the mornings, but more challenging in the afternoons with a low tide. And as that high tide continues to be pushed more towards midday, we could be in for a really excellent finals day, because we won't have to battle low tide in the morning, or we'll be finished with competition as well before that low tide really comes into factor in the afternoon. So it'll be a lot of mid to high tide conditions with that bigger swell tomorrow.
And a high tide, especially with swell, is manageable versus a low tide.
Exactly.
So, once the waves get overhead, then a 7-foot high tide doesn't factor in as much as it does on a smaller swell. So with the larger swell, the tide's going to be perfect, and we've got wind cooperating with us all week long. It's It's really been an incredible week of competition. Kind of hard to believe that we're getting down close to one more day. It's gone. The days are really long, so many heats, but it goes by so fast because the action is jam-packed.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting week. The skill level, the level of progression that each of these surfers is bringing to the sport is continuing to be pushed heat by heat. So it has made it highly, highly engaging. The competition has been so fierce. These surfers, when they get in the water, they are completely on it when it comes to all the aspects of being a competitive surfer, from wave selection to how to use priority, how to time themselves and make sure that they're in the right zone at the right time. There's just so many different aspects to competitive surfing that this crew has absolutely nailed this week, as well as being able to put together some performances with really fun surfing conditions. So Oceanside overall, it's been a huge win for the team, and I wouldn't be surprised if we find ourselves back here someday in the future.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Oceanside providing all week long. Thank you to Visit Oceanside and the city and the lifeguards and everybody for making it happen for us. As we see Mono Stewart in an unfamiliar position in third, currently looking for a second wave. He has a one wave ridden. I mean, looking back to even before 2020, but 2020 second, 2021 first, 2022 second, 2023 he was ninth place, kind of one of his worst finishes, and he's looking to get back into that championship form. He still has it in him.
Yeah, he certainly has the surfing within him. It's been pretty cool to hear a lot of the veterans of the sport speak to those newer names that have come up, a lot of new young surfers that are bringing maybe a different drive, a different side of excitement, intensity, some fresh eyes to each of the different divisions, as well as that kind of youthful exuberance and energy of not being phased of how many times they have to surf in a day, getting in the water as often as they can for their free surfs and stuff. When you have an 18-year-old in the water in comparison to someone in their 60s, that's a pretty significant difference from an energy level. So it's been really cool to hear that older generation and crew that have been around for a long time and really are the pioneers of parasurfing just have a really lovely inclusivity to those newer names, and to just welcome them into the pack, given the fact that those younger surfers and a lot of the divisions are starting to steal away those world titles.
Yes, and one of those we'll see in the next heat, Dario Melendez Davila. He is up and coming, earlier rounds, earning one of the highest singles wave scores with a 9.33, and he's been training in waves of all different shapes and sizes, working with the High Fives Foundation. They've been in wave pools, they've been wake surfing, they've been surfing in his hometown as well in Costa Rica. So here we go.
Big re-entry from Martinez in the white jersey. Just gets bounced off of the finish. He's looking to improve right now on a 3.67 and a 2.27. So that 5.94 is not from a single score. It's actually from the combination of two smaller scores together. Mono Stewart still sitting on that 2.43 as a single score, and we've got a 1.9 for Altair Oliveras. Those surfers each just with one wave. And the other one in the lineup, who also has only one wave, but it's a massive score, is a 9.17 from the opener of DeJackson Santos. And that, at this stage now, coming down to 5 minutes, he hasn't had a second ride. He's going to be feeling really proud of himself for the performance that he was able to string together on that opening ride. Having a look here. Already a 9.17 on the board. Going in for a nice check on his forehand. That was really solid surfing. Good competitive strategy as well to now get that backup score on the board.
That was a great wave. And it's not going to be the highest score, but he needed a backup. And on the opposite side of that was Juan Martinez, who fell on that turn. And that was a very, very, as we look at a replay, he knew there wasn't that much on offer. Couple of pumps, one turn, but he got low and made sure that he made that turn, which is what Martinez needed to do, knowing that 5 minutes left. This is for a shot at the final, and that's the difference between somebody who's been surfing in form and looking to possibly win the event versus somebody that will go back and regroup, and that was a critical mistake falling there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So we've got a 717 on the board now for DeJackson. So he's got the 917 and the 717. He is stitched up the leading position. He's on his way to the finals for sure. But for Juan Martinez, he really needed to secure himself with a better score to increase the requirement specifically on 3rd and 4th place, because he may not really be chasing down the lead anymore with 3.5 minutes on the clock. He's in a combination situation, means he needs 2 excellent scores to get into that 16-point range. But he really does need to improve his heat total so that Mark Mono Stewart and Altair Oliveras are not chasing 3 and 4 point rides. He needs them to be chasing 7s at least to really feel safe.
And he could have been there with landing that. He would have got, I don't know, maybe a 6 or so.
Yeah.
And having Mono Stewart in 3rd, chasing down a small score, it's not is a precarious position. So we'll see what happens and how it plays out as our next heat starts paddling out. There's Sponge Williams, the 3-time champion, and all around kind of the new school of this division.
Yeah, he's an excellent representative for the sport. And he's been on an absolute tear for the last 3 years. Parada, out of Brazil, back in 2020, took the gold medal. He was a great representative for Team Brazil that we don't have in the lineup this week. Mono Stewart took out that win in 2021. And then from 2022, 2023, 2024, it's been Sponge Williams who's just gone on a tear and taken out the winning position. I'm also noticing a theme here. We'll get back to that in 1 second as we take a look at the replay here from that 917.
And just, I can't say enough about the timing of that. It's so difficult with all the bump and that bottom turn. A lot of times it's so hard to keep that rail engaged because your board just wants to chatter. And it takes a lot of strength also. They're not just, training in the water. These athletes are training on land as well, because the leg strength and the arm strength to keep your board connected with the water through those bumps, and then to go off the top there, that was an incredible turn.
Yeah, really, really sharp surfing. 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock.
Where's Mono? Is that him there? It looks like blue on the left side of the screen, chasing that 3.81. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Looks like a couple of waves. He just needs to hit the lip one time.
Yeah, just one turn that he makes it out of, and he's there. He's going to be in that advancing position. We've got a paddle now from DeJackson Santos from the Gato with a big re-entry. Is he going to hold on to it? Not quite. That would have been very complicated to actually stay balanced on for anybody.
Mono just a little bit inside on that one.
Now, of the 3 former winners of the gold medalists for the men's kneeling division, Parada, Mono, and Sponge, they've all had significant nicknames that everyone knows them by instead of their first name. I would say to win the men's kneeling division, odds are you have to have a nickname that you're called that basically is your first name. And DeJackson Santos fits in that category because his team just refers to him as the Gato instead of DeJackson most of the time.
So he's on his way, but Dariel does not have a nickname yet. That's why he was runner-up last year, and you need a nickname.
Is he going to be able to break through? Dariel, you need a nickname. We got to come up with something for him. Team Costa Rica, help him out to have the opportunity to put himself on the winner's board in this men's kneeling division. 24 seconds remaining on the clock, and Mono just getting caught on the inside. Maybe had a look at that one. You know for him now, he's feeling a lot of pressure because it's within his grasp, and he just hasn't been able to get to it. As we take a look now at Martinez, he's riding on this one. He hasn't been able to do anything, though, to get any real valuable scoring potential on this ride. He's just kind of taking it through to the inside, but he may have done enough already to hold himself into that advancing position. We've got a score to drop there. So far, I don't see that there is any waves ridden by either Mono Stewart or Altair Oliveras, but I could be wrong as we're kind of getting this more pan back view. And an absolute guarantee is going to be that DeJackson Santos, the Gato from Brazil, has taken away the winning position, a 16.34 heat total, stitched it up absolutely as easy as possible. It's going to be Juan Martin Diaz Martinez for Team Mexico, who holds on to a position in the final. Well done. That was a tough battle to hold on to that second place up against Mono and Altair. And we're going to be right back after a quick break. Our final heat of the day, men's kneel semifinal number 2, right after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify in Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Straight into the action with Llewellyn Sponge Williams on his opening ride. We are into our semifinal number 2 for the men's kneeling division. Top 2 surfers will be meeting up in the final up against Jackson Santos, who just took out that win, and Juan from Team Mexico, who walked through in that second place position. So 2 more spots for the men's final. Medals up for grabs here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it could be anyone's pick at this stage. 17 minutes remaining on the clock. A 1.6 to start off for Sponge. No waves ridden from the rest of the field. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Anthony Vela. And Anthony, we've got some live action here. Oh, nope. Maxime is just going to pull out of that wave as it just kind of breaks right on top of him. Conditions looking a little bit sloppy out there, but there is still some scoring potential that we've been seeing throughout that last heat.
We saw 9s in a 9 in each of the previous 2 heats,
Yeah.
so the scores are out there. You just got to go chase them down. And I want to say just a huge thanks to Mono Stewart out of the event this year, but just what a great and classic human being. And you know, we've been privileged to have him competing for so many years. I hate to see him go in this event. Not he's going to not be around, but I'd love to see him in the final again, like always. But Mono, just sending you some love from the booth. You've done so much for the sport and will continue to do so much. So just wanted to get that off my chest.
Well said, Anthony. Well, as we wait for waves to come through, let's go down to the beach, check in with the winner of that last heat. He's booked himself a spot in the finals, to Jackson Santos.
Well, that's right. Thank you, team. Well, everyone's looking out here thinking like, wow, this is going to be tough. Everyone except Santos right here. Went out there, a 917 and 717, one of the highest heat totals of the day. How did that happen?
Gato, todo mundo está olhando aqui, vendo a dificuldade que são essas ondas, né? Mas para você não foi tão difícil assim, você marcou um 9 e um 7. Conta aí como é que você conseguiu isso.
O mar estava mó difícil ali, correnteza, onda muito rápida. Subiu uma direitinha para mim e eu falei, essa mesmo, para abrir a bateria logo. Consegui conectar ali, dar uma batida boa de direita, sabia que ia ser uma nota boa. Já voltei já pelo canal já. E peguei uma esquerda boa e consegui abrir um 7 ali, muito feliz. E é isso, agora é focar para a final. E estou muito feliz por estar competindo aqui.
Yeah, he knew that the waves were difficult, and he said the right came and said, "That's it, I'm gonna do it." And he was able to manage that good maneuver, and then he went back, and just another one was by him, and that was a 7. He's very happy and to be on the final.
Well, I think you sent shockwaves across the beach. So much joy, so much stoke in watching you surf. Let's talk about the finals. These are going to go down tomorrow. How do you keep that momentum going?
Gato, amanhã são as finais, né? Como é que você vai se preparar para que você continue com essa vibe toda para a final amanhã?
O surf vai ser o mesmo. Tô focado muito na bateria. E é isso. Vai subir as ondas, vou fazer o mesmo. O meu surf e soltar meu surf. Com fé em Deus e levar o título pro Brasil.
All right, he's gonna surf. He's prepared. He's on the vibe, and he knows that tomorrow is gonna be a great day, and he's going to the win and try to bring the title to Brazil.
Well, love to see it. Team Brazil always comes through with the energy. Great surfing. You guys are well coached and prepared for finals day. Jackson Santos, a finalist here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Incredible performance, earning himself that final position. He's going to be going for his inaugural gold medal in tomorrow's competition. As we were saying before, in that heat with him, we've got Sponge Williams, who's currently in the lineup, your 3-time back-to-back world champion for the men's kneeling division. Mono Stewart before that in 2021, and Parada Neto from Brazil back in 2020 as your world champions. So for Jackson Santos, it's a brand new opportunity for him. He could be taking down huge names come tomorrow to win that gold medal in the men's kneeling category.
Yes, and, you know, Jackson's in great form. Dariel is in great form as well. And so it's going to be an exciting final, and one more person from this heat. Well, Dariel's got to make the final first, just speaking of previous rounds. But he's been posting high scores. We know runner-up last year. And not to count out the Mexican surfer from the last round. Didn't have, I think, showcase his best surfing, but he will be out there gunning for the gold as well. So, I mean, it's like a broken record saying that every heat's going to be stacked, but the finals day is so much fun, and it's going to be a blast.
Here we go with Dariel Melendez up and riding for Team Costa Rica. Nice opening carve. He'll have to kick out as that wave just goes completely flat. Paddling himself back out into the lineup. So he's going to put a first score on the board. We're down to 12 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We already crowned 4 world champions today across 4 women's divisions, which was really exciting. The conditions were really fun for each of those. And tomorrow we'll be crowning a lot more world champions. I've actually lost count of how many because we've got a whole lot of categories here. And there is Mark Mono Stewart, the legend that you were sharing about just before.
And that nickname is so Australian.
Yeah.
It is just like the most
so
Australian nickname ever.
The Aussies are very good at just, this is it.
Tell it like it is.
He's got one
you got to
leg.
love that.
Let's call him Mono. There we go.
And what a legend. He wants to see who's going to be in the final as well. I think, he's one of those adult Groms where he's just frothing all the time. He's a fan of the sport and, does a lot for the sport. A lot of competitors can talk about events in a negative way and say, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. And my response is always like, hey, do your own event. And Mono has done exactly that. He doesn't say anything about events. He puts on his own event and clears the water at Byron Bay and has the respect there, has a day named after him, and just on the beach watching as a fan of the sport right now.
He has a day named after him?
He has a day named after him in his local town.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Man, what a great representative and a great person to, be that example to the younger, newer faces of parasurfing for what is possible in the future. Besides trying to get your city to name a day after you, also continuing to grow opportunities in the sport by putting events on and giving more people the opportunity to put a jersey on, to surf world-class breaks like Byron Bay with no one else out. Those are really kind of sometimes once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. There are surfers that thinking through like the qualifying series and stuff for shortboarding, that surf events specifically, they just try and get themselves into the draw at the low-level events because they love the location of the wave. They might not be really trying that hard to qualify, or necessarily they might want to qualify for the championship tour. They don't necessarily have the resources to put all their time and energy year after year into continue on the QS. They just pick their way through surfing events at the breaks that they really love, across some of those really world-class breaks and the lower-level events. That's kind of the same thing that I could see developing and continuing to develop within adaptive surfing as well, is these world-class breaks available for these surfers. And if they've got the sponsorship, they've got the support, they can do the whole tour. And if not, they can enter selectively based on where they'd like to score some really good waves with no one else out in the lineup.
And if you do well at these events, there is significant prize money as well. Yeah. And the Australian leg of the event, I believe, has $35,000 in it. So October 2nd will always be known as Mark Bono Stewart Day, to honor him winning the first ever International Adaptive Surfing Championship. So pretty high honor.
That's amazing. Very cool stuff from the legend, who unfortunately lost out in the last heat. Just couldn't quite pull the heat together to make it through into the finals. But like you said, down on the beach, supporting the crew that is out there right now. This has been a slow start. Dariel with a 3.5 on the board is the highest wave of the heat so far. Sponge, your 3-time back-to-back world champion, he's your reigning world champ, has a 1.6 and a 0.7 in the semifinals right now with only 8 minutes remaining. Maxime has no scores, and Toby has no scores. So the Frenchie and the Aussie have not caught a wave yet, and we'll see when they get their campaign underway. Sponge has a paddle for that one. He's unable to get into it. It's looking like this is going to come down to maybe even some buzzer beaters for who takes away those winning positions as we take a look now at Dariel. I like the way that he surfs, that stance where he's up on that one back foot in a kind of a stand position, but he's crouched forward using his arm as his second leg essentially for the position that he rides his surfboard in.
Yeah, and if you ever try that, that's very hard to do. They have a contest at Makaha called the Buffalo's Big Board Surfing Contest, and that move is called the Allen Wrench. It's one of the moves that they have. Live action.
With Llewellyn putting that board on rail. All right, this wave will be a difference maker within the heat. It was small. They weren't massive turns, but they looked really sharp, and he had nice flow to it.
And he was putting his board on rail, and his girlfriend there has been pacing as she always is, but instead of the normal smile, she has the frantic look.
Yeah, there's some nerves.
And that was kind of like her spinning around going, okay, finally. And look at this set coming in. Plenty of waves, but not a lot of shape. And so the surfers have to put themselves right in the spot. And the wind playing a factor as well. And just beautiful rail surfing fully at the top of the wave, throwing spray, and that second turn really laid into that one. Carried all of his speed from the first turn into the bottom turn, and then backed it up with the second turn. So great combination of maneuvers as well.
Scores in, it's a 6.5. So there we go. There's the breakaway score that we were waiting for within this heat. Set Sponge William apart from the rest of the pack. Now waiting for Maxime and for Toby to get their opening rides. Couple zeros on the board at the moment, both chasing down that 5.57, which is the heat total of Dariel. And there you can see Sponge's girlfriend with a big smile on her face. So she's finally going to start feeling slightly more relaxed out in the lineup. Here we go with some live action. It's going to be surfer in white for Australia, Toby Begg. That was an incredibly good takeoff. It's going to make a difference to his campaign. And he's going to have to pull out because Maxime was just on the inside section. So my guess is that 2.73, there it is, first score in for Maxime from Team France. And we'll now have a score for Toby Begg on a solid takeoff.
And what a great late takeoff there. Somehow is able to engage the rail to get out in front and open up with this turn, and then pulls out right there to avoid contact. Not bad for the relative newcomer recently, just a couple of years ago, getting attacked by a huge great white shark right outside of his hometown in Port Macquarie in New South Wales, Australia. So Toby Begg making his campaign and doesn't need that big of a score to move into advancement position.
I mean, what a story. It's the worst case scenario for any surfer, right? I mean, we all think about it. It's the last thing you ever want to do is come into a face-to-face encounter with a shark in the lineup, let alone actually be attacked. And to see Toby now on that comeback, going through the rehab, resetting his life, and now here competing for a world championship, it's awesome to see that reset and that desire as a surfer to continue being in the ocean, to continue riding waves, despite that scenario unfolding for him.
And he's also a shaper, so I think, what a great thing to do to be able to start, thinking about boards for yourself for future competitions.
Here we go with a great looking takeoff for Sponge Williams. And he's going to be caught behind the section. Won't really be able to increase much on his backup score with that wave. Toby with a 2.83, so it's really wide open for that second place position specifically at the moment with a couple of 2s as the requirements. No one has really stitched up their advancing position here. Llewellyn Sponge Williams has a 6.5, so he's doing really well, but the rest of the crew has a little bit of work to do.
Yes, Toby Big and Maxime Caban, they basically need to catch one more wave and do the same thing that they've already done. They've locked in the scores. They just have a 0 if they were just to do the same thing that they did. Easier said than done, as we've already gone through over 16 minutes of this heat. And it's so hard because from here you just see wave after wave after wave, but it looks a lot different down there.
It really does. It can be challenging to get the job done and do it in a really clean way. One surfer today, Anthony, who absolutely got the job done. We've got to make this shout out. Not only is she a co-commentator for us here at the ISA, an ISA gold medalist for the longboard side of things, but Rachel Tilley has just stitched up her 3rd WSL world title at Sunzal at her favorite wave of all time, where the ISA is going to be heading next week for the SUP World Championships. But Rachel Tilley started in the first heat of the WSL finals format, heat number 1 of the day. She surfed her way through 5 heats, ended up with 6 in total, 6 heat wins in a row to walk away with her 3rd WSL world title just about an hour ago.
Wow, that is incredible. She must have been listening to all the commentary from last year's event here at the ISA Parasurfing World Championship, and then took that information into her world title campaign. Congrats to our fellow commentator. And if I'm understanding correctly, she'll also be commentating for the World SUP and Paddleboard Championship next week as well.
That's right. She figured she's going there for WSL finals as a competitor herself to try and win a 3rd world title. Didn't know that she really had a shot because she was in that first heat. She was going to have a lot to do to get there. She's just proven everyone that it's completely possible. Find a wave that you love and your surfing's going to do, the talking for you. And she's just had an incredible day. She's going to stick around and be part of that commentary team for the ISA World SUP Championships, which will be coming up, I think, starting on, I want to say it starts on Monday. It's Thursday here, Friday finals day. The ISA team's going to hop on flights between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They've got another contest to start running. And Anthony, you're going to be out of here. When are you flying over?
Saturday.
Saturday. Contest director joining us in the booth for commentary this week. Contest director hat on next week. So it's nice to see how well-rounded the entire ISA team seems to be. Winning world titles, running the contest. And in the background, when you two want to take a break, you just sit and come and chat surfing with me, which is really nice.
Oh, man, we've got a set came, but just everyone was out of position. This is such hectic time right now because the scores are small. It's different when you need a huge score, right? You need a certain size wave that's going to open up. But when you only need just a small score, you just want the competitors to have a chance and let their surfing show, and you can see they're looking for priority situations. When they raise their hands, our live beach announcer will give them the information that they need to know, and that's important to know who has first grabs of the first waves to come.
Quick paddle now for Sponge Williams. Oh, beautiful turn. Excellent second turn. Throws heaps of spray. Lots of control. Goes in for a 3rd. And he's going to finish off by tagging the foam. That's going to feel really nice for him. He was already going to be winning this heat, based off of kind of what we've seen unfold in the last 20 minutes with 30 seconds on the clock. But that's going to be a nice little victory lap warming him up for finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, and that was That was his best wave for sure. Okay, so there's Maxime. He got something as what a great sport. Yeah. He went for the high five.
Maxine was like, I got to focus. Let me finish this wave. I can't fall. Got to get it all done. All right, so a 2.85 is the requirement for Maxime. We didn't get to see that wave, so I'm not sure what went down with it. We do know that there's now a 7.83 on the board for Sponge Williams, and what an impressive finish for him. Waiting for the scores to drop now to see if Maxime can steal away that second place position from Dariel Melendez out of Costa Rica. And it's enough. It's a 5-point ride for Lasta Maxime. He jumps from 4th up into 2nd, and he will take away that advancing position from Dariel Melendez out of Team Costa Rica.
It looked like Dariel was coming in before the buzzer as well. So I'm wondering if he had a score or...
I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and we look for like the infamous little red circle, and I don't see the little red circle, meaning that there is a score to come from the judging panel. I think that's it. I think the last score to drop was that of the Frenchman in Maxime Caban. And with a 5-point ride, it took him a long time to find that second wave. He got the job done just in time to sneak in that second advancing position to the finals, just behind Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Wow, Team France, 2 golds on the day out of 4 up for grabs, and advancing a number of competitors out of semifinals today. That is huge right there for the overall team points. And USA lost a couple of competitors in the semifinals. Team Brazil doing well, but right now it seems like France is in the driver's seat for that overall team gold.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day of surfing so far. And tomorrow's schedule, it's a full day packed of finals, Anthony, with 12 finals in total to get through. We're going to go to a quick look at the highlights from all the action that we got to witness throughout today. The conditions were just so dreamy this morning. Offshore winds, nice and light. Swell was a little bit tapering off, but started to pulse through the day and really gave us an incredible opportunity to witness some good surfing. Well, a really fantastic day of surfing across the board. Great performances. We saw, you know, a few finals already run. We've got 12 finals ready to go for tomorrow, and that's going to be exciting. But as we can see, he's ready to go. We've got Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's down on the glass with the one and only Chris Cote. Chris, take it away.
Represent. Sponge, you've done it again, but man, you made us wait for it. Last second, come from behind victory. I was asking your team that they're allowed to breathe now, but what about you? How are you feeling the last couple minutes there?
I could breathe out. That whole heat was a workout. Like paddling out there, Adam Land was next to the piers. Like, I'm just paddling with you, make sure you're not hitting the pylons, because it was just dragging straight towards the pylons there. But yeah, the shoulders are even harder today to find. But yeah, luckily in that last minute, I think again, I have a habit of doing that last minute kind of dropping in waves. But yeah, glad I got it. And it's Maxim's first final in the ISA World, so yeah, congratulations to him as well, and well done to everyone else today. It's been tough. After the wind turns, it gets tough. So yeah, well done to everyone.
I was going to ask you about the field you surfed against this year. You know, the kid Dariel, he's been going off all week. Everyone in your vision has stepped it up to a new level. So tell me about the surfers that you have gone up against, and what are you expecting in that final?
Yeah, well, you know, this final is anyone's game. It's just who gets the wave. It's priority. And yeah, looking forward to it, having another final. And yeah, I'm here to take the 4th gold home. So yeah, bring it home, Wales.
Bring it home, Wales. Congratulations, Spuns. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, what a great finish for him. I mean, had all of us on the edge of our seat. Really the whole heat there, and even for Maxime to sneak away that final 5 was a very solid finish. And it's going to be an interesting one to see who walks away with that gold medal tomorrow, Anthony.
Yes, incredible surfing all day long. And he let it be known. He's not just going out to play. He's going to win the 4th world title consecutively and put himself on the list with some of the others that have done the same thing. So it's a great feat to get into the finals, but his work is not done yet, and he let everybody know.
That's right. He's ready to go, chasing down that 4th world title. It's been a big day of surfing. Thanks so much for tuning in. We got to celebrate 4 women's finalists, and tomorrow we're going to celebrate 12 more. It's going to be a full day of finals, heat after heat after heat, starting out 7 o'clock in the morning and finishing around midday. Anthony, great to call the action with you once again.
Fantastic day. Tomorrow is going to be epic, so you guys need to get down to the beach. You need to take off work. You need to be at work and have your second monitor on, because the action coming in live to you tomorrow is going to be amazing. You won't want to miss it.
Finals day. Tune in. We'll see you then.